It's 11:59 America, and this is Uncle Ponery with news, videos, and podcasts until dawn. Right now, I've got a few words for our brothers and sisters out there in the YouTube demonetized zone. ISIS leader Baghdadi is dead this time. No, really. ISIS leader Baghdadi is dead this time. No, really. Oscar Mayer is hiring Wienermobile drivers. Former presidential interns get preferential priority. Oscar Mayer is hiring Wienermobile drivers. Former presidential interns get preferential priority. It's 12 o'clock America, and we're another day closer to victory. And for all of you at Gunchannels out there, this is your stream. Good morning, everybody. This is Good Morning Gunchannels, episode number 40, Extra Lulls edition. Because this is a long format show, there will be lulls in the broadcast, especially this morning because nobody's here. I'm doing a stealth host today, sort of. Or not, sorry, not stealth host. I'm doing a remote host today just to make sure that the connection holds up for the rest of you. Um, as for this morning's introduction, yes, they've confirmed that the ISIS leader Baghdadi is actually dead this time. Maybe they'll actually include photos of the body instead of pulling a "we killed bin Laden, just take our word for it." But yeah, that's what was going on. And then this morning I got a hit in my feed saying that Oscar Mayer is indeed actually hiring drivers for the Wienermobile. So I figured who better than former presidential interns because they know how to handle a wiener. But don't. Anyway, links are going out right now. You have to email it to myself. That way I can get a copy of it when I get to work. Hopefully everything will work by the time I get there. Spent the better part of last night actually arguing with leftists and idiots on Yahoo News. And it just reminded me exactly why Yahoo's pretty much out of business these days. They actually host our web store, and it's barely keeping Yahoo as an entity afloat. But I mean, just it's not necessarily the stories that they post having a gigantic slant, but just read the comments from most of the people who actually read the stories. I mean, you get to the point where you don't talk about the subject. You just go straight into like personal attacks and childish behavior. But I mean, what do you expect? I mean, these are either the parents of social justice warriors or they're the product of Common Core math. So it is what it is. Anyway, making sure I don't have anything missing here. Cool. We are good to go. So before I take off to work, this is a reminder for all of you on YouTube or anywhere else this may be hot linked later to come on down to gunchannels.com where it is free to join in on the conversation, free to register, free to become a member. You can come and help us with these long format shows where there tend to be, lulls in the broadcast just because it's really hard to come up with 7.5 to 8 hours worth of content every day. Show prep just for my midday spiel and maybe even just the little clever intros take well over an hour anyway. But I guess for a little preview, there was not a whole lot going on in history today, so it's going to be a rather short segment, but I tried, so, we'll elaborate on what little I do have today. Let's see, another news. My local gun trader group has been archived and unarchived and archived and unarchived because they're desperately trying not to get caught by the YouTube police. Guy sets up a very specific set of rules. People don't abide by them, then they get nailed by YouTube police. Or not YouTube police, sorry, the Facebook police. So it's a classified section as long as it's not pro Second Amendment, I guess. It's basically turned into Craigslist. They're being overly policed by agendas or whatnot. But yeah, it's literally going back and forth between archived and unarchived, making my phone battery wear out real quick. In any event, let's see what I got here. Got no Tony, got no Jimmy, and I've got no time. I've got to head out to work. So I will see you all in about an hour once I get there, and hopefully the room will populate. So please go ahead and share the link, jump on in, say whatever you like, and we'll see you soon.
Good morning, Gunchannels. My coffee. All right, let's see what's happening in firearms news. Refresh PC news. New York Post, Manhattan DA says, I am sure ISIS supports concealed carry reciprocity bill. Is everybody in Manhattan nuts, or is it just this guy and Bloomberg? Washington Examiner, 2017, the second biggest year for gun sales ever. Might top 2016. Let's go to another gun website. Gun Owners of America. See if there's anything on their website that's new. Make some noise about the Shush Act. All right. Need more. The Shush Act. The heck is the Shush Act? But the new Shush Act expands firearm freedom further than the Hearing Protection Act ever did. Shush Act would not only remove suppressors from the NFA, it would legally treat suppressors as a firearm accessory, which means you could buy a suppressor as you buy a scope without a background check. Now, unfortunately, the state law in Hawaii makes them illegal here. Even if the federal law said they were legal, the state law They got a ban on these in my state. But Hawaii does have a bunch of stupid laws, that's for sure. The fact is that suppressors are little more than elaborate metal tubes. I guess metal tubes are bad. There's no reason other than blind hatred of gun owners why these devices should be regulated at all. Suppose if the shit hits the fan, you could just use a Pepsi bottle or a Coke bottle for a suppressor. Not that you would need one. All right. Let's have a look at Cal Guns Foundation, see if anything's on there. California DOJ sued for hiding assault weapon regulations, violating California Constitution and Public Record Act. Oh, that's interesting. June 30th, today, Sacramento resident Craig Lulls, Firearms Policy Coalition, Cal Guns Foundation, announced a new legal action intended to assure that the California Department of Justice cannot hide its proposed regulations from the public. How can they want to pass gun regulations and not tell anybody so they could show up and say your guns are in violation of these secret regulations? The action was filed after Lulls and two civil rights advocacy organizations sought access to DOJ regulations on so-called assault weapon firearms so they could review them and inform the public, but were denied. In May, the DOJ submitted to Office of Administration Law a set of regulations relating to bullet button assault weapons that were passed and signed into law in 2016. Notably, the DOJ had submitted the regulations under OAL's file and print process, which means the DOJ wanted the regulations to be put into law without any public notice or comment, as usually would be required under the Administrative Procedure Act. So when that action was filed, Lulls went to the DOJ's office and asked to inspect them so that he could let California gun owners know what they contained and pass information back to the group's legal counsel for review. But the department turned him away at the door, claiming the documents were draft regulations and not available for public inspection, effectively keeping the regulations secret from 39 million Californians, even though they could have become law. Insane secret gun laws. What will they think of next? Oh, I'll just sit here and drink coffee unless somebody wants to talk. Come on and type or talk. Or at least wake up. That would be pretty strange if California Department of Justice sends somebody to your house because you own guns. It says, we need to collect your guns because you're in violation of the law. And you say, what law? And they say, we can't tell you. It's a secret. California's run amok. I hope nobody ever shows up at my house with such a lame story, but anyway, let's see what crypto's doing. Since nobody else is talking, let's talk about something fun and positive. If it's going up, that is. Let's see. Bitcoin news. Oh, looks like it's going down a little bit, 2%. 2373.51 cents per coin. Well, Ethereum is down 8.9% to $211.05. Let's see what silver is doing. Silver and gold. Silver just moved down a little bit, not much. Bid $15.77, ask $15.87. Good morning, Tony.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
I'm just having my morning coffee. Read a few articles from Firearm Policy Coalition and what was the other gun thing? Cal Guns, I think, about the Department of Justice and California Department of Justice passing secret laws that they so the Firearm Policy Coalition sent somebody down, or Cal Guns did, to find out what the laws that they were passing were, and they weren't allowed to see the law. So, like, the police would show up at your house and want your guns, but they claim you're in violation of the law, and you say, what law? And they said, we can't tell you, that's secret.
And ignorance of the law is not a valid excuse, so.
Ignorance of the law. Secret laws are just, it's like secret courts. I mean, even FISA has some oversight. I mean, really, secret laws? That's California for you, though.
I do
and
not know.
There's a shush in the national level. There's the Shush Act. I was reading about that. It's supposed to have more, a little more. Basically, it allows suppressors and takes them off the NFA list completely.
Which is what it should have been in the first friggin' place.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
yeah,
the suppressor is a gun accessory. It's not a gun itself.
yeah. Basically, they said it's just a metal tube. You know, but you watch a movie, and it just makes the gun sound like, and that's it. It's not how it works, but it looks good
Even
in a
on,
movie. It looks good in a movie.
even on a revolver.
You know,
If you watch the second Dirty Harry, you see him fitting a silencer on a 357 Magnum revolver, and it's quiet.
which one is the second Dirty Harry? What's that called? Is that Magnum Force or?
Yeah, that's Magnum Force.
Good man has to know his limitations.
Yeah, evidently he doesn't have to know the limitations of what a silencer is capable of, though.
Well, I got my crystal skull shot glasses in yesterday. Can't wait to try it out tonight. I'll probably go for a shot of either some kind of scotch. Whether I go for single malt or blended.
I had to give all that up when I became diabetic.
Well, my cardiologist said, I asked him if I could drink alcohol, and he said, yeah, sure, just like don't get falling down drunk or anything, but in moderation, it's okay. So that's how I do it. I on my Lock and Load show, I tested this Monday. I tested out the Captain Morgan's Loco Nut. Have you ever tried that?
Nope. I've done plenty of Captain Morgan's, but
Yeah, it's like a coconut flavored uh, coconut alcoholic beverage, and so I just put it in a shaker with ice and poured a shot of it, and it was really smooth, slightly sweet coconut, and it just went down real easy, and I liked it. Straight.
I wouldn't even try it because I don't like coconut.
Oh well. I think it'd be
Open cookies that you buy at a store in a package, and if they're made with any coconut oil or anything, I can smell it the minute I open the package. I just dislike coconut, except on a Zagnut bar.
Zagnuts. Okay. I never had one of them.
Basically a Butterfinger, except they got it covered with fried coconut instead of chocolate.
So you don't like pina coladas either, probably, right?
Uh-uh. No, I like basically divorced scotch was my pick.
Yeah, I like Glenlivet. I think Glenlivet is pretty good.
Any scotch was all right with me, except for I wasn't a big fan of JB.
Oh, I have a huge bottle of J&B. It's blended scotch, it's okay. I think I got a big bottle on sale at Costco a ways back, and I'm just I don't drink very much scotch, so there's still plenty of it left. Got one of those gigantic Costco-sized bottles.
For some reason, when I became diabetic, I stopped metabolizing alcohol very well. So I had to give it up. It was going to kill me.
Yeah, but like right after open heart surgery, they treat you like a diabetic for like the first week and test you every day. I mean, they tested me for like 2 months straight every day, but for the first week, they give you like the insulin shots and everything. I mean, not insulin, but I don't know what the hell they were giving me, but they did every test and they could tell I wasn't diabetic. I didn't have that A1C or whatever it is they test for. So eventually they stopped. But it's right after open heart surgery. It's like they give it to you for a week standard and treat you like you're diabetic. So I kind of got a glimpse of what it would be like to be diabetic, even though I'm not. It's like do all those tests every day. I got tired of having my fingers poked.
Yeah, I did that for about a year and a half or so. I did it 3 times a day, and then it really sunk in that I could tell at any given point where my sugar was at by how I felt.
Right.
Once you figure that one out, you I test myself once every week or two just to confirm, that I'm still on the right page. But I just know.
Yeah, they tested me every day for literally, the first week that I was in after the surgery at Queens, and then for 2 weeks at the Pacific Recovery Hospital Pacific. They tested me like once in the morning and once at night, with, I was like, I had to figure out which finger still didn't hurt, because they would always ask me, which finger do you want to be tested with? And so they figured out, after it was 3 weeks, I think, and, that I wasn't diabetic, at some point they said, okay, never mind, but right after the surgery, they give it to you because it's some post-surgical reason that I don't understand, post-op procedure. But yeah, they kind of explained to me how it would be if I was diabetic, but all the tests consistently, I didn't have that A1C or whatever it is they look for, plus all my blood sugar was normal.
Well, A1C and blood sugar are roughly the same, only A1C is just long term.
Yeah. Well, there's something they test for to find out, if you're like a long-term diabetic or something. But right after the operation, everything for a week, first week of recovery, everything kind of changes, how your blood sugar works, because that's a major trauma to your body. Crack open your ribs and rewire your heart. But anyway, I don't want to turn this into the old guys with, heart conditions chat. I'd rather talk about guns or cryptocurrency or prepping or something. But those crystal shot glasses look pretty interesting. It's like crystal skull, so you pour a drink in there and it looks like a skull.
Seems kind of foretelling in a way.
Yeah, apocalyptic Mad Max kind of drink glass. They just look cool. That's all.
That's one of those things that no matter if the world goes completely upside down, we'll figure out a way to make booze.
Well, I'll just stockpile mine.
It ain't that hard to throw some grapes in a freaking bottle with some water and some sugar and some yeast, and in a few weeks you can be drunk.
Well, I could be drunk right away. I have so much booze stockpiled. Why put off getting drunk till tomorrow when you could get drunk today?
Well, I was thinking more long term, eventually the stockpile is either A, going to go bad, or B, be gone.
Booze doesn't, whiskey doesn't go bad.
So then it leaves you with plan B, it being gone.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of a teetotaler. It doesn't take much. I don't drink that much. So when I do imbibe, it doesn't take much to get me buzzed.
Yeah, I got plenty enough stockpile to last for my drinking right now. I have none. I drink none.
Well, maybe I'll do a Costco booze run. See what kind of bourbon they have on sale. I heard they're going to, in the retaliation for Trump, if he puts a tariff on European steel or overseas steel that the Europeans are going to put a tariff on U.S. bourbon. So in Europe, bourbon will cost more.
Well, we have seen historically in the past that fucking with people's booze supply really tends to piss them off.
That would be interesting if the EU broke up because the price of booze went up.
You raise the price on my Jack, you lousy bastards. We're out of here.
Yeah. Number 7. I saw a bottle of that gentleman's Jack when I was shopping for through the Walmart booze aisle the other day, but it was a lot more expensive than regular Jack. I mean, it wasn't that expensive, but it was compared to the regular number 7. It was the Gentleman Jack was like, a small bottle for like $27 as opposed to a big bottle for 20. So, just give me number 7.
I never ever got into Jack Daniels. I could not tolerate that freaking tinge of charcoal taste that crap had.
Jack and Coke, I like it. I like Jack and Coke.
I was never one for drinking whiskey with anything but whiskey. Maybe an ice cube.
Jack and Coke, I like.
Scotch is really interesting the way it reacts to ice. So I like it.
I like sipping good Scotch straight, or neat. But it has to be good and smooth. So.
You need to talk with Ponry about booze when he gets on here because he's kind of a connoisseur for the fine stuff.
So you like Dewar's?
Yes. That was always my favorite.
I don't think I've ever tried that one. I think they sell it at Costco, so maybe next trip I'll pick some up.
It's not a, $100 shot Scotch, but it's certainly well worth what it costs these days, or back when I bought it.
Oh, you've got your stockpile all stored up, right? You don't have to do any booze runs lately. Huh?
Right, I haven't done booze runs since sometime in 14.
Wow. Pays to be prepared.
I was actually right before I quit. I was drinking more than I had. I was first being hurt and physically unable to work. I was kind of depressed at the time, so I was drinking, and it wasn't doing nothing. And then it find out that I don't metabolize alcohol normally. I'll drink, 6, 8 drinks and nothing. And then on number 9, everything hits me all at once.
Ouch.
Yeah.
For me, I just like one shot and I'm buzzed. So I don't really, usually drink more than one or 2 glasses of wine or one shot of booze, hard liquor. So that's usually enough.
My doctor said you got to be careful with that because if you drank what would be a toxic level all at once, and you're metabolizing it this way, that's what you're doing. You're getting it all at once. So you could actually poison yourself.
Alcohol poisoning.
Time to end that shit because I wasn't really enjoying it like I used to.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, if you don't know what to do with your booze, you could send it to me and I'll drink it slowly over time.
My booze, I dumped what I had out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't have a hell of a lot, but I had a couple of bottles of Scotch here. My old lady didn't like it, and I didn't want to leave it around here for the kids or grandkids, so fuck it, it's $50, big deal.
Well, I'm not throwing out my Scotch.
In retrospect, I shouldn't have. I wish I'd kept it because there are other uses for whiskey than just drinking. I could use it to mow my yard if I had to. A little tweaking on the jets on my lawnmower, run on burnable booze.
Molotov, could you make a explosive? I don't know. Does Jack Daniels work as a Molotov cocktail, or you just need gasoline only? Gasoline and Jack Daniels. How would that be?
If it lights up with the fire, I'm sure that anything would work as a Molotov. I mean, not that I'm an expert on the subject.
Yeah. Well,
But I've got, 20 pounds of gunpowder here. So if I really wanted to make something flammable, I would go that route.
yeah, I think gasoline is probably the best, but I'm not an expert either.
I don't know if I would say gasoline or diesel fuel. Diesel fuel is more sticky, maybe a blend.
It would burn longer, but I don't know. You need a quick explosion of fire. I don't know if anything's better than gasoline.
So I say maybe mix it in half and half or something where you get that kind of sticky residue of diesel fuel, but still the volatility of gas.
Let's hope we ever need to do that.
Shit, I used to spray weeds at work. I'd mix diesel fuel with pesticide.
Oh, I hate to smell that. Inhale that could be bad for you.
Actually, it was about making the shit stick is the whole reason. And that's what the herbicide dealer told me to do.
The herbicide dealer. So some guy at Home Depot told you to do it?
No, this was an actual herbicide dealer. I was when I worked. I was a licensed applicator for herbicide because I had to do that to be able to buy the shit. But you mix it like 25-1. So for 25 gallons of your tank mix, you'd add a gallon of diesel fuel to that to help it stick to the leaves. And it made a hell of a difference. And plus, there's a couple of things that your typical weed killers don't want to kill real easy. Diesel fuel will, like Johnson grass.
Well, they're very anti-Roundup here in Hawaii.
Roundup is not that big of a deal. I mean, they used to host seminars where they'd tell you could drink Roundup and not kill you.
Well, they host seminars here telling you how bad it is. I don't really care. I mean, I don't. I have no need for. I'm not either for or against it. I just know they talk about it a lot in the press and in political meetings.
Well, the problem with Roundup is you can buy it everywhere these days, and people don't use sense in using it. You can go to freaking your local Walmart and buy a bottle of Roundup. You could. Walmart's probably stopped it now that the World Health Organization has declared it a potential carcinogen. But you have to understand what you're doing when you apply it, because it really needs to anything but Guns Channel, Ponery. If you don't like it, get in here and host the freaking show.
I just got here.
Morning, man.
Hey. Oh, don't stop on my account.
You don't go out and apply Roundup in the rain or in the dew. It needs several hours to be rain fast, they call it. If you don't want to mow your tall weeds, just lightly douse them with Roundup, and they call that chemical mowing. It does work. But for me, it was a choice of For me, it was a choice of either spraying once every couple months with Roundup for a day, or weed eating all that shit every fucking week for a day or two. And the herbicide won out quickly.
Postal Service, you can buy Postal Service customers in Austria can now buy Bitcoin and Ether right at the post office.
I'm a little curious about how stupid these people are for getting into fake money.
It's sort of like the dot-com bubble. Everyone's going to invest in something that doesn't exist. Once people come to their senses, the market tanks.
Well, you could say the same thing about fiat currency. It's worse than not. It's based on debt. It's basically it's decentralized version of money, and there's a limited amount of it. It's not, they just can't keep printing it forever. There's actually a cap on how many coins there are, unlike dollars or marks or the US dollar. They can just print infinitely. They can't do that with blockchain. So it's decentralized. Basically, people like it because you can buy and sell, you can do transactions completely outside of the banking system.
You mean like how PayPal used to be?
Well, basically, when you put money into or take money out of a bank, the bank basically lets the government know what everything you're doing. They're basically non-paid spies for the government. So, as far as the IRS being able to tax or, get a piece of everything that you do or regulate everything that you do, eventually you're going to go to a completely cashless society. We're close to that right now. I
think the last time I paid for anything in cash was a haircut like 3 weeks ago. And before that, it's been like years.
I've never bought a gun. I've never bought a gun that I didn't pay cash for it. Not ever.
I don't think I've ever bought a gun on cash. Ever.
Well, when you pay your mortgage, when you say cash, do you mean physical paper money?
Paper money, yes. I don't use my bank cards or nothing. Just I get cash out of the bank, withdraw it myself, and go get it.
Do you buy anything with a credit card?
Oh yeah, most stuff I pay for with the card, but never a gun.
And okay, and when you pay for your stuff, how do you pay off your credit bill? You don't pay that in cash, do you?
No.
Electronic payments.
Electronic payments, yeah. So, when you go to buy your groceries and do an electronic payment to pay a credit card, all that is, banking system. It's all that's electronic payments. You're not
transaction ID.
Right, I get that. I'm just saying that for some reason I do not do that with a gun. I've never wanted to run through my bank that I bought a gun.
Well, eventually,
I don't even have a real legit reason why. It's just the way I think. I just don't want to.
Well, what they did in India was they made all their paper money. They demonetized all their paper money, and made it a crime to have it. So basically, everybody had to turn in all their money to a bank, or throw it away, or burn it, or throw it in the Ganges, which is what they did. Because you could go to jail for having money, and if there were just mile-long lines of people queuing up to deposit basically you couldn't deposit more than 3,000 rupee without being investigated for tax fraud, money laundering, for black marketeering. So everybody was going to get their gardener or housemaid or, you know, any poor people that they knew, they said, here's 3,000 rupiah and please go deposit it into a bank, you know, so they could get it back later. And it's just, you know, that's 3,000 rupiah is like $60. And that was the limit. And so all the other money, all the rich people, and India is a cashless, India was a cash only society, and they wanted to go cashless. So basically all the money was just demonetized pretty much overnight. And it was a big mess. Still is a big mess. But so basically Bitcoin, the whole concept behind Bitcoin, it's decentralized. They can't just keep printing it. You don't need the takes the monetary system completely out of the central banking system. And what was real funny is that, I don't know if this is a real story, but let's see if it's down in here. This picture. Yeah, here. Check it out. I'll screen share this. The federal chair Janet Yellen testified, you know, the other day in front of the Congress. And check out this. I don't know if this is Photoshop or somebody actually held this up behind her. Can you see that?
Yeah.
It says buy Bitcoin on a legal pad behind her.
That is pretty funny.
What is the value of Bitcoin based on?
People's interest in it.
It's purely supply and demand, pure supply and demand.
I just remember when it first came out, everyone thought it was such a joke. You're like, this isn't even real.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it was pennies per coin.
Yeah. I mean, if you really think about it, in all honesty, this is exactly how iPads were created. Somebody didn't believe it, and now they're everywhere. Bitcoin, nobody believed it was a real thing, and the will of the people have made it a real thing.
Yeah, people want to escape the banking system.
Yeah.
Taxation, regulation. They just want to completely escape, you know, government control.
They basically want a global version of doing a face-to-face transaction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, look, here's the cash, here's my item, you have a nice day, job done. Nobody else is involved.
Right. Not the banks take their cut. You know, when you buy something with a credit card, you know, how many people are between you and the person selling, the company selling you the item? You've got the credit card company taking a cut, the bank's taking a cut. You know, everybody's taking a cut. And they're taking a cut when they print up money, you know, and they're taking a cut out of your bank account when they print too much money. And, you know.
PayPal really did used to be like that, because when I remember when it first came out and I made an account, you couldn't link your PayPal to bank accounts back then. You had to put money into their system to be able to spend it with their service. It was like the very beginnings of I guess, regulated banking, you know, for an upstart. And now you can link it to whatever you want.
I never got into PayPal. I avoided it intentionally. But, you know, and when I first heard about Bitcoin, I was like, yeah, right, whatever. And, you know, now I'm cloud mining it. So, you know.
And then there was a lunch strike. On strike.
No,
hunger strike.
It's before lunch strike.
Right. It's the brunch strike.
The brunch strike. There we go.
Listening to cat screaming in the background.
5 a.m. in the morning here, man.
You know,
you're already having lunch.
Well, we're renaming. We're renaming Gunchannels to Brunch Channels. We already had the meeting. You know, you weren't here for it.
The morning brunch segment on Gunchannels.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not too bad sounding.
Yeah, but we only do that on the weekends because nobody wants to get up early on the weekends.
I don't want to, but I end up waking up early on the weekends regardless.
Well,
It
Travis
sucks.
ends up waking my ass up, so
It sucks so bad.
I wake up whenever the I don't know. I wake up and there's a CPAP machine, and I look at it to see if I've slept at least 4 or 5 hours. And the computer, the CPAP machine, tells me how long I slept for.
and HVS, I wouldn't go with Bitcoin anymore.
Oh,
No, there's a new one out that's doing much better. It's called Ethereum. Have you heard of that one?
yeah, I'm mining Ethereum and Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mine Ethereum and Litecoin right now because Litecoin is more profitable.
Well,
You get more out of what it than trying to get Bitcoins these days.
well, but Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top 2 market capitalizations in cryptocurrencies. So,
Yeah.
it's just more likely that you can, in the future, trade it for something.
Yeah. Well, with Litecoin, it's a lower amount, but the issue is you'll actually get a payout much sooner than you would with Bitcoin or Ethereum if
Are
you're
you
mining it.
Are you mining on your own computer, or are you mining on?
On my own custom rig, yeah.
Okay.
I know a little bit about cryptocurrency, and that's why I'm mentioning it to you. All right.
All right.
I just wish I had spent the $300 to get a ton of Ethereum coins before the price went up, because then I would have made I figured it in. I would have made like $10,000.
Well, I'm mining just on Genesis, that big in Iceland, the Genesis mining.
Yeah.
And so if I could find my.
Yeah, I built a computer to just mine some Ethereum, and I went and switched to Litecoins because you get more out of it monthly than you do, waiting for Ethereum.
Well, at least Ethereum sounds like a mineable product.
Yeah.
A mineable
We should
product.
make our own.
Yeah, well, I told G-Webs, but he was like, whatever, that he should do with some kind of gun coin, an ICO. ICOs are hot, if he instead of selling patches, he could get some real money, but me and him never agree on almost anything, so that's normal.
Much like you and me.
Yeah, like, you're Mr. 22 long rifle, and I don't have a problem with that. I just don't really, I want like a real hefty kind of a round. I want real ammo, not that, I'm not anti-rimfire, I'm not anti-22. It's just not something I myself, stack or
you
shoot.
can just say you're anti-rimfire, so am I.
No, I just like, 357 or 45 or 7.62 or something substantial.
Well, they did bottle caps in Fallout. Maybe we should use like 22 brass casings as currency.
You realize that the most of my handguns are 44 Magnum.
Now.
But all you ever talked about was 22.
No, back in the day, he was Sigma Man.
Not just 22, 30-06.
Sigma Man.
30-06 is still king.
He wouldn't always go on about 22. Most time I was in here, he was going on about 30-06. So
9mm.
I got 22'd out of my mind by Tony. So anyway, here's my particular Bitcoin account. I've got 3.5 terahash of Bitcoin mining, 20 metahash of Dash, and 5 metahash of Ether.
What the fuck does that mean in English?
Basically, what this means is that there's an equation, an algorithm that's being run on computers, and this is how much power I buy. And every day they put in a tiny bit of coins into my account, depending on how it's a little different depending on how hard the algorithm has to work that day on the computer and how much mining power I have. The more mining power you have, the more crypto you get every day. So every day they put in just a tiny bit into my coin balance.
So are you doing a pool or?
What do you mean a pool?
Well, there's things called mining pools where
Yeah.
you join a mining pool and you all mine together as one and you get a better payout.
It's just, I have no idea what it is. I've seen people do that and type in what the pool, expenses are for what they pay you. But, basically this is pretty simple. You just go click on buy hash power and you figure out how much you want to buy, and then they charge you, you could either you could pay with a credit card if you want, or you could pay with Litecoin or Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about the Bitcoin contract is that it's a lifetime contract. You pay once, and they just keep adding Bitcoins to your account for eternity. So it's not much. It's just a tiny bit every day, but it adds up over time. So, and the Ether mining is a 2-year contract. The Dash is a 2-year contract. The Monero is a 2-year contract. So those are time limited, but the Bitcoin, if you buy that, and what I was trying to explain to Tony was, is that these here are the equations. SHA-256 is an algorithm that basically the computer runs to, and that algorithm is called mining, Bitcoin. And so that it added just a tiny bit to my account yesterday, and I'll add a tiny amount to my account today and tomorrow and for eternity. But it's just, it's like slow and steady and patient, just take your time. It'll add up. Don't worry about it. Do something else. You don't have to watch it every day at all. Dagger Hashimoto is the name of the equation for Ether mining, and X11 is the name for the Dash algorithm equation. So these are equations that run on a computer, like either a cloud mining company like Genesis, which is the biggest mining company in the world, cloud mining company, and or you can do a home rig, but you have to deduct your electricity costs, from what's your electric bill like over there for your mining rig?
I think my electric's about it's either 12 or 14 cents per kilowatt, I think.
So but you have to have air conditioning for your rig?
I got central air conditioning.
Right. So that the computer will put out heat running that algorithm all day. So
well, it's underneath a duct, so it's fine. Plus, I have passive fans.
So there's expenses involved with doing it yourself, and it just made sense for me to do this because you don't have to be on an exchange, and if you're on an exchange, you're subject to flash crashes and possibly eventual government regulations. So basically, like the IRS had asked Coinbase for all the information on all of their clients. They wanted every transaction, the IP address and passwords of every member in Coinbase, and their passwords, their security questions, and a list of every transaction ever made on Coinbase. And Coinbase told the IRS to pound sand, but eventually they're going to make some kind of deal. So I'm not on Coinbase, but it's an exchange, and that makes it a target for the government regulators and the IRS. So, and what they haven't done yet, though, the government hasn't decided whether Bitcoin is money or a commodity. If it's a commodity, then it's subject to capital gains tax. If it's money, then it's easier for them to regulate. So they can't have it both ways. So they're going to have to pick one. The government is at some point. But since it's all brand new, I mean, there are countries like Japan and India have made Bitcoin like legal tender. Said it's okay to pay your debts with Bitcoin, you know. But the U.S. hasn't done that yet. And if you try and transfer money to Coinbase from Bank of America, I've heard that there's major problems. It won't go through. So don't do that. Anyway, I just threw a few $100 at this. It's no big deal. You know, eventually, if Bitcoin goes absolutely berserk, I'll have some. You know.
Well, the issue is I had a extra computer lying around, and I had a couple extra old graphics cards lying around. So I figured I'd just, build a rig and just start playing around with it. So.
You downloaded the algorithm from one of the. I know there's a lot of Reddit sites that explain how to do it.
Yeah. No, I just downloaded the one I used when I was mining Bitcoin back in the day. See, the funny thing is, I mined Bitcoin, and then I got out, and then Bitcoin went up to like $1,000, and I was kicking myself for getting out early. So.
Well, it's still early. That's the whole thing. I mean, most people don't know what Bitcoin is.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to guns, because that's what we're here for.
Oh, I was just here to drink my coffee, but okay. Guns. I was asking, has anybody seen the new Smith & Wesson revolver, the 929?
Was that an updated 29?
I only started reading the article last night, so I'm just going to refrain from commenting on it until I finish reading the article, but I wanted to know if anybody else had seen it. Yeah. But I just picked up my mail yesterday from the mail receptacle downstairs and had the latest copy of America's First Freedom from the NRA and had a big centerfold spread on this gun. So it looked like a sexy revolver. It was a Jerry Miselik S&W joint combination. So I said I got like about a third of the way through the article before I fell asleep last night. So I'll have to read it after my coffee, I guess. Nobody here has seen it yet.
I mean, what's different about it other than
open it up and look at it?
What's that?
So I'm fixing to open it up and look at it right now.
The article?
Yeah.
I'd like to know how it differs between, the 629 or the Model 29.
You're going to make me leave and just read the article. Nobody here knows.
Nobody does.
All right. Looks like the sun is starting to come out a little bit. It's still dusky.
Why the fuck wouldn't they format all these online articles the same damn way?
Okay.
For magazines, I mean.
I reading this right? Let me go to Smith & Wesson's website.
Quote, the fastest revolver shooter in the world. Jerry Mikulek signature model 929 performance center. Oh, Gunblast did a review on it. Oh. He always likes everything when he does a review, even if it doesn't work. So.
There we go.
S&W end frame, chambered in 9x19 cartridge. Built for competitive shooters for fast shooting. The 929 cylinder has 8 chambers and
9mm.
Cut to use moon clips. It will also fire 9mm without the use of moon clips. But rimless cartridges must be extracted individually, so the moon clips are definitely the way to go.
Absolutely not. 9mm in a revolver? What the hell is that shit?
Designed for speed.
What? Did you hear about the guy in Corpus Christi that got stuck in an ATM machine?
I've seen that.
He was passing letters through the receipt slot. People thought it was a prank at first until they started hearing the voice. Fucking cops went out there and they were like, the voice in the machine, this has to be a joke. And all of a sudden they heard tapping on the thing because there's a room behind the ATM machine and he was working on the lock on the inside. I said, please help, I'm stuck and my phone's not next to me. Call my boss at this number. I thought it was.
He was doing work on the ATM, and
yeah, the ATM is attached to a wall that's attached to the room behind it. So he was in there. He was trying to fix the.
So how did they get him out?
They called his boss, and the boss brought a key.
Ah,
that's great.
That shit's hilarious. I thought it was like a criminal trying to break into one getting stuck or something, but it was a legit thing. Fantastic.
So the Smith & Wesson took the greatest feature of the 29 and 629 out of it, which is the 44 Magnum caliber.
What?
well, it's just built for competitive shooters, not for self-defense. So it's not basically it's for speed shooting competitions.
Yeah, but Smith & Wesson in 9mm? No.
Yeah, they have that 928 or something like that.
No, it's 929.
929.
It's an 8-shot 9mm revolver. Yeah.
Which is the gun we're talking about if you'd actually pay attention to the freaking show, Sean.
I wasn't here. You know, some of us actually have to work. So we can buy Vans. Or in my case, Shockwaves and Dogs.
I mean, I think Smith & Wesson was more on the right track with the thought of the 500 and the 460.
They were.
Right. Well, you aren't going to do any speed shooting competition with an S&W 500.
Jerry Mitchell can. Jerry Mitchell has.
Speed shooting with a 500?
Yeah.
Yep.
He emptied it in like, what was it, 0.9 seconds or something? All on target. It's crazy.
Well, most of us aren't Jerry Mitchell caliber.
We're not cyborg.
No shit, I ain't even going to do it with my 44 Magnum.
He's got to be the original Terminator, the T-800.
Who does?
Jerry Michalak.
He is. He did a video on it.
He's got to have
Yeah,
at
he
least
did.
his arms.
He's got to have those arms. That structure. Crazy. He did like an entire magazine, either 5-shot burst or was it an entire magazine in a Barrett in like under 2 seconds? It was crazy.
Titanium alloy combat structure. It's got
Aluminium.
Aluminium. There you go.
Aluminium.
I mean, I determined that Elmer Keith did what he did because he burnt all the nerve endings off
Only
his
the
body.
British use aluminium. It's aluminum. They also drive on the wrong side of the road.
And the steering wheel's on the wrong side of the car.
Yep. No wonder their country's so screwed up.
Yeah, it isn't titanium, is it?
Review some
Brits.
or you need it? It's an order?
No.
No. Say we need the case.
I know there's some back there.
Only one.
One?
Yes.
Keys, somebody's locked themselves in an ATM or something.
Yeah, probably.
Lost in the warehouse.
Wouldn't it
Call
be-
the boss.
Wouldn't it be crazy though if like Bitcoin went up to like $1 million a coin or something stupid?
You know, every time you talk about the Bitcoin and those things, I think of the Beanie Baby craze back in the 80s.
They cannot even manufacture a case.
How come?
Bad.
Well, people, it's
the
that
emissions issues?
Yeah.
people are just tired of central banks controlling them.
Yeah.
This is about
they're
government
regulated.
control.
Yeah.
I got you.
Because the pollution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony,
Right.
did any of your family ever have to deal with the Great Depression?
I'm sure that they did, but none of them are living now that did, that I know of.
Okay.
As long as we don't have to buy from Sistore.
Because my grandmother, she remembers the Great Depression and she didn't like it. So
All those times I don't mute.
she
Zero.
doesn't. She doesn't trust the banks much.
And right now, this person is in charge of money. This person with the bad hairdo is in charge of money.
Who's the guy with the bad hairdo holding the sign up?
You can't even see his hair.
Yeah, you can. You can see half of it. It's awful.
Let's see that shit.
Well, the only thing that matters is he's holding up a sign that says "Buy Bitcoin."
No, that's not what matters.
It's not his hair.
Nice
That's the
strike.
problem. It's the receding hairline.
Does Grandma invest in Bitcoin?
No, Grandma does not. She didn't like banks in the first place.
My mother hates microwaves, so
I'm kind of with your mother there. I don't like some bitches neither.
So
They're gonna hate the Radiation King television then.
The only two purposes for a microwave are bacon if you got enough time and popcorn. They're handy for that.
they're also handy for reheating last
I don't
night's
even
dinner.
do bacon in the microwave. That's like a travesty.
reheating pizza.
Reheating
I'm
pizza.
not allowed to eat pizza anymore though, or cheese. So, but it was handy for that.
Ever?
About throw it in the damn.
Yeah, no pizza.
Ever?
Yeah, no pizza ever.
Damn.
You know, I think I'm gonna go get some bacon.
Come over there, South Carolina, and bomb you.
What do you care? You're Jewish. You don't eat bacon.
Yeah, but when I came on Gunchannels, you guys kept talking about bacon, so I started
Wait.
eating it anyway.
Jewish people aren't anti-pork.
Technically, they are.
Yeah, we're not your trafe bacon pork is trafe,
Is
Well,
not kosher.
really, the ones that adhere to it are the Orthodox, right?
Yeah, I like
Any-
the Kabbat House people, but I'm really not Orthodox, you know.
If you're not Orthodox, you can eat pork. It's just it's not good for you. That's the only thing.
Yeah, well, too much saturated fat is what the problem is. So
Yeah.
you want to keep your saturated fat down to your LDL HDL ratio. HDL, H for healthy, LDL, L for lethal. So you want to keep your LDLs down. So that's why I don't eat bacon.
You want to eat more avocados.
So I'm gonna go eat some bacon and get some brunch. So I'll be back. Probably about an hour.
The Baconator.
No, I'm not making a Baconator. I could. I've got enough materials to make one.
I don't know. I started getting in the habit of actually grinding up strips of bacon and putting it in the hamburger meat before I make the patty for burgers. That's
Well, if you
nice.
need any tips when you get a bypass, let me know.
No, Sean just had a scare already.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know about that? No, I think you knew. I think you knew.
You think I knew what?
That I had I thought I had an arterial blockage in my chest, but so far so good. Like all the ultrasounds and everything are coming up negative. They're going to have me come back in a month and compare what they sawhat they saw the last time to what they're going to see in 2 weeks. But they were like, the heart valves are good. He's like, you've got a little bit of a what do you call it? Like a blowback or something. But he's like, that's normal. You know, he's like, it's well within normal specs. And I was like, okay.
Did they do an angioplasty?
No.
No, he wouldn't go for that, and that's the sure way.
They haven't suggested it yet.
Because
the whole damn gamut to milk your insurance out of every goddamn dime they're going to get instead of doing the real test first.
It don't bother me, man, as long as I ain't got to pay it out of pocket. But it looks like I'm fine. Like my cholesterol levels are normal. My blood pressure's.
Well, basically, the only thing that matters is there not a blockage?
They don't know. They don't think so.
Yeah. Well, the only way the way to find out is the angioplasty. They stick a wire up your arm or up your leg and into your heart, and they look.
Yeah.
Then they let you know.
My blood pressure numbers are low enough to where it's not even. It's like 138, so it's not even like 120 over 80. It's like 138 over like 84 or something. So it's like you're barely over. You know, like your cholesterol's fine. You know, all your, I guess, nutrients in your blood are fine. So I was like, okay. He thinks it's actually a structural problem with an injury I had like 10 years ago, and it's just trying to heal around it and pulling on things it shouldn't be pulling on.
So. I'll leave it to the doctors.
All of my shit was fine for my first heart attack too, just so you know.
Yeah, arterial sclerosis. The heart disease has no symptoms, not one. So there's no symptom for them to look for, except look in your arteries and see if there's a blockage, because there's no symptoms. So.
All I'm pointing out is it's best to be 100% positive than to wonder.
And all I wanted to say is eating bacon won't help. So just try and live a healthy, lifestyle with a healthy diet. Try and do all, try and keep
Clay
your
and Angry
cholesterol.
That Clay says we got to get Pondery to walk to work, and Angry says while pulling his Fiat like a horse. Looking out for your health.
Oh, boy. They should put some of that coconut rum in this coffee. Give it a little jolt.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I had it a couple days ago, and it was pretty good in the morning coffee. I think I'll just stick to plain coffee. Better for me.
Hazelnut creamer and a shot of coconut rum in your coffee. That sounds like a pretty good morning.
I don't like hazelnut.
Blasphemy.
Yeah, that amaretto stuff, it's just too sweet.
Or you'd hate Golden Drac then. Which I did not have yesterday.
you realize that when they were talking about drinking larger amounts of coffee would make you less likely to drop dead early, they specifically said not to put shit in it because it's that shit that kills you.
Milk.
Yeah,
half and half. No half and half in the coffee. Aw.
Fuck that. I don't do black coffee. It's just because it's hard to find one that brews or it doesn't taste bitter.
I go with pea berry. Get pea berry. The smaller beans aren't as bitter. I'm having my Hualalai brand pea berry this morning. And it's Hualalai is the name of one of the 7 volcanoes here on the Big Island. And it's also, you can get it on the internet. Just Google it. And I'll find it.
I did pick up some 44 special info on loading hot loads in 44 special, even though nobody wants to give them out.
Oh, they sell it on eBay too. Shit, the eBay price is that cheaper than Walmart? Oh no, this isn't the pea berry though. Where's the pea berry? Come on.
Tony, I just load my 44 specials with the same load table as 44 Magnum if I want them hot. Like I use a low volume powder, so it's not like compressed or anything.
You know, that is more expensive than at the local Walmart.
Pressure spike's a little higher, but yeah.
It's about $6 more than at the Walmart. This is the ground one, not the whole bean. You can get Hualalai.
Oh, I found a local gun store that sells
on eBay.
Black Rifle coffee right on the shelf now. Like
Really?
They bulk order it? Yeah. They're like an hour away, but I mean, that's not a big deal. They're like, we stock Black Rifle Coffee Company. I'm like, holy shit, because the shop is actually called something Coffee and Guns. And I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah, there was some weird, like Black Death coffee or something, you know, at Safeway. I was like, screw that.
Oh, you're talking about Death Wish coffee?
Yeah, something Death Wish coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff's awesome.
I'll just stick to the Kona pea berry. That's, like you said, it's not bitter at all.
Yeah,
because the bean is the smaller beans.
I like Blackbeard's Delight from Black Rifle Coffee Company. That's pretty good stuff.
Hey, I'll be back shortly.
Anyways, this is what I'm drinking right now. So. But I didn't pay that much for it. It's like, I think it's like $20 for a bag of beans. Not. Anyway.
Yep, this is good stuff. I agree. What was that name? Small Town Brewery just came out with a new drink. It's called Not Your Father's. I think it's Not Your Father's Mountain Dew or something like that, or Not Your Father's Mountain Drink, because they can't say Mountain Dew. But it's basically Mountain Dew with 5% alcohol. I may try that. Because they're Not Your
Mountain
Father's
Dew with alcohol?
Yeah, because Not Your Father's root beer was actually really good. It's pretty funny. One of the pubs I go to, they carry St. Arnold's root beer, and it's on the menu, like buried in there with all the other beers. So that way when people bring their kids, to the place, because it's real family friendly over there, they can feel like they're included. They even serve it in like a tulip glass for the kids. It's pretty awesome. But they do that Not Your Father's root beer too. It's pretty good. If I liked root beer more, I'd drink it more often.
I never liked root beer.
It's not really my thing either. It's like I like to thicken it up and then use it as a glaze on ice cream. That's all right. But I also do that with the maple and honey whiskeys. Like I'll corn syrup or cornstarch them, make them a little thicker, freeze it, and glaze it over ice cream. Awesome. Or just add a shot of it in there, part of a milkshake or something. It's pretty cool.
I gotta step away and dig out my Metropolol, low-dose aspirin, take those down really quick. So I'll be off medicating. Be back in a minute or two.
Yep.
What the doctor ordered.
This is what I need. Yeah. I'm building little things today. Oh, and apparently we're out of larger cases. Gotten so far ahead that we ran out of inventory. That's pretty cool. Part of being out of inventory is because our supplier can't manufacture the cases right now. Something about like national emissions regulations are stopping our production. Imagine that. A case maker has to stop production. The more and more I keep yanking my goddamn earpiece out of my face, I'm starting to understand why the people wanted those ridiculously expensive wireless Apple headset things or earplugs. I'd wear my Bluetooth headset thing, hands-free or whatever, but I'm not sure how good the audio would be. Then again, if I broadcasted with that sounded more like a radio, that'd probably be legit. So I listened to the Mayweather Conor McGregor press conference this morning. Retarded. I always think those fight boxing press conferences are stupid anyway. It's like, it's a sport, right? It's boxing. And it's like people go in there to these things to talk shit, to try to provoke each other. And it's like, you got the biggest mouth in boxing, Xtra Roy Jones Jr. on one side. You've got the biggest mouth in the UFC on the other side. Of course it was going to go horribly wrong. Mayweather went from like 0 to ghetto in 3 words. And McGregor, he went the full brogue. Going to knock you out in 4 rounds. You can count on it. And it's like, good luck. You're going to have to catch him first. I hate that man as an individual, but I admire that guy as a boxer. Incredible. He is talented. It's just he's an asshole. That's weak. I wonder if he got a Bugatti Chiron yet. That, and I sent a suggestion through Drive Tribe to section the Grand Tour, and I'm like, Bugatti Chiron versus Plane, the Bugatti versus Plane rematch, part 2, Vladivostok to the Eastern European border. How about that? Let's make that happen. Got like 10,000 likes. Everybody wants to see that. I want to see that. It's gonna have to be like a 2-day flight or something, or James has to stop in for the night, and Jeremy has to decide how far he wants to drive before he passes out. I wonder if boxing was the first sport. I think the marathon actually was. The first Olympic sport was, or the first Olympiad, I think, was in Greece, Athens, and the only event was the marathon. So I think that's the first sport, technically speaking. And I think the discus and the javelin was next. Something like that. I can't count today. No, I can use this. Yeah, running. Yeah, I think a Roman saw a poor African native out in the savannas one day getting chased by a lion with no trees in sight. And they thought, that's a brilliant idea. We should copy that. Maybe without the lion, though. I picked a really fun movie of the day today, by the way. Due to somebody's birthday being today. And the vehicle of the day. It's all themed, you know how I do it. I did not pick a female of the day. The reason I picked the gun of the day that I chose is because I'm pretty sure CN Arsenal is going to do an episode on it quite soon. So that gives you an idea of the era. Shit. This is different. To engineer around something. So anyway, I forced myself to stop looking at the adoption page for that dog because my stuff isn't selling fast enough. So now I have to take it on faith, I guess, if I get him or not. It's really frustrating. Plus my mother, the hypochondriac, I caught her looking at rheumatoid arthritis yesterday. I think she does have it actually in one knuckle on her left hand. I always wondered if they could just Botox the nerve on that knuckle and finger or the top of her hand, because it's a pain sensation she's experiencing. Damn it, this isn't gonna work. How am I supposed to wire this shit? I have to come up with a creative engineering solution. I get to take box here. How the fuck is this supposed to work? That was my word. Yes, okay.
So what's going on?
Nothing. Nothing really, not yet.
Well, that's what it sounded like was going on. So I guess.
A whole lot of nothing.
Right.
We can talk about whatever. I try to talk about the argument I got into with like 500,000 libtards on Yahoo News, but it would just piss me off. Like there was a story that broke yesterday about how since the defunding of Planned Parenthood, teen abortions have skyrocketed, and it's just like, wait. The one institution that actually specializes in abortions get defunded, and the number of people getting abortions is still increasing. So what was the whole point of that again? And they were like, they provide this and this and this and this. And I'm like, why don't you go do your research? Look at the hit piece where somebody called Planned Parenthood in every state in the country, and they said that they offered like no prenatal care whatsoever once you're pregnant. And they're like, well, they're not an OBGYN. And I'm like, if they're supposedly doing gynecological screenings and stuff, then they are gynecologists, or there's one in there. I'm like, it's nothing but I'm not even pro-life. Imagine that. And I'm like, they're nothing but a murder factory, you know? It's like, you want to have your choice, you go right ahead, but it's like, don't tell me that this is what you claim it is, because it's not. Retarded. Whatever happened to people taking fucking personal responsibility?
Liberalism.
Yeah, no shit, right? It was funny too, because like the first person that actually commented against my story was from Illinois, and I'm like, damn. I was like, you seem like you got it all figured out. I was like, you should run for fucking state senate or something and figure out why your stupid ass is in fucking debt and your lottery got suspended. I'm like, the world or your state needs you. She didn't have shit to say after that. And some other asshole from New York said some shit. And I was like, really, dude? I was like, you're gonna cast the first stone?
Well, Illinois is in the state it's in because the governor did not want to see the liberal policies continue.
Yeah.
Drug his feet for 3 years until they just got together and outvoted him.
Almost sounds like Chris Christie's problem. Red leader in a blue state or something like that. I don't know.
Basically, they turned enough Republicans to be able to override Browner's veto, and that's what they did. And they raised our taxes 60%, and they're crying 2 days later that it's not nearly enough.
I know about that Aztec story, Moon. I know about that. Taking the heads of their enemies or whatever.
And I tell the people of Illinois, any of them that listen, don't you remember when they raised this temporarily to help with this budget problem? And then when it was time to go back down to normal, it didn't.
Yeah. They're like, well, people won't notice. We'll just leave it there.
No, they lowered it, but they lowered it down to where it was like 15% tax increase over 66. Now they got the budget they want with the 60% tax increase, and they still scream it's not nearly enough.
So there's a regular one. Green light. Small. Tiny. Right? 1-to-1. And then there's the special one. Blue light. USB. SD cards. $300 higher price tag. Oh no, sorry, $200 higher price tag. Because of this. Easy, huh? Oh, and no instruction manual apparently. Great. I gotta find one. I don't understand why they never come with it.
Manuals? We don't need no stinking manuals.
This one requires it just because it's shit. Really? It's gonna tear the paper. God damn it.
I watched a Oleon Noor video earlier about they're talking about reasons they don't like to appendix carry.
Yeah.
And he's saying basically appendix carry is great until you have to sit down. And I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? I appendix carry every fucking day, and I sit down all fucking day. I drive appendix carry, and it does not bother me in the friggin' least.
Did he actually illustrate why he was saying that?
Not exactly, no. I bailed on the video before it got halfway through because it was like ridiculous.
There's probably good reasons in there. Like imagine if you had to wear suit pants and slacks, you know, stuff like that.
Suit pants or slacks would be more comfortable than doing it in tight 501s. Now, granted, I did change pants when I decided to appendix carry. I went from 30 or 31s to 32s.
I can't remember the exact day, but I used to wear 32 30s, I think. And then all of a sudden one day it was like I went from 32 to 34. 34s are just comfortable enough. Of course, I dropped 25 pounds since November. even though I can't tell where it went, because I still look the same. Depends on what you carry and how high you are willing to wear your pants. Yes, that would be true.
Well, basically, they're saying they didn't like it because they couldn't carry a bigger gun with full capacity. Was their argument, because they had to go to something like a shield. And I'm like, fuck, I don't carry a smaller gun.
Shit, I think I got that right.
Now, I'm not appendix carrying the 629 IWD. Don't get me wrong.
Fuck no. That's going to be hip carry or shoulder rig, for me at least. Actually, my 629, I have to drop leg holster because it's long and heavy and very chunky. I should do a video on my 629. Maybe I'll do that one next. It's probably not a bad idea. I was trying to hold off until I got an unfluted cylinder for it, but I don't see myself doing that anytime soon. Because Dwayne Johnson's competitor has an unfluted cylinder. And I prefer those anyway. They're easier to clean too. Oh, this is going to Orange County. Man, my returns are piling up today. I'm sparing you all the tape gun shenanigans.
Sparing us all what?
The tape gun shenanigans. I'm boxing shit up right now. This crinkly stuff doesn't take long. All right, shenanigans over. Sweet. It's pretty funny when they tell you to stop doing something because you're getting ahead of everyone else. They can't keep up with you today. Okay. Mm-hmm. A deal. Moving right along. I guess I'll go ahead and do my returns for the day. Ain't got no time for this. Sweet. You're eating soup on the soupy day. Oh, hang on a sec, I'll bear with you. Good God, man. I just went outside. It's like, it's probably at least 100 out already.
You are in southern Texas, ain't you?
I don't know. I think this is the bottom half. Maybe the bottom, maybe right in the middle. It's bad today.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be as bad today as it was yesterday here.
Like this is, I bet if I went to my outdoor range right now, it'd be empty. Totally. Like, nobody in their right mind would be out in this. Not unless they had to be. Even then, I don't think I'd go. I mean, if they were like, range fees are waived today, like I'd fill a camel pack full of ice water or something. Then I might go. Range fees and targets are free today. Use coupon code HOT-AS-BALLS. And you use like the keyword when you walk in. They're like, hey, welcome. You know, what can we do for you? Like, the password is HOT-AS-BALLS. And they're like, oh, right this way, sir. Crap. So I have to make one of these. One up. Trying to think of an entertaining social exercise right now. I want to unfold this. I'll probably write it down before I start talking about it. But we'll do that today. Oh, did you hear Jimmy's video got nailed yesterday?
Okay.
For his What Would You Do segment? Thought that was kind of weird.
You know, I figured it would.
His response was funny, though. He was like, one tiny clip without audio on an 8-hour show. This is ridiculous. Oh, this is going to suck. I'm not going to deal with this shit. Nope. It says leave it leasing office, and they still didn't deliver it. Because it was refused by the leasing office. Imagine that. That dude's gonna call pissed off. He's gonna be like, why did my shit get returned? Take it out with your fucking leasing office. It's nuclear out. Yes, it is. I don't even want to deal with today. Like, I'm done for the day. Well, at least the sensible people of Yahoo News outrank or outnumber the idiots. Like, I even stopped following Yahoo News yesterday. I was like, I've had enough of this. It was literally just an overabundance of stupidity. Plus, their stories are shit, too. It's like, they hired Katie Couric. That's all you need to know. I heard some woman died because she got caught in the jet wash of a jet taking off.
I saw that.
Poor Kiwi. There's some airport in South America that's like that too. Like cars are getting blown off their wheels. It's like, why don't you just remove the road that's behind the airport?
Or erect a concrete wall.
Yeah, like an angled wall so it directs the jet wash up and around. You have like a curling effect so it doesn't push you over. Articles of impeachment were charged against or filed against President Trump today, or yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure that they've been filing those every fucking day since he won the election.
Well,
Next.
They have to find something criminal to actually charge him with. So far, they got nothing. So it's like, I wonder what that paperwork must look like. Hot wing pizza? Is that a thing? Like they put strips of buffalo chicken on it or something?
That's a thing around here.
It still got cheese on it?
I've never bought one. I ain't interested, but I knew they make hot wings pizza.
Like chicken Alfredo pizza, I occasionally will venture over to. But it's got to have a lot of garlic salt in it.
Nope. Give me pizza with every kind of meat you can think of on it, bunch of black olives, and then the normal pizza accoutrements beyond that, we're good.
So you like Papa John's The Works?
I've never had Papa John's in my life.
Really? Are they not up there?
Yeah, they're around here. It's just
they're pretty good.
I don't care that much for pizza to go seek it out.
Yeah. Well, they deliver, but I mean, I guess if they're far away, they wouldn't.
Yeah, nobody delivers here.
You know, it's funny. They had one right by my house. It was like 10 minutes away. And, you know, deliveries are no big deal. And now they're 25 minutes away. It's like, what the fuck? You moved out of the area that served my neighborhood, my entire neighborhood. And now the deliveries take like an hour. Sucks. I don't think.
Usually.
Yeah, I haven't had pizza since November.
Usually, if I have pizza, it's Casey's General Store pizza.
Was it Walmart? They carry this thing called Bigfoot pizza, something like that, or Sasquatch pizza or something like that. It's gigantic.
I don't know. I really ain't that.
The original pizzeria was called, I think, Sasquatch Pizza, and now they make it for Walmart for distribution. And that's like a fucking small business success story in itself. But I think it was Sasquatch. So I can find it. Yeah, it started in like Washington or something. It's a 3-pound pizza. Yeah, that's the one. I don't want to try one of those. I think not having a pizza since November and then finally having one, that would constitute moderation, right? Big
Hey, do you know?
Actually, Pizza Fino's pretty good because they use a clay coal-fired oven to make theirs. It's really good, but they're really expensive. Like the basic, with everything on it, it's like $30. And then there's this other place by the pub I go to. It's called Grimaldi's. You can make a pizza that's $100 there. It's insane, and the place is always packed. Is there even? Yes, there is a link, but I have to try to get it out of my email. Give me a second. I'll pull it up for you. Yes. Oh, good. You already did it. This episode of What's on TV at Tino's Today.
Right now, just some guide thing. I don't know what it is. How's everyone doing?
Trying not to sweat.
Aren't you inside?
Yeah, doesn't mean shit around here. Not at my shop, nope.
I actually turned the space heater on this morning.
Well, aren't you fancy, Tony?
Yeah, that's blasphemy.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's even possible. It's 100 degrees.
My freaking air conditioner, for some reason, decided that 71 equaled 62.
Oh, yeah, because it's just going to blow cold air until the ambient air turns 71. That happens in my bedroom all the time. It's like my living room thermostat is set to, I think, 78. And when I get home from work, my bedroom's like 73 because I keep the door closed. And then it doesn't reach the thermostat that's all the way on the other side of the house. So it just runs. I still needed the windows unit just because the insulation of my house is dated. We're good.
Waiting for my computer to finish updating. That way I can get to my email and see if I have anything from Optics Planet.
Watched pot never boiled. It must be a CNN proverb because it actually does boil. Just, you don't want to sit and watch and wait for it. Let's see what this guy's returning this shit for. It's gonna be something. Your phone shit. Pizza is a vegetable. Pizza is only a vegetable if there's only one meat on it. Like if you have pepperoni with all the vegetables on there, then pizza is a vegetable because you can always argue that the pepperoni just has a bunch of stuff to eat. But if you have to share it with like sausage and beef and whatever else, then you can't do that.
The guys that used to run Lucas Pizza here locally would disagree with that because they would serve you up a slice of beef pizza that would come with about an inch or so of shredded beef on top of.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it does,
Oh, it
doesn't
was. It was really good. And unfortunately, they didn't survive long because they didn't charge enough, evidently.
You want to hear something that didn't survive long? There was an article posted a couple weeks back when I did National Fried Chicken Day that the best fried chicken in Houston is from a place called Frenchie's. They're a franchise. They're everywhere. But they built one right in the back of my neighborhood. And I got really excited. I'm like, oh, cool. I can finally just get it close by. And I kept putting it off and putting it off. They opened it in January. And I went there yesterday, and it was out of business.
That's because all you fuckers in the neighborhood put it off too long.
Probably. I mean, the location wasn't the greatest. It's tragic. Jesus Christ. People are buying portable DVD players for computers, and they're saying, I can't get it to work as a DVD player on my TV. It's like, where in the description did it say that I could even do that? Oh. Welcome to Stocking Speed. What's funny is I'm on a spending freeze right now. I don't think I have anything coming up that I have to pay for. But something in the back of my head keeps telling me, don't buy something, you need the money. And I'm like, I keep asking myself, what do I need the money for? Because I've been putting off buying more extreme penetrators for 4570 and brass. And I keep putting off the Nagant die set. I think part of it's because every time I go to Midway, it's like every fucking time I go to Midway, I think, okay, I'm just gonna get this one thing, right? And then I end up with like a $200 invoice.
Jeez.
Every time.
That's why Midway thrives.
Yeah. It's like every time I buy a new gun or a gun in a new caliber, I go to Midway, I already know I'm spending $200 because it's going to be brass bullets, die set. Every time. Like, fuck. It's funny too because I told my dad, I was like, I'm going to trade my Beretta PX4 subcompact and I'm going to get a Marlin 336. And I'm going to go upside down on it so I get to make a little bit of money and I'll get up to throw in like a case of ammo. He's like, yeah. So we drove out to this place to go get it. And I turned around and I looked at him. I'm like, you do realize this is still going to cost me $200. And he goes, why? He's like, there's no tax stamp on this rifle. And I'm like, you knew about that. And then I'm like, no, because when I get home, I'm going to go to Midway. I'm going to order the dies, the brass, the bullets. And he's like, oh, so you're not going to spend $200 at this shop. You're just going to spend $200 feeding this gun. Exactly.
That was kind of my whole point of buying all them damn 44s.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same way. Like, I originally started off trying to consolidate calibers or whatever. But then it becomes no fun because it's like you're limiting yourself of some guns that are really pleasurable to shoot your own. But I mean, the thought process of why to do it, I can't dispute that at all because I did the same thing. You know, I was like 44, 357. And I think that was it at the time. And then I branched out to 40 when I got my shield. Then I branched out to 454. And then I, by default, 45 Colt. And then I got the 500. Then I got the 4570s. Then I started getting the, it's a snowball effect after that. I don't regret it. It's just, it takes up a lot of space. Half my closet are MTM cases full of bullets.
And I'm not faulting you for it either. If you can do that, that's great. I just don't want to have all that shit around here.
It is a bit space consuming, that's for sure. Like I used to have a bunch of MTM boxes on the bottom shelf of my bench because I had the space for it. But I mean, then I started looking around and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm having a hard time getting to all these primers and these powders. Now I've got 2 stacks of die sets. I'm like, okay, the bullets have to go. You know, so now it's just reloading parts on that bench. And it's still full somehow. It's all right. I kind of like it too because I guess I'm what you could call it a toolophile. Like, I love buying tools. They always have a use, you know? There are things out there that you have to spend money to make money, and tools are definitely one of those things. So I never regret buying them. Toolophile. I wonder if that's a thing. I was really happy yesterday too because I was going through a bunch of shit that I was going to throw away, making room for more bullets and stuff, or loaded bullets. And I found my torque wrench. I thought I lost it maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I was so mad when I misplaced it. I found it.
Hell, I'm actually thinking about buying another set of 44 dies just to keep Magnum and Special set up without having to go through all that resetting the dies every time I change between the two.
That's not a bad idea. You have a turret press?
No.
If you had a turret press with those plates, that makes perfect sense. Get a Stromboli, eat it like a burrito. I can't do that. The way the Strombolis are made in my area, it's like a semicircle. It's a half circle. It's a hemisphere. So I can't roll it because it's so fat. You just have to grab the rounded part in your hands and just work your way from the top down. Or you can cut it in half and work it from the insides to the outsides. Yeah, Strombolis at my place, they're like $8 and they weigh 3.5 pounds at least. They're big. I love them. It's probably why I thought I had a heart condition because I was eating like twice a week. Actually, no, I'd get a Stromboli one day and a calzone the other day.
I used to like Pizza Hut's calzone.
You know, they were passable. They were okay. Do you remember when they had this pizza? I think it was called The Edge. It was real thin and crunchy.
Yeah.
And they sprinkled on some sort of Italian seasoning on it. Man, I used to love those. Like, I'd buy those 2 at a time because my mom and dad could eat a whole one. And then I would go through about 3/4 of one. Because they're not very filling because they're so thin, but they're really tasty.
We used to go to Pizza Hut all the damn time. And I really liked Pizza Hut's Meat Lovers pizza once I learned to order it light on the sauce because I'm not the hugest tomato sauce fan.
Yeah. You'd probably like Papa John's then. It's called the Meats. They don't skimp. They're great. And they give you like a garlic dipping sauce with a crust too. And you also get those pepperoni cheese or something. They give you a couple of those. Happy days.
I tell you honestly, if I'm going somewhere to eat bread, it's going to be a Bonnie's. I don't know if that's a national chain or not, but there's several of them around here.
Yeah.
And they are renowned for their bread.
That's something that I guess doesn't really get, I don't know. It's like, it's not something that you typically hear a lot about when it comes to American cuisine. Like, you know, Asians are rice-centric, right? Except typically Westerners are bread-centric. But even then, we don't really talk about where the best ones are or what the best kinds are. I find that kind of odd. probably because we're too busy blaming the beat-centric Russians.
I don't know where the hell I would think the best bread came from. Lambert's has got to be up there on that list. That's kind of a regional thing, so most people wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't have that around here.
I haven't been in Lambert's for freaking 20 years, and I swear I'm going to go every time me and the old lady go down and visit friends in Missouri because it's, it's a 60 or 70 mile drive from where they're at as opposed to 400 from here.
I guess the word miscategorized is not actually a real thing. My freaking spell check always goes crazy when I write it.
I don't need no freaking inch pounds torque wrench. I can do that with my freaking hand. Foot pounds, yeah.
I've been wanting to buy one anyway. Like, I want to get a 1/4 inch drive torque wrench in inch pounds. Mainly because there are certain things on a BMW that require it, but I just do it by feel in most cases. But I'd still like to have one just to have it. And to this day, I still don't have a 3/4 inch drive ratchet set.
I don't either.
I work on some big things. Like I used to work on portal axles and things and put them onto Jeeps. So I mean, sometimes that would be very useful. It's just I've never bought any.
Well, I got really lucky. My boss, his wife, attended 10 to 12 Christmases ago, bought him a many $1,000 Craftsman toolkit, toolboxes, tools, whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I don't even fucking use tools. So I don't work on shit. So, we'll just supply the tools for the shop and you can use them. And if I ever need a tool, I know where they're at. So I never had to provide most of my own tools for work. They did. And, I had some specialty shit that they never had because working here by myself, I need like transmission jacks and shit like that. But I never had to supply tools for my work. And he was even of a mind that if you need a tool, just go buy it. I don't care. So that was one of the things in my mechanic job that was considerably different than most. I did not have to provide my own tools.
Yeah.
And for what I do around here, I have very minimal needed tools, decent wrench set and socket set, a few adjustable wrenches of crescent and vice grip sort, and I'm good. Because I fucking ain't doing nothing. That's why I have no interest in building an AR, because I don't want to fucking work on a gun.
Oh, I do. I enjoy it. Maybe not to like the same level Dead Horse does, but I'm sure if I had enough inflow of parts, I would enjoy it just as much.
If I were to build a gun, the part I would want to be able to do is make my own fucking barrel with my own rifling.
Your own style of rifling or just your own twist rate?
My own compound twist rate.
Okay. Because there's a video out there on how to do that. Some dude on YouTube actually made a video on how to make your own rifling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really intuitive.
But today, the hammer forged idea strikes me as way smarter.
Or you just beat it over a mandrel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Less waste.
The actual forging part of it actually strengthens the damn barrel.
Yeah, and it's less waste. There's no waste. There's nothing that comes off of it,
Right.
Maybe some slag chips on the outer edge of it.
But after seeing how good this Marlin works with the Ballard rifling, I'm not wholly opposed to that whole idea that Glock uses and several others are using that polygonal type stuff because that's basically what it is. And it makes more sense to have them flats all in there instead of having grooves cutting into the jackets of the bullets. At least in my mind. All right, Clay's out in the chat with some tool porn.
Oh.
I'm not looking because I can still get affected by tool porn even though I don't want no tool.
Wheeler
I think
engineering fat firearm accurate. Oh, that.
It was a very cool device.
I like that, actually.
Start talking tools and everybody wakes up.
Firearm accurizing torque. I just like the fact that it says fat wrench right on it.
Guys, I want to throw a tip out there. If you have your own firearms, please, for the sake of your firearms, buy a set of firearm intended screwdrivers.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Mark's video this Tuesday, Anvil, he goes through his toolboxes and he explains the actual difference between the cuts of the screw heads and the actual cuts of screwdriver bits that are used in firearms as opposed to like everything else. And when you see that, it'll make perfect sense to you.
The big thing is that gun specific screwdriver bits are hollow ground. So you can buy hollow ground screwdrivers and other sources too, but
yeah,
you know, which is the thing you want to make sure of. Yeah, hollow ground only. Because the tapered cuts on regular screwdrivers will flat fuck up a gun screw every time.
You know, that's because most gun manufacturers won't use Allen screws or like Torx bits. And the problem with Torx bits in most cases are they don't cut them deep enough. And if they did, they'd stick out too far in most gun applications. I do like that screwdriver though.
Yeah, it's definitely something now I'm gonna have to put on the list to get.
This is going on my wish list. Like I'm gonna send this to my dad because he never knows what to buy me for Christmas. Matter of fact, I might send him that 72-piece gunsmithing screwdriver set too.
Now, another tip I'll toss out there is if you own your own bench grinder, bucket of water, you can hollow grind your
screwdriver. Out on a toolbox or something?
What?
You can hollow grind your own screwdrivers fairly easy, and there's probably numbers YouTube videos on how to do so. I used to do it at work all the time, but you really need to study a little bit on how to retemper the tips. It's not hard, but it requires a little bit of knowledge.
Saved that for later. Thanks for sharing that, by the way. Just the tip, yes.
Yeah, you harden just the tip.
Oh, good. A new chapter of my boxing manga is out today. Excellent. I don't get enough of it. I geek out on boxing. I geek out on boxing and like armored tanks and ships and things and planes and all that kind of shit. Oh wait, they all left. I'll wait till the top of the hour. We'll get into the spiel of the day. Good stuff.
Another tip, do you know how to make a screwdriver magnetic before you hollow grind the tip without anything else, just the screwdriver by itself?
lean it up against another magnet?
No, I mean with nothing else.
I don't know.
Just take it and sling that thing a few times, tip first onto concrete, like throwing a knife and trying to stick it in concrete.
Yeah.
It will magnetize it. Not very much, but it will.
Oh, that's because you're forcing all the green molecules to go in the same direction from the impact.
Yep.
That's how you break magnetism too.
You can also wrap it with a coil of wire and touch each end of the wire to the battery briefly, and that'll magnetize the whole damn length that you got the wire wrapped around. But
A little more dangerous.
not if you're quick. I mean, I used that particular method at work quite a bit.
Shit.
When I needed to pick something up with the screwdriver and I didn't happen to have an extendable magnet or something handy, I did have a screwdriver that had a 3-foot blade on it. 3-foot shank or whatever the hell you want to call it. I can remember my boss come out and caught me doing that. I just wound a coil of wire around the freaking end of the screwdriver, and I was touching the battery. He's like, "What the hell are you doing?" So I'm turning this thing magnetic, and he's like, "That'll do that?" I'm like, "Yep." Science 101, man. I know a lot of shit because I read a lot of shit when I was younger. Back before I could look up shit on the internet and get to the answer I wanted right away, I would have to actually go to the library and get books and look through them and get distracted on other interesting shit that I found. I stored away for later use and filled up my brain with useless fucking trivia for some stupid goddamn reason. But I've never lost a match in Trivial Pursuit, ever. Probably the reason why I don't play the damn game anymore, because it's not that much fun.
That's why you have to tune into the tactical pop quiz of the day and get really stumped.
Well, yeah, because back then I wasn't interested in antique freaking guns that they made 2 of back in Germany in 1932. Hell, back when I was a kid, I wasn't really all that interested in guns, period, except a decent 22 to go squirrel hunting with. I lived down in Missouri. There weren't no pheasants, so I really didn't need a shotgun. I had one, but I really had no use for it. And my stepdad bought me guns, but he wouldn't buy me ammo, prick. I'd buy that myself. It's hard to do when you ain't got no money. That $5 a week I got for mowing the yard just didn't cut it. Although $5 a week's like $50 today. Seriously though, hell, I think for that $5 I could have bought 15 gallons of gas. I think when I had mini bike, I think it was like 29 to 32 cents a gallon back then, depending on where you get it. Cigarettes were 45 to 50 cents a pack. Probably 35 to 40 cents a pack if you bought a carton. And if you drove to Kentucky, they were 10 cents a pack because you had to pay all the fucking tax. By the carton, that is. 10 something. I mean, it was 10 to 15 cents or somewhere in there. It was less than 20 cents, I guess, is what I should say. 10 cents just sounds better.
God damn it! I hate the way they end these. Fuck. All right, let me get my mail back up real quick because I emailed it myself. I actually did show prep hours before I went to bed for a change.
Do what?
I actually did show prep hours before I went to bed for a change.
Well, me and Jimmy kind of discussed some show prep stuff yesterday, and it's like, what the fuck's the point? We get into it. We start into our freaking show with everything all prepped, and then we don't have a show that day.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
the next day he comes in. He said, "What'd you have prepped for Monday?" I said, "Oh no, I don't remember. I don't write this shit down." I got kind of it notated now. He did. He wrote it down in the sheets, but I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow or not. Because if it's weather's like they're saying it's going to be, I'm going to fucking range.
Yeah. Well, being that it actually is 11:59 America, for me at least in Central Standard Time, let me go ahead and get into the news or the info of the day. Surprisingly enough, today is not a national whatever kind of day. Like there's no National Fried Chicken or National something awareness. There was National Nothing today, which is weird because usually there's something offhanded or weird or something you never heard of before. But
National
not today.
Day.
Yeah, nothing today for July 13th. But today in history, it was pretty dull, actually. Let's see, in 1814 today, the Carabinieri, the National Gendarmerie of Italy, is established. You would have probably seen these guys a lot in the film Angels and Demons with Tom Hanks from 2009. It's those guys.
What guys?
The Carabinieri, Italian police.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, my new whistle was going off and I didn't hear you.
Yeah. In 1863, the New York draft riots began in New York City. Opponents of conscription began 3 days of rioting, which would later be regarded as the worst in United States history. Over 1,000 people died in the protests and riots.
So back in history, they killed protesters?
No, Irish cops billy clubbed them over the top of the head, probably. In 1923, the Hollywood sign is dedicated in the Hollywood Hills of Los Angeles. It originally read Hollywood Land, but the last 4 letters are dropped after renovation in 1949. In 2011, Mumbai, formerly known as Bombay, is rocked by 3 bomb blasts during the evening rush hour, killing 26 and injuring over 130 people. And 1 year ago today, British Prime Minister David Cameron resigns and is succeeded by Theresa May. Told you there was like nothing else in history. For Medal of Honor recipients, there was 14 citations, but there was only 1 award, and it was abroad. It was during the Boxer Rebellion of 1900, surprisingly, and it was given to a German immigrant named Robert H. von Schlick, private U.S. Army infantry. Let's see, his citation reads, although previously wounded while carrying a wounded comrade to a place of safety, he rejoined his command, which partly occupied an exposed position upon a dike. Remaining there after his command had been withdrawn, singly keeping up the fire and obviously presenting himself as a conspicuous target until he was literally shot off his position by the enemy. Don't think he survived that. Anyway, maybe he did. Doesn't say that it was a mortal wound or anything, but literally a Rambo moment in China in 1900.
Hold on a second. You're saying this guy's name was von Schlick?
Robert H. von Schlick.
Because that sounds like something Tiger Woods would be interested in to me.
Well, yeah, you never really hear much about the Boxer Rebellion, but yeah, it was actually there in China, in Tientsin, China, 1900. Birthdays today are as follows. Not very many. 100 BC. This has to be an estimate. Julius Caesar, Roman general and statesman. Murdered 44 BC, obviously. 1864, John Jacob Astor IV, American colonel and businessman. He was also known as the richest man to die on the Titanic in 1912.
was his fucking boat, wasn't it?
He funded it, I think, or he helped. No. He was an American businessman. He didn't even fund White Star. He was just on the boat. 1940, Patrick Stewart, English actor, director, producer, and apparently liberal douchebag. 1942.
Picard?
Yeah, Jean-Luc Picard.
Oh shit! I gotta go burn my fucking Star Trek: The Next Generation collection.
Yeah, dude, you should listen to half the shit he spews these days. It's pretty scary.
Well, he's a fucking Brit, which.
1942, Harrison Ford, American actor, producer, and obviously Indiana Jones. I know somebody out there is going, why aren't you saying Han Solo? Now you heard it. 1946, Cheech Marin, American actor, comedian, pot aficionado. And in 1956, Michael Spinks, American heavyweight boxer, formerly known for being retired by up-and-coming heavyweight champion Mike Tyson. It was his only loss, and he was knocked the fuck out.
I think he's the one that coined the phrase, "I never seen a motherfucker hit so hard."
Yeah. Michael Spinks was an amazing boxer in his own right, though. I think he was like 32-1, but he retired after that loss to Tyson. I think he knew it was time to hang it up because, I mean, hell, by the time Tyson faced Spinks, he was already 33 or 34 years old, I think. Yeah, about 34 years old, which is actually kind of up there in boxing, in boxing age. Deaths today, only one notable death today was George Steinbrenner back in 2010, American businessman born in 1930 and former owner of the New York Yankees. Movie of the day.
Probably fucking leftist too.
Well, he's been dead 7 years. So I guess it's not our problem anymore. Movie of the day. I chose a just fun movie, interesting. There are youngsters out there who the only introduction to Indiana Jones was the Crystal Skull? Is that the one with the Shia LaBeouf?
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah. Most people don't realize there were indie movies before that, or they didn't go back and look for them or anything. But the movie of the day that I chose,
good ones.
Yeah, was one of the best ones, actually. It was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. The reason I chose this was because the rumor is that the movie that's coming out, the 5th installment that's coming out in 2 years, I think it's either 2 years or 3 years from now. It's either 2019 or 2020 release date. There may be a similar homage story to Last Crusade, where Indy passes on the torch, so to speak, to his son, who I don't know who's playing him. I think it's Chris Pratt, right? But I hope it's Chris Pratt. He'd be the perfect Indy. But anyway, they're saying that it may be a similar type story where Indy's going to recall flashbacks of Last Crusade because now he's his father and the new guy's his son or whatever. So that's why I chose it. It was basically the quest for the Holy Grail episode of Indiana Jones in the sequel or in the series of movies. And
I just hope to Christ they ain't Tap LaBeouf again.
No. He's got to be a little bit older now, so I think it's going to be Chris Pratt. I hope it's Chris Pratt. He's already got the look for it. We know he can do action movies. We know he's a versatile actor in his own right. And anyway, that's the one I chose. It was the third movie of the series franchise. So, the franchise. Gun of the day I chose came from the movie, obviously, and it was the Villa Perosa M1915. It's a twin-barreled submachine gun of Italian manufacturer Officine Villa Perosa, or OVP for short. It was originally designed in 1914 by Italian arms designer Bethel Abio Ravelli as an aircraft weapon. It failed in this capacity as it was designed to fire low-powered 9mm Glisenti ammunition, which was weaker than dimensionally identical 9x19 Luger ammunition, and almost completely ineffective against even period aircraft due to the short effective range. In 1915, the Villa Perosa was converted for ground applications with the introduction of a variety of mountings, including light tripods, carrying trays, which were carried on shoulder straps, or put on the ground for a more stable position and less exposure to enemy fire. and light tripods. Later, a wooden rifle-type stock was designed for the Villa Perosa so it could be fired more or less comfortably from the shoulder, thus creating the first practical submachine gun in the world. After the war, some of the original Villa Perosa weapons assembled from two similar guns were disassembled into halves and put into rifle-type stocks, adding rifle-type triggers. Such conversions were known as Villa Perosa OVP-M 1918, as done by the original manufacturer. A slightly improved version of the same design was also produced by Beretta and was known as the Beretta M 1918. Thus, the Villa Perosa is not only practically the first submachine gun in the world, but also the beginning of Beretta's submachine gun traditions. As the original Villa Perosa submachine guns are rare and can hardly be seen outside of museums, those you see in movies are usually mock-ups made from Beretta submachine guns. So just the quick and dirty specs. It did fire 9x19 Bocenti. It weighed 14 pounds without the mount. When you get it in the dual gun configuration, it's 35 inches, had 11-inch barrels. Capacity was only 2 magazines of 25 rounds each, and it was full auto only. Vehicles day, not surprisingly, the Mark 8 Liberty tank. It was the last production tank of World War I, and it was considered an Anglo-American tank design of the First World War intended to overcome the limitations of earlier British designs. It was a collaborative effort to equip France, the UK, and the US with a single tank design. So basically, it was the NATO conglomerate of tanks. She weighed 38 tons, 34 feet long, 12 feet wide, 9 feet high. She had 2 6-pound Hotchkiss guns. However, in the movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, it was mocked up. A replica was made from an excavator following the hull shape of the Mark 8, but they Hollywooded it up and added a turret to it. Most of you will remember the fight scene that actually happened on the tank. There are only 2 surviving examples left in the world. Liberty tank survives in Fort Meade, Maryland. Tank's displayed at the Post Museum and was made in 1920 by Rock Island Arsenal. It was assigned to the 301st Tank Battalion, Heavy, later redesignated the 17th Tank Battalion, Heavy, throughout most of 1921 and 22. Dwight D. Eisenhower actually commanded that unit. Second Liberty tank is found at Aberdeen Proving Ground in Aberdeen, Maryland. It was moved to the National Armor and Cavalry Museum at Fort Benning, Georgia in 2010, and has been inside ever since. The interior has extensive damage from water and rust, although plans are in place for a full restoration. I'm not going to hold my breath for that. And in any event, that is your news and history of the day.
You can leave out the channeling Clarkson bit.
In the world. Yeah, I use that all the time. This is my thing. So now we just have to wait for Anger to pick us a female of the day.
Oh, he's either stating or asking if you got a lady of the day, so.
He says he's got one. So, let us have it. Because if I give you one, it's going to probably be... Oh, it's still on the screen. Yeah, I'll let Angry field this one. Because I'm not even sure who this is. Oh my god. Allison Duty from The Last Crusade. Really? Oh, she was Elsa. Yeah. Okay. Allison Duty will be Angry's choice for female of the day, in keeping in tradition with the theme today. And for those of you who have not seen the earlier Indiana Jones works, I highly recommend you do so. That will do.
And she was also better at saying goodbye.
Hey? I was going to pick McKenna Pausch, but I think your choice is excellent. Here, I'll give you the link for it if you want to check it out. There you go. Now I have to go back to the drudgery of my work. Man. Of course, lunch channels may come earlier today too, which is nice. I can touch on the news too.
Yeah, well, she's probably one of them leftists that don't want to be objectified.
Last Crusade didn't have the flying wing airplane fight scene, right? That was the one before it, I think. I better check. Because it wasn't a real flying wing. It was like a mocked up, made up thing. Yeah, that one was in the one with the, was that Raiders of the Lost Ark? I think that was in that one. I just remember that when I was a kid, Universal Studios actually made an attraction for that scene, and they had that plane from the movie in Florida. It was really cool. It was one of the few attractions that were brand new for that year that actually worked. My dad was pissed, man. We drove like, what was it, 1,600 miles to get there, and like half the rides didn't work. Like they had a new ET ride at the time. They had a new King Kong thing. They had this. Yeah, mechanic. Yeah, but the mechanic got propelled. Yeah, it was Lost Ark. But yeah, they reenacted that scene at Universal Studios as an attraction. It was pretty cool. And they were like, yeah, we've got the actual, this is the actual plane from the movie. Pretty neat. So what I'm hoping is going to happen is in this new indie movie that's coming out, I hope they bring back the line where his son goes, "Don't call me Junior." That was like a big thing in Last Crusade.
That sounds real important.
Be the third.
You know, it was really funny is in the second Sherlock Holmes movie with the Jude Law and Robert Downey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sherlock Holmes' brother keeps calling him Shirley.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, and it was like everybody must have been waiting for him to say, "Don't call me Shirley."
That would have been funny.
The line from Airplane, but it was an implied joke, but they never actually said it.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, according to my local news, today is actually National French Fry Day.
Something to actually celebrate. Yeehaw!
I'm not allowed to eat that shit either, so too much.
Like not even in moderation.
No.
Jeez.
Well, all you have to remember is the incision pain every time you walk by a pizza, frozen pizza, French fries, or just look. If you go through a drive-through at like Jack in the Box, they list how much saturated fat is in one of their combos. Look at it. Remember the incision pain, and you'll just keep on driving right by.
But by that line of thinking, there'd never be a family with a second kid.
Only if the girl had to have a CPAP, or I mean not a CPAP, a C-section.
Trump will serve as guest of honor at France's Bastille Day National Military Parade on the 100th anniversary of America's entry into World War I.
Well, the United States did save Europe. They did beat the Germans. If it wasn't for the American troops in World War One.
Twice.
Or they also saved them in World War II, but
yeah, they're doing a live joint press conference with Emmanuel Marsan.
I think in World War One, the French wanted to put the American troops under French command, and General Pershing told them to bugger off.
Let me see how to respond to you in French. Fuck off.
I still like Pershing's response to the threat of executing soldiers that are caught with shotguns at the front. He's like, that's fine. If you want to execute our guys for carrying shotguns, we're going to execute your prisoners using those shotguns. Love that.
Yes, shotguns were unfair or something. Violation of something.
Yeah, the Hague Convention for grievous wounds or whatever. But it was like, you know what? It was probably more.
World War One, that they
humane.
invented chemical warfare. They perfected it.
That too. It's like, I think it was more humane to use a shotgun with buckshot than it was to use fucking Ruby
Mustard.
32 caliber pistols, because at least the shotgun fired 9 rounds of 32 caliber all at once. You know.
Yeah,
whereas
I mean,
some guy might have to pop a pistol 4 or 5 rounds into the air before he actually hits the target.
I mean, what about mustard gas or all the other versions of gas, chemicals that they use to kill each other? You know.
Oh, it's grandpa time, man. I'll catch you later.
All right, man. We'll see you in a bit.
Aloha. Oh, man, so have you solved the world's problems?
We have solved some of the world's problems.
Right.
I think why are people freaking out over this iceberg thing, though, is what I'm really curious about. Because icebergs break off all the time. And despite the fact that this is a really big chunk, it's probably because little chunks haven't broken off in such a long time that it's just the sheer weight and mass of the thing finally gave way.
Well, what iceberg are people freaking out about?
The one in Antarctica that's like twice the size of Rhode Island or whatever. What's really funny is like they try to make it sound like a big deal. And then I went to like the UK Daily Mail or whatever, and they described the iceberg as a little more than 3 times the size of London City Square. Now all of a sudden it didn't seem so big.
Yeah, I think the permafrost on Mauna Kea, one of the largest mountain, the largest volcano in the world, is like the permafrost is melting on top. But this is Hawaii. I mean, you know, so what?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, okay, look, this is a really simple concept, right? It's like if the sun is burning brighter and hotter than it ever has in history, in recorded history, that's the same thing as saying, well, if you turn the oven up, it's going to get hotter, right? And it's like people don't want to, they're denying that. They are literally denying that the fact that the sun is burning brighter and hotter and that's causing it to be warmer. Like, no, it's human influence. It's global warming. It's like, prove it.
Whatever it is, don't we have something more important to worry about? Like Donald Trump Jr.'s Russian friends or something like that.
I don't know. Here's my question, right?
The press is all in a Twitter about, you know, the fact that Donald Trump Jr. talked to a Russian.
Well, here's my question.
It's not against the law to talk to Russians.
Exactly. Where is the legal issue with asking for dirt on somebody?
There isn't. There isn't one. It's all politics. It's like they want something to nail them about and talk to Russians.
They're trying to draw parallels of this to Watergate. And it's like, look, Junior didn't break into some place and steal information. Junior requested information. He was just asking, hey, do you got any, you know, it's like exploiting tabloids and shit.
Do you got any dirt on Hillary? That was about it.
How is that illegal? There's no legal issues whatsoever about that.
It's not conspiracy unless he gave them, you know, websites and said, go hack them. And I don't think he did that. And, you know, even he's not that dumb.
Yeah.
You know, if the Russians give him some information, you know, that's not against the law if he talks to him. It's not against the law to talk to a Russian, nor should it be.
Well, like the quickest 180 in liberal news in general was on the first day they tried to draw parallels between what he did or what they allege he did to Watergate. And they were like, the difference between what you're saying is there was a breaking and entering and thievery involved, whereas this is just an inquiry. And as soon as that was like called out, they stopped.
This is what Stalin did. He said, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. You know, first you arrest the guy and then you tell him what he's charged with.
Then you arrest him, or then you charge him.
You have to make up the crime, you know. You know, it's like, oh, here's the crime and you did it. It's like, no, here's the man. Let's figure out what crime he did. You know, it's Stalinist, and that's what the Democrats are doing. They're not being communists. They're a bunch of Stalinists. That includes the media and the whole Democratic Party.
And what's really funny is you know, the FCC has one job: to uphold, maintain, like a level of, I guess you can just call it a level of excellence, right?
I thought their job was just to separate who was on what frequency, you know, but.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that I think they're supposed to maintain a level of excellence when it comes to broadcasting, either over the air, over the net.
No, they're not. That's not their job. They're supposed to keep everyone on the assigned frequencies and hand out broadcasting licenses. That's it.
Well, yeah, but the thing is like say Rush Limbaugh goes on a freaking verbal tirade where he uses profanities.
The 7 bad words. George Carlin's 7 bad words or something. Is that what it was?
They would have slapped him with so many FCC fines. You know, like they would charge him.
What were the 7 bad words again?
Your guess is as good as mine. There's more than 7. But there's definitely 7.
Well, his routine, I forget. Was it?
I mean, the point being is if you
quick, somebody in the audience type out what the 7 bad words so I could say them and
get the
YouTube censors to.
If you have dead air for more than 8 seconds on a broadcast, they can fine you for dead air because you're not supposed to have dead air on your broadcast or whatever. So it's like, if they can do that, then how come they can't fine or suspend or even shut down fake news for inciting artificial panics in society? That seems like, you know, more important than, oh, he slipped a profanity. It's like, no, he just caused a nationwide panic. Or CNN just caused a nationwide panic. Now people are out buying shit.
Nobody watches CNN. It's impossible for them to create a nationwide panic because they have lower ratings than Nickelodeon. Less people watch them. More people are watching Yogi Bear than are watching CNN.
Yes. But it's just
more people are watching this broadcast than are watching CNN.
There's not just CNN though. I mean, if you look at who owns what outlets, a certain interest owns more news outlets than the resistance interest against it.
And they've got to be really shit bricks because what they own nobody watches now. So
yeah,
you know.
I don't know. 3 of the 5 FCC chairs appointed are Democrat appointments. That's why they're not doing their job. That's obviously why they're not doing their job.
Well, basically, the problem with Democratic politicians is, you know, and the whole news thing is, you can. How does it say go? You can fool some of the people all of the time, and those are the people you should focus on. So. You know, people aren't watching CNN anymore, you know, so I don't think they're ever going to get their audience back, and it doesn't matter what they do. They could talk about Russia from now until the cows come home, and the 2 people that are watching the channel I think there's like probably one guy whose job it is to watch CNN that works for Fox, so they can have something to report about. You know, and say, look what stupid thing CNN said on the Hannity show later tonight, and you know, I don't know who the hell would watch that unless they're stuck in an airport. You know, it just automatically comes up when they turn on the TV and nobody knows how to change the channel. So nobody in the text chat has figured out, has typed what the 7 bad words, you know, we aren't supposed to say are.
Well, hang on a second, I'll find out.
Blade HQ, the most bizarre knives.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember hearing this a lot.
Oh, George Carlin's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
It's called
pretty
the 7
good.
Dirty Words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember these. You can say piss now, though. Like the British use it all the time. They say taking the piss out of something.
So what are the 7 dirty words?
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
You can't even say tits?
Nope. But that's the thing. The British do all the time. That's gone tits up. Yeah.
Well, we can't lower ourselves to the standard of Britain.
They broadcast on BBC America all the time.
That's another channel I try not to watch. I mean, boy, when they get on about Trump, or they just, I saw them. They had like a colonel from the Israeli Defense Forces on, and the news anchor was just staring at him like he was a Nazi or something, and I wanted to go and strangle the first BBC reporter I saw.
At the time George Carlin wrote that, you couldn't say that stuff on TV. That is absolutely correct. Because, I mean, if you think about it, right, Deadwood could have just been renamed, how many times can we say cocksucker on TV? Literally.
I never really watched that show.
Ian McShane used that word like people take a breath.
All right. How about this interesting knife here?
That was so his thing. It might have been, at the time that show came out, it might have been a deliberate jab at the FCC to see how much they could take before they would say something. This is about the same era.
This is an interesting knife, the Jedi Master. LMAX, blade materials LMAX. So that's one thing. UTX 85. We're not allowed to have automatic knives in Hawaii, unfortunately. So,
woman kills herself after husband demands virginity tests. This happened in Tajikistan, of course.
She what herself?
She committed suicide when her husband demanded a virginity test.
Well, is this before they were married or after?
40 days after. 40 days
how could she well,
I don't know. That test is bullshit anyway. Ask any female gymnast. Like that.
There's never a female gymnast around when I need to ask them a question.
I know, right? Damn. It's like, where do you find one when you need one? No, but seriously, like female gymnasts and female athletes in general, the thing in question tears with, overexertion, like fucking, like, I don't know, even cheerleaders probably, well, before, I'm just saying.
I've personally popped a few.
All I'm saying is, it's like there are incidents of that throughout the eons of just, overexertion will tear that.
I'm a walking, talking. If his wife needed to be tested, I could do that. I wouldn't charge anything for the test, perform the test, depending on how good looking she was.
She's not much of a looker in this picture.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm not flying all the way to Tajikistan.
I mean, it's Tajikistan.
Double action out the front, automatic. It's LMAX blade, LMAX steel. It's very expensive steel.
Oh, shit.
So there's this sale on these weird knives, but
Today is
what?
We have a local brewery called the Eighth Wonder, and they use the Houston Astrodome as the backdrop for their logo. And today they said today's Happy 713 Day because 713 is the area code of downtown Houston. They're like, come on down to the brewery. They have specials going on tonight. I love that place because they don't take. You can't buy beer at this brewery with money.
What? They only take Bitcoin?
No, that's pretty funny though. Now the way that they were licensed originally, because it's a brewery, and at the end of the brewery they had like a tasting room, and people kept coming by, right? So the way that they were able to sell beer legally was, you would go up to the front counter, you would hand them $15, they would give you a commemorative glass, pint glass, and they would give you 3 bottle caps, and then you would go up to the bar on the other end of the place, and then you would hand them a bottle cap, and you can have any drink you want in the place. So you would actually pay for the drink with a bottle cap.
So tokens.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like a beer coin.
Yeah, beer coin, exactly. Like I would tell them, I'm like, this is very Fallout-like. Very cool.
If they ever let like World of Warcraft gold be traded for Bitcoin, then I would log on back to my account and be a millionaire overnight. A billionaire overnight, probably. I mean, they could have done that when Bitcoin was pennies, and they could have done that deal. The only problem being that Bitcoin has an actual limitation on how many. They can only print up 21 million Bitcoins.
Oh, that's creative. Okay, I'm going to give you like a derpy trivia thing. 2 fathers and 2 sons go on a fishing trip. They each catch a fish and bring it home. Why do they only bring home 3 fish? Trust me, it's not complicated like that Gunjabra thing that Jimmy does. This is actually a pretty basic thing.
Can you say the question again?
2 fathers and 2 sons go on a fishing trip. They each catch a fish and bring it home. Why did they only bring home 3 fish? It's actually pretty clever. I'm going to do a return.
I have no idea.
The answer is actually surprising. I'm going to give Avery a second to get to that one. And play.
I'm sure they'll just Google for the answer.
One guy was like priests and altar boys. No. In what? Oh my god. What's incompatible? You didn't spell that right. I don't think the delay is that long, is it? Between Google and our stream. You already had lunch that fast? Good God, woman. I'm having a craving for a Quiznos Chipotle turkey sandwich. I haven't had one of those in a long time either. Shame on y'all. No one can get that answer. All right. So since nobody answered it because they're stumped, I guess,
Well, hey, wait a minute. I'll Google foo it.
No. There's only 3 people. That's why. 2 fathers and 2 sons. There's a grandfather, a father, and a grandson. Technically, there's 2 fathers and there's 2 sons. That's why they only bring home 3 fish.
Ah.
Kind of clever.
I would have answered it, but there was a pop-up that came up on my Google here, and I didn't click the pop-up. It was one of those stupid advertisements.
I was gonna be blank. So I'll give it to you. There you go, Cuchillos. Cuchillo. How long did you know after we captured them that they were bounty killers? I've known since the day I saw them.
All right, I'll check my Steemit account. See if how much Steam I have. Oh, no more.
Watch,
Steam.
I somehow get fucking YouTube dinged for doing that.
Doing what?
That whistle from Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
Which whistle? Their computer searches for all kind of things. Let's see. Check my cloud mining. See if how much Bitcoin and Ether got added to my account.
Oh my god.
Nothing yet today. It'll probably take a little while longer. It's kind of early for them to add anything.
I think just starting a pot farm in Colorado will make you money faster than trying to mine Bitcoins.
I'm not trying to mine Bitcoins. I am mining Bitcoins. And Ether.
Shit works.
At an incredibly slow rate, however.
It works. Imagine that. Speak up, Knives. The floor is yours.
Huh?
Yeah. Be shy.
That was the dirt word of the day.
Dirty word of the day. Do we need to do a dirty word of the day?
Nah.
Should we add one of those?
Who got dinged yesterday?
Jimmy.
For what?
The What Would You Do video?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
YouTube dinged him? What does that mean? He can't do any live podcasts anymore?
No, they just hit him with a copyright infringement, so they demonetized the video. He protested it. He was like, it's an 8-hour show. That was like a 10-minute segment. It had, or a 10-second segment, and it had no audio. He's like, this is ridiculous.
They aren't going to care what the facts are.
Matter of fact, you'll probably get like ABC to jump his shit too for that other video he was showing. But I don't know. What's really funny is the same thing can be said for sports clips, right? It's like rebroadcast or retransmission of this is prohibited by the NBA or whatever, right? They have that for basketball. They have it for every sport.
Yes. Yeah.
And yet there are fan pages all over YouTube of complete fights and boxing and shit. And they don't do shit about it.
It's harder for their computers to search for that than it is for music. You know, they have an algorithm that can search for.
No, he didn't get hit for music. He got hit for a video. Like a news piece. And it didn't even have audio behind it. So their robots couldn't even hear it.
Oh, that when they were doing the news?
Yeah. Kind of weird.
So I found another small home for sale right by that vacant lot I was looking at that I went up in my Welcome to the Jungle video. There's a home like just down the block from there. It's not as nice as the one with the several mile long lava tube underneath it that I showed on my last show. Yeah. But this one's a lot cheaper. The one with the lava tube, the electrically lit lava tube, was like $400,000 list price, and this place is only $145,000. But
didn't you get a gas mask recently?
Yeah.
Does it work?
Sure.
How did you test it?
I had somebody throw poisonous gas into my condominium, and I'm still alive.
No, I mean, the reason I asked you that was because
it's a U.S. military gas mask and U.S. military filters.
Yeah. It's like I had a local friend actually get one, and the way he tested it is he put a can of Axe body spray on a tile floor in a small room, and he sealed the room, and then he shot the can with a pellet gun so it burst and like spread that concentrated scent all over the room really quickly. And he was wearing the mask the whole time, and he was like, I couldn't smell it at all. And I'm like,
I figured the U.S. military, after it's been a long time since World War I, and I figured that now they know how to build a gas mask. Yeah. And so I'm just relying on them. And it's hanging right over the stairs in a British gas mask pouch over my television. So it's just, you know, it's right in the center of my condo. All I have to do is grab it if I need it. You know, it's right there with like 3 filters in it. So brand new filters with expiration date.
Most people would kind of cock their head and go, why the hell do you need one of those? But I mean, I guess a lot of people...
I live on a volcano. What happens if the volcano blows?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, sulfur,
volcano
dust,
squad,
ash, CO2, all that shit. I was like, it actually makes sense in your application.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, that's the first person on Gunchannels that said I make sense. You should get a
It's immortalized in the video now forever.
Yeah.
No, that does make sense.
And more people will watch this video than we're watching CNN right now. So, yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there are people in wooded areas of California that have them for the exact same reason, because of the forest fires.
Yeah. Not to mention the Yellowstone supervolcano. What you gonna do?
Yeah, that's gonna blow up half the country, supposedly.
Yeah, it'll blow. There'll be so much dust in the air, it'll go all the way around the world, and there'll be dust over Hawaii. You know, after it goes over Europe, Asia, Japan, and crosses the Pacific, and then it'll be in Hawaii, because that's the direction the air flows, I believe. The international jet stream. Jesus, can't even.
I think there's going to be plenty of warnings before the actual big boom. I mean, it always happens, right? Like a vent starts to spew, and then, you know, it builds up some pressure, and then it finally goes with the big boom. I mean, you might not have a lot of advanced nodes, but you're going to get some advanced nodes. And usually a lava dome pushes up all the ground prior to an explosion anyway, doesn't it?
I don't know. Every volcano is different, so, you know. But anyway, there's this house, this little house here. It's only $145,000, and the lot that I was looking at was over right here. That in my Welcome to the Jungle, and this house is right here.
You're moving?
I haven't bought it yet, but I like this long driveway. It's like look at this driveway. It's like through the jungle, and the big U looks like a horseshoe. Driveway.
Scroll down just a little bit more, because all the icons are covering up your picture.
Oh, okay. Can you see it?
There you go. Yeah.
So the lot that I was looking at was over here in my Welcome to the Jungle video, and this lot is over here. This house.
You're saying that whole little meandering thing is like a driveway path?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, and obviously look at all the forest reserve back here.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like, and there's the volcano that blows up, you know, you'll be right there. But
now they don't have, like, you can't do this in Hawaii like, say, Hickok does in his backyard, right? Like, you can't make a clearing and put a backstop and all that. You can't do that, right?
Yeah, sure I can, but I wouldn't do it with this house because there's this one house is in between the clearing. I'd have to like hike back onto somebody else's property and do it like right here. There's this gigantic property that belongs to somebody else, but you could hike out there and set it up, just make sure it wasn't, as long as you had a backstop and you knew your neighbors, because your neighbors would obviously hear it because there's a house right there. There's a house right there and there's a house right there. So, but if they're cool with it, then you won't have any problems. So that's one of those be nice to your neighbors. You show up, bring them a pie or something from Costco and say, "Hi, I'm Steve. I'm your neighbor. Have a pie. If you hear any gunfire, don't call the police if you hear any gunfire. Okay, it's just me shooting at targets or
don't
pigs."
Call police, or the next pie will be made out of lead.
But anyway, it's just this one's nice because there's a house already built, and moving into a house is better than moving into the jungle. So anyway.
Oh, Clay, I'm trying to figure out how to answer your question. Hipsters don't wear hats. Douchebags wear their hat with the bill off to the side. But to wear it backwards, mechanics do it all the time. Baseball catchers have to do it. So
this is a pretty small house. Probably doesn't
the
have a permit.
neither. Hipsters wear beanies, exactly.
That looks like a chicken coop.
It's like an outhouse.
Well, it's got the little thing for the chickens right here.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's a chicken coop.
Dude, please tell me hipsters don't wear fedoras.
What's wrong with fedoras?
Yeah, I want that to make a comeback. It's like men's fashion and style need to go back to fucking, like, what's his name? James Cagney? Shit like that, where everyone wore a fedora and like a decent suit. We need to bring that back. It wouldn't hurt America to bring back the fedora. Proper like Neo did that for years, like 10, 15 years ago. He brought that back for himself. Like he was the only guy who could pull that shit off at the time.
What, the fedora?
Yeah. It's like that needs to come back, man.
Didn't all the Rat Pack do that in Vegas? That was the Rat Pack thing?
Yeah. I mean, Neo's like,
Frank Sinatra wore fedora. I mean, the whole Rat Pack. Yeah. Anyway.
I think it's James Cagney. That's the guy I always think about when I think of. Well, maybe not James Cagney. He did bowler hats too, though.
I'll go look at the one with the cave. I like that one better because there's one you could set up your own firing range in the back of the house. It's like this one. Did you see the? You probably didn't watch my show. You didn't see the tunnel, right?
I have not seen said tunnel, no.
All right. Let's do another screen share.
I haven't been able to do an evening panel or chat or anything in like 6 months. It sucks.
Because of work or something?
A little bit of work, a little bit of show prep for this, a lot of taking care of elderly people and dogs.
You need prep for this?
Well, I mean, just for that one segment that I do, but.
All right. Well, here's this is like several miles of a lava tube.
Yeah.
Natural cave. It's electrically lit up. At least I don't know how many miles back, but it's an underground cave with lighting, and they rented out for weddings.
That does indeed look awesome.
It's a cave gazebo. Personally, I would rather like put in a hot tub and rent it out as like a sex party place, but rent out the hot tub by the hour in the cave. In the past, they're doing it for weddings now, but in the past they thing is they used to bury people in lava tubes. So there could, if you go back far enough, you might find some skeletons. You know, don't know how old they are, but Hawaiians used to do that kind of a thing. Here's the farm animals on the farm. A few goats, a couple turkeys, and a hog. Anyway, there's the fire pit. It's basically a bunch of, there's one converted barn and a bunch of tiny homes, you know, like little sheds that were converted to living areas. There's the barn. There's one of those tiny home deals.
There's a drunk crossing sign in Clarksville, Tennessee. Like somebody posted a picture of it. They're like, yep, this happens out here. Naturally, it's just in front of a bar.
Okay, can you see this video?
I can see that, yes.
That's where that farm is. Just looking at it, so you can see if you set up a shooting range, you know, on this thing, that's a lot of forest reserve. You probably won't bother anybody on this one.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the only problem with this place is it costs $400,000, and there's not a lot of house that you're getting for that. It's just a lot of tiny homes, and if you want a bunch of acres against the forest reserve, you know, then I guess it's. But you're not getting like for $400,000 in this area. You should be able to get a little more of a big house along with it. But there's nothing stopping you from building one. Except the agricultural land codes might. You can do this kind of thing on ag land with like worker housing and a converted barn and agricultural buildings. You try and build it. You don't need a permit to build anything, but if you want one, make it easier to sell, then you might have a problem. You don't mind all these tiny houses. It's like pretty decent property.
That's a house?
Yeah.
That is tiny.
Yeah, it was on like national television, but they, you know, they got nice tiles and tiling and stuff.
Damn, this thing's built as shit.
They mark trails in Hawaii by stacking stones. And Sohia Forest, those are all Ohia trees. Here's the cave part. Pay attention to this. Come up in a minute. One last pass at the barn. And here's the cave. The only thing I don't get is how, if they don't put up a fence around the cave, how do they keep, like, you know, animals from going in there? But it goes on for miles apparently. But they put in electrical lines into there so they keep it lit. Looks like kind of a prepper paradise, though. You're into prepping. Get your own underground bunker. Anyway.
What's up, dog?
The place I looked at was very prepper friendly, because it was 166 acres. It was its own island. It had its own generator. It was the only house in the whole, span of land. It was 6,600 square feet, and it had a 100 by 300 by 50 foot tall shop. And it sold for the princely sum of $850,000.
It was its own island. Where was this island?
Kodiak. It's a
Oh,
subsidiary. It's a
frozen.
subsidiary island off of Kodiak.
It's too cold to be a prepper paradise.
It does get cold in the winter months, but not as cold as you would think for being that far north, because it's off the Pacific Rim. So I mean, it's sort of like that, tidal current thing, like how England works. But yeah, it's got some cold months. But I mean, like right now, it's probably in the 60s or 70s.
Yeah, it's so cold that if you don't hoard your supplies and prepare, then you'll freeze to death or starve to death.
Yeah, it's 61 right now.
Well, I'm used to a low of like 75 and a high of 82. So.
Wait, it doesn't get up into like the 90s and 100s where you are?
No.
Damn. That's almost like San Diego kind of temperature.
Yeah, it's very stable temperature around here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason I like Kodiak is because it actually still has 4 seasons. It's pretty nice. I mean, Montana's probably the same way too. And I think where Matt's going in Idaho is definitely going to be that way.
Matt's going to Idaho. What's he going to do in Idaho?
Live. He's basically leaving Brownsville. He's trying to sell his house and move up to Idaho.
So he's moving from Texas to Idaho. Okay.
Yes.
I haven't been following his chat, so I wouldn't know. But now that I know.
He was the first to say, he was like, yeah, if it doesn't work out, we'll come back to Texas. I was like, yeah.
Well, that's a long distance move to just roll the dice.
I know what he's going for, though. It was a very specific set of criteria. He wanted to give his children the country experience, like prairie and plain and mountains. And
they don't have that in Texas?
Not really. Not really. Because like in East Texas, it's nothing but rivers and foresty area. And then when you get to Central Texas, it's plain-like, and then the hill country's not really that hilly. And then you go out west, and it's just hot as balls and fucking desolate. So it's like, where he's going, it's all in one place, more or less.
All right, and the current price of Bitcoin is 231.17. No, 2341.17. And Ethereum is down 16%, 194.24.
Grim discovery and search for missing Pennsylvania men. Authorities say they have found and identified the remains of one of the 4 missing young men.
The Bitcoin community was abuzz yesterday when, during the appearance before a congressional committee by Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen, an attendee held aloft a Buy Bitcoin sign. The image of the sign quickly went viral, though the attendee and his friend were ultimately asked to leave by a staffer. Soon after his appearance, it emerged that the individual is a friend of a cryptocurrency trader who tweets under the handle Crypto Ethan. He posted a picture of the person soon known as the Bitcoin sign guy, who, in addition to holding up the now infamous sign, shared a Bitcoin address as well. At press time, that address garnered 6.32570,673 Bitcoin, an amount worth just under $15,000 at current prices. So everybody that likes Bitcoin or is into Bitcoin sent him a little, basically, to the address he published. While most of the transactions involved numbering 556, according to Blockchain Info, were small in scale, one notable contribution was for 1 Bitcoin. The photo that included the address was ultimately deleted by Bitcoin sign guy's request, though he later visited the nonprofit advocacy group Coin Center, which is headquartered in Washington, D.C. The viral activity spurred several scam attempts, with some accounts posting Photoshopped versions of the original sign with new addresses. Why would you have to Photoshop it? All you need is a legal pad and a Sharpie. Anyway, whatever. I wonder if they're going to have some kind of the FCC. They're going to probably and the Federal Reserve are going to get together and they're going to probably
regulate this.
Well, they're going to do some kind of reefer madness film about Bitcoin, and it'll be called Bitcoin Madness.
Great.
People, look what happens to people buy Bitcoin. They're all criminals, drug dealers, and
they all hang out at the Pirate Bay.
Child pornographers or something, you know.
They all hang out at the Pirate Bay, those debutantes and bastards.
And drink Loco Nut, Captain Morgan's Loco Nut.
Oh, shit. They trip on bath salts. They want to eat your children. Where does the madness end?
Bitcoin madness.
Oh, man.
Well, it's been going down a little. It's down Bitcoin's down 3.38% today. So I'm more concerned about what it'll be a couple years from now.
Well, it's been going on for what, almost 10 years now?
Yeah, but the economy is like getting
10 years from now, it won't exist.
Yeah.
It'll be the next thing, you know, whatever the next thing is going to be.
It'll be some. I think the next, you know, when they go to completely cashless society, might be something like Bitcoin, you know, except it'll be like China where they have like a government Bitcoin, you know, government sanctioned Bitcoin or something like that version of
just
blockchain.
Do like they do in Fifth Element. We'll just call it credits. Job done.
Well, probably first thing that'll happen is they'll switch the dollar to, instead of being based on federal bond, you know, treasury bonds, it'll be based on SDRs, special depository receipts by the IMF. And so the dollar will undergo like a massive change, in which you'll have there won't be any more paper money. All paper money will be declared illegal or worthless. And if you have to, you know, you'll have like a week to deposit it at a bank. And if you deposit more than, you know, $3,000 or something, then you'll be charged with tax evasion and black marketeering or something.
And the regulations roll in.
Yeah.
Wait, that one's already there.
It's like they won't care whether or not you have guns. They'll care whether or not you have like money.
We need stricter money control.
Yeah. Because money is evil. But money, if you have money, that makes you a terrorist. Anyway, so silver, gold, Bitcoin, ammo, freeze-dried food, and a house with a lava tube.
A house with a lava tube. That's the new thing. Welcome to my underground lair.
Yeah, I'll just stack, you know, fill the cave with Mountain House freeze-dried number 10 cans of freeze-dried Mountain House and gold and silver, and, you know, just like several miles back into the cave. I'll just put a fence and around the entrance with barbed wire and razor wire on the top of it.
Ah, here it is.
And then I'll camouflage it so it looks like it looks like something innocuous from the air.
That's the quote? I thought it was cooler than that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my underground lair. I have gathered here before me the world's deadliest assassins. I haven't watched that in years.
That was the other thing about the second Sherlock Holmes Games of Shadow is that when they cast the actor to play Moriarty. They didn't want him to do any of the evil. They didn't want him to do.
They picked the perfect guy for that role, though.
Yeah, but they didn't want him to do any of those typical James Bond kind of bad guys.
Yeah. Pretty brilliant. That whole scene where he did the where Holmes asks for the autograph, and then he tries to he tells him about the kind of man he is based off of the way he writes. There's like an insult trade back and forth or whatever. That was awesome. I was like, I love clever wars like that, And then they almost overdid that whole analyze what's about to happen thing. But I thought it was really cool the way.
So, you mean at the Holmes vision? Holmes vision where they
and then Moriarty had it too, and I was like, oh, that's awesome.
Because they wanted them to be equals,
Right. I thought they did that really well. I don't know. I like that whole
slow motion. How I'm going to fight you. I'm just in the it'll take. I'm into if I have a confrontation with a showdown with somebody, I'm just into it. I'll just tell them it'll take me exactly 3 seconds to kill you. Just let me know when you want to start.
3 seconds.
From the first injudicious violent act you commit, from that point you have 3 seconds to live. So go ahead and start anytime you're ready.
Oh, I can't read today. Let's try that. Yes. Yeah, that's a heavy shit. This dude's gonna lose all his money in shipping fees.
For what? What's he shipping? Ammo? To Hawaii?
No, it's just we do shipping supplies here too. So we sell like these white poly mailer type things, but they're large and they're heavy. So like this one package was 18 pounds. He's gonna end up paying like $30-something in shipping.
Well, man, try and send it to Hawaii. Try and send ammo to Hawaii on a plane. Find out what the hazmat charges will be for a case of ammo, man. You'll be just shit your pants.
Yeah, I can. 18 pounds, I'll do it based off of that. Yeah, that works.
Ethereum's getting spanked, down 16.5%. 193.63.
She lost $50 in shipping and stocking fees. Like there comes a point, tip for you Amazon buyers out there, there does come a point where you need to actually think about size, cost, and weight, and if it actually is worth returning. Like for instance, anything that's less than say $15 is probably not worth sending back. Because even if you don't need it, you're going to end up spending money and losing money in the process. So just don't do it. $15. Lick your wounds and move on. It's so funny that people call like vehemently pissed off. They're like, "This is bullshit. If it was Amazon, they'd give me a full refund." It's like, I'm not Amazon. I just sell on Amazon. I'm a third-party seller. Because I'm a third-party seller, I pay transaction fees and I had to pay to ship it to you. Amazon can absorb that cost, but third-party sellers can't, won't, and don't.
What are you selling that sucks so bad that they had to return it?
It could be anything. I mean, just like if they just changed their mind and they didn't want it anymore, or if they just said, oh, it got here too late because they didn't pick a fast enough shipping option, they sent it back on their own time 45 days after the fact. It's like, you know, returns can be any reason. If it's shitty, they'll just say it was shitty or whatever. We give them refunds for that or whatnot if it was defective. But by and large, most of the stuff that I sell is generally things that people don't typically return. They just use it.
What do you sell? Well, what is it that you sell by and large?
Well, in volume, it would be the shipping supplies on Amazon because, you know, people, they're resellers too. So like I deal with a lot of like t-shirt makers and things like that where they need these because they pack them, slap a label on it, send it out to whoever they're buying from. And then like, we do different size, like clear bags, like the Ziploc type bags for companies. And then we can even arrange to have like certain logos silk screened or printed on them for them. So it's like, that's big and heavy too, because one little box of, say, 1,000 of certain bag, that little brick weighs like 8 pounds. And then they buy it by the pallet. So then I have to use freight companies or trucking companies. Generally, those guys who buy in that quantity, they don't send them back. But you get like smaller upstart companies and they're like, I didn't need this many. And they send back half of it. And it was like, you know, I paid more in the parts, or I paid more shipping it to you than it actually costs. You might as well just hang on to them and just use them as you need them. And then we do like little trinkets like fidget spinners and shit like that. But I mean, most of my stuff are electronics. So I mean, they usually go out and they don't come back. Not unless they're like physically defective in some way. I changed like what we sell here at the shop.
Electronics, like computer chips or something?
That, memory, computer parts. I do like audio and visual duplicators, things like that. But it's just we shifted everything we sell here to things that generally don't come back because I don't, you know, it's a finite resource, yes, but
you don't make you don't make money if stuff comes back, you lose money.
Right. So. It's like I try to get the return rate down to 1/10 of 1%, and it's pretty close to that. So I mean, if you ever hear me bitch about how many returns I've got, that also it should be a pretty good indicator of how much crap I ship too. I mean, we literally have a U.S. Postal 3-ton truck, not a regular mail carrier's car. It comes by here 3 times a day, just for pickups.
I'm just tired of my fucking post office delivery person being too lazy to walk up my condo stairs every time I got a package. So I always have to go down to the post office to pick up stuff myself.
You don't have a box at the base of the driveway?
A box at the there's the condominium has a mailbox out front, but if the box that I'm getting is too big for the little package container, then section where they place packages, then they just, or they won't put it in, they'll just leave a note, and like once every year a postal carrier who's not the regular person will actually walk up the stairs. But the postal regulations say the post office delivery people aren't required to walk upstairs, so they don't, and it's just like so fucking annoying, Every time I got to go to the post office with, one of those little pink, your parcel wasn't
office type thing where they can just leave it with the leasing office type deal.
No, he's not always there, and then that means they'd have to go to the back of the lot where the pool is, and that's where the manager's office is. He's usually not there anyway. So, but I mean, it's like, how lazy can they fucking be? I mean,
as lazy as necessary. Remember, postal job it's government work, man. Like getting the job.
They're not the government. They're not the government.
No, but they consider it a government job.
It's not. It's not.
Well, my uncle did it for 30 years, and it definitely was.
Well, it's not. The U.S. Post Office is not part of the U.S. government.
No, I know. They label it as a government job. It's federally funded or whatever.
Well, but it's not. It's only federally funded when they're broke and need money, and they go cry for that
all the time. Yeah. I used to ask him that all the time. I'm like, what's really annoying about stamp costs and things? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you guys are always broke, right? And he's like, yeah. And I said, why don't you just... It's going to get to the point where you should just be like, look, $1 to ship a letter now, and we'll leave it that way for 50 years. You know what I mean? It'll be like, we don't have to change it for 50 years, and it's still only $1. And if you consider what actually happens when you mail a letter, like the number of services that are involved to do that, it's still a bargain.
Yeah, basically what happened is everybody switched to email. Email killed the U.S. Post Office pretty much. They cut the revenue like way down because people can pay their bills by just clicking on their computer. So why bother with stamps and letters and shit?
Yeah, and then to remain competitive, the parcel service took over, or they needed it to take over. So then they had to become competitive in that aspect, which they did for a while.
They have to compete with UPS and FedEx.
The big problem with the U.S. Postal, though, is their claims department is utter horror dog shit. Like, if I ship anything out of the state to, like, say, Puerto Rico, and it gets damaged, just forget it. I mean, like, don't even put in a claim. Fuck it. Because you're not going to get a response to them for, like, 18 months. And that's not even an exaggeration.
One time I bought a gift card to get so I could buy ammo at a discount. I bought a Sports Authority gift card when there was still a Sports Authority before they went bankrupt, and I was tracking it they shipped it through just a letter through the post office, and it got shipped to Guam by the post office by mistake, because in the Honolulu airport post office branch, the letter sorter for Guam is underneath the letter sorter for Hawaii, and it just fell down from through the Hawaii letter sorting machine into the machine underneath it. So the whole thing got shipped to Guam. So Guam is across the international date line. I tried calling the U.S. Post Office in Guam, and they never answered the phone. But it's like a day ahead over there, and a few hours, I forget, earlier or later, and it's they renamed that whole time zone on account of the native tribes of Guam, which I forget what it was, out of respect to, like some kind of, it's like an American Indian thing, it's like, but it's like the Marianas Islands, or I forgot what it was, but it took forever to get that gift card here, and I was like, I hope it doesn't expire before the damn thing gets here.
Hey.
But they did call me back when I filed on the internet, like, what happened to my letter and how come it's in Guam?
Cool.
That was the how come my letter is in Guam complaint. And then did you hear about the whole thing with a gold bar? I think on the Daily Gun Show when they were out delivering a gold bar to my house, and it said out for delivery, and they didn't deliver it that day. I was like, and it just said on the post office website, it says no delivery information available. So I was down in the post office the next morning. It says, I was like, yeah, okay, it was out for delivery and you didn't deliver it. So here's the number. Can you look into this and tell me where did my gold bar go? Where's my gold bar? Just tell me where it is right now, because it was supposed to be delivered yesterday and you guys had it out for delivery. The guy was like, he didn't know. He's like, well, I'll talk to the mail carrier when she gets in today. I was like, better find my gold bar, man. It's like, I was like,
if it has your name on the label and it weighs a lot, it's going to disappear, because now they're going to be like, oh, we know what's in this box.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a small gold bar, but it's like, still.
It's the principle of the matter.
I was ready to call the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the U.S. Postal Inspector. I was ready.
If you want to get the attention of the NSA quick, just hang out here in Gunchannels and just give me about 5 minutes. And when people start dropping, they're listening.
People start dropping?
I got popped like 7 or 8 times yesterday.
Popped?
Yeah, it was funny, man. Like, Jimmy and I were the only 2 people getting NSA popped yesterday. And it's because we host the morning shows. Like, him and I host both morning shows.
I think you're paranoid. I don't think they bother with Gunchannels.
No, we say that as a joke. We say that as a joke.
Wait, that was the NSA. What was that beeping?
My microwave.
Thought it was the NSA.
That'd be funny. They're like, we're not listening in. What are you talking about? We don't know what you're talking about. I've been watching the news all day today because I just keep waiting on Carmelo Anthony trade news. Ain't happening. It's driving me nuts.
What, the trade isn't happening? Who did he get traded to?
He's going to come to Houston eventually, but it's like the problem is we're trying to unload Brian Anderson because his contract is $60 million over the next 3 years, and nobody wants to pick that up.
Well, I know they
doesn't want it. And
yeah, the Lakers traded D'Angelo Russell to the Nets for somebody.
Yeah,
and there, from what I can tell, half of the people were for the Lakers fans were for it, and half were against it. So.
Yeah. Nick Young went to Golden State for 1 year.
Oh, Nick Young will be happy playing in Golden State. And I'd actually win a few games.
Well, he wants to chase a ring early in his career, and I bet the first thing they told him in the locker room was like, "We know why you're here. That's why it's only a 1-year contract, chump." Like, yeah,
well, yeah. If they win, then he'll get another year. If they win a championship, but they're gonna have to go up against LeBron. Who's LeBron playing for? Is he going to stay with the Cavs, or has he moved on?
This year, he has to stay with the Cavs. He can't leave yet.
Oh.
Next year, he can opt out if he wants to leave.
Yeah, I know the Lakers were trying to get him, but, who wouldn't try and get him? He's still a pretty good player.
Has any reason whatsoever to go play for the Lakers these days? I mean, if
money,
Paul, nobody has a reason to go play for
the Lakers. Wait, let's not forget about money.
I guess.
You guess? You don't think money matters in professional basketball?
Like, look at Paul George, right? He's halfway through his career. And if he actually goes to LA, there better be a team that's contendable, there waiting for him. Otherwise, he's just going to squander the last half of his career rebuilding a team that he'll never win a championship with. That's a waste. The money is there, yeah, but what about your career ambitions? Does it trump
most people's career ambitions are to make money? But,
That's true. That's true. I don't know, man. I just think, when it comes to that kind of thing, like, the whole thing with LeBron going to LA, right? It doesn't seem likely. In all actuality, it actually seems like he would go to Philadelphia next year. If you look at the way that team's being built for the last 6 or 7 years with draft picks and things, he could literally just go in there and win a championship with that team probably in one season. There's enough talent there.
Yeah, well, he's won a championship now, right? So
several.
So, it's not like, I don't know. I have problems enough figuring out my own life. I don't really care to try and plan out all these superstars' life for them.
It's amazing for a guy that never went to college to make that much money. Be not much demand.
It's the NBA for you.
Dim sum is for lunch today, by the way. Knives always asks. Which is fine with me. Let me read the details of the body they found. Is it going to be something straight out of Hannibal or what?
Where was his body found?
Pennsylvania. let's see, Pennsylvania farm. They found a deep common grave where several remains were discovered, including one identified as one of the 4 missing people since last week. So it is a serial killer. So who owns the farm? They're down in a 12-foot deep hole that is getting deeper by the minute. Okay.
I gotta read all. I have a bunch of videos like on my YouTube feed. I need to watch soon after the show's over. Bank bail-in coming to a bank near you. Gold, largest gold coin stolen. Suspects arrested in Germany. Some C-SPAN video, something President Trump must have said in France or something. I don't know.
Yeah, joint press conference with my son.
Well, the French are still technically our allies. They did help us out in the Revolutionary War against the British.
Police arrested a young man whose parents owned the farm on a charge he tried to sell a car belonging to one of the missing men. Ooh.
I think I'll see the Hawaiian monk seal pub cam. Yeah. Here, I'll throw a link in. If you have enough bandwidth to watch a live feed. Yeah, basically there's this cam on the beach. The seal's not there right now. Yeah, I'll put it. You can check it out later. Basically, most of the last few days, there's like a seal on this area where there's this Hawaiian monk seal and her little pup seal have been just beaching and kind of lazing around in the sun. And it's not. I'll put the link in the internal. I'll put in the external. So here's.
I think they got their man. Cosmo Gennardo. I think they got their man. He's going to break eventually.
Oh, they arrested somebody for a murder?
They arrested the son of the owner of the farm because he was trying to sell a car to one of the victims. They found the car on another one of the family's properties, and they found a second car that was one of the other victims like 3 miles away from that car. It's like he's not even trying to hide.
All right. Anyway, there's the monk seal cam. Right now, there's not a seal. It's just the cameraman must have either the seal or the cameraman bailed. Pup heading for water. No swimming, just cooling off. And all right. Usually, there's a picture that's focused on the seal. Basically, you're not supposed to approach. These are like endangered seals, so you're supposed to give them plenty of room on the beach if they are on the beach.
Aren't there orcas out there too?
In Hawaii, no. There's plenty of humpbacks that come to Hawaii. There's humpback whales.
Mm-hmm.
No orcas, just humpbacks. Some of them give birth in Hawaii. Then they go back north after that. There's usually a seal and her pup right on this beach, and so they've been live streaming it for like a week. Oahu has all the great beaches. So many great beaches on Oahu. Mostly on the Big Island, we have lava rock beaches. So sand is like a luxury. And what little sand there is in Kona, there's like homeless people sleeping on the beach. There's so little of it, it's crying shame. People can't really go walking on the beach because there's just too many homeless people sleeping on it. And when they kick them out of the beach, then they go to the old airport park or the bushes behind my condo. Literally. Yeah, there was a fire like a couple months ago, a few months back, and like for 72 hours, there were helicopters dropping water on brush fire. The homeless encampments started. Millions and millions of dollars in aviation fuel and helicopter pilot time just because they won't set up a place for the homeless shelter. And even if they set one up, they wouldn't want to go there when they prefer to live on the beach, you know. So
state-funded showers.
Well, there's showers on the beach and bathrooms and everything at the old airport park. They're kind of scummy because there's like 1,000 homeless people using it every day, but they have a cleanup set for next month where they're going to close down the park and rip up some of the plants where all the homeless people are stashing all their trash and stuff and setting up their encampments. I mean, shit, there's trash cans at the beach too. I mean, I don't know why the homeless people don't use the trash cans. They don't cost anything. Yeah, well, I'm waiting for the seal to come back on the Hawaiian monk seal pup cam, and it hasn't come back. It's probably swimming around in the ocean.
Doing seal things.
Yeah, but it was on this camera on the beach for several days. Tiny little seal pup and its mom. See, they have like fenced off this whole area so everybody would leave the seal alone. So there's like, little poles and with netting around a seal area. The seal likes the beach itself.
Just waiting for that story. In another turn of global warming news, orcas were spotted off the coast of Hawaii. A beloved seal that was on camera for days was found in pieces.
But here, I'll see if I could link the story about the permafrost on Mauna Kea.
Fresh kid ice dead at 53. I don't think you can call them a kid when they're 53. This dude responded, I was going to fight him at a Houston After Hours club one night almost 20 years ago. There's something to be proud of.
All right, let's see. Link this story.
What's up, Flippy?
According to a new study, Mauna Kea's last vestiges of frozen Earth are in retreat. It's going to be a victim of climate warming, said University of Hawaii scientist Norbert, I'm not even trying to pronounce his last name, who studied the rare ice features for the past several years. The permafrost soil that is still below freezing year-round was first discovered in 1969. near the summit. Tropical mountain permafrost is found only elsewhere in Peru and on Mount Kilimanjaro. In some sense, it's the warmest place to find permafrost. He said he documented 90% loss of the buried permafrost using ground sensors. The ice patch is now estimated to be about 14 meters long and 6 meters thick since the last study in 1970. Based on that rate, it won't take long for it to disappear. All right, well, what do they want us to do? Push up ice up there or something? Mauna Kea once was home to glaciers, but it's not known if the permafrost is a remnant of the Ice Age. The guy's been studying it since 1970 and he doesn't know yet? Okay. A planetary scientist with the UH Institute for Astronomy said his research permit didn't allow sampling, which could determine the age of the ice. All right, that's why he doesn't know. He's not allowed to take samples of something that will disappear anyway. In addition to the studying climate change, the report says Mauna Kea permafrost could serve as a terrestrial analog for conditions on Mars, which has buried ice. Permafrost has not been documented elsewhere in the mountain or in Mauna Loa. Mauna Loa, on the other hand, doesn't have ice caves. Oh, it does have ice caves that he has studied. Study released more than a year ago. Well, Mauna Loa is the mountain I go shooting on. I don't go shooting up on the summit or anything. A study released more than a year ago also found those ice sources to be melting. Historical weather on Mauna Kea is limited, so it's not clear how much the summit area has warmed. But the monitoring station on Mauna Loa has recorded average temperatures increasing 1 degree Celsius since 1970. All right, so I need you guys to help me respond to this anti-gun, anti-Trump letter in the West Hawaii today. Let's see. Listen to this. It looks like he's citing Brady statistics. Where was it? Here's this letter. Protect us from ourselves. He says since 1984, there have been 41 mass shootings in the United States. Basically, he's saying it's the American citizens with guns that are the danger, not the terrorists. For the most part, the 486 victims did not know the 44 shooters. 34 of the shooters were American-born, American-raised citizens. Only 2 had been radicalized. Well, something was wrong with them if they went and shot a bunch of people. The 10 that were foreign-born came from Canada, Jamaica, Bosnia, Turkey, China, Vietnam, South Korea, Ethiopia, and Pakistan. Of those 10, this sounds like a Brady statistic thing. Of those 10, 8 were either naturalized citizens or permanent legal residents. Of the 2 that were not American citizens, one was a student from China and the other a man from Bosnia. None of them came from the 7 banned countries. How will the travel ban protect us from American citizens? So this just sounds like every town gun statistics. I don't know how many mass shootings there have been or how they even classify what's a mass shooting, but I wouldn't trust any statistic. So I wasn't sure what kind of response to write from this. I'm sure the statistics are bogus, or from Every Town Matters, but I don't know what the statistics are for mass shootings. I guess the best thing to do with a letter like this is ignore it. But, it's Hawaii, so the publisher is going to publish it. And this Troutmeyer motherfucker, for lack of a better word, it says the biggest terrorist organization and enabler in the USA is the NRA. How about I would say, all right, fuck you on it, but I don't know. Somehow that might get taken down. Oh, whatever. Who cares? Nobody reads this paper anyway. Sean, you disappear?
No, just having lunch.
Oh, okay. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, wait, looks like the seal is back on the seal cam. He's moving the camera around, though. Yeah, there he is. Oh, there's the little seal. That's the pup. Oh, he's making noises, it looks like. Can't hear him, but either yawning or something. The seal pup is back on the seal pup cam. Hawaiian monk seal pup. I don't see the mother anywhere. Just the
I
pup.
didn't think he was going to get that close to it.
Well, I mean, he's not that close. It's just zoomed. The camera zoomed in.
Like a top-down view?
He's in like a condo on the ocean over the area. So they just put it on the internet.
It's hilarious. Seal pup cam.
Oh, it's cool.
All of a sudden, a giant orca slides in from the top right. Chomp. No!
And the orca says, "I'm here because of climate warming."
Yeah. Yeah, he's got like an Al Gore 2008 tattoo on him or something.
It's a cute little seal. See, there's the ocean, waves coming in, and he's hanging out on the beach.
Looks tired. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay here.
Well, he was swimming around, and he's very young, so. Yeah, I think the only predators they have here would be tiger sharks or hammerheads.
That's pretty bad too, though.
Yeah, but seals are very fast and maneuverable. They can outswim a shark. Well, this guy's too little though to outswim much of anything.
I was gonna say, young and tired.
It's a cute little pup. Is he going toward his mom? His mom shouldn't be too far off. He doesn't wander too far because he's still nursing off of her.
Is he climbing under the net?
No, he's just climbing up out of the water a little bit.
Yeah, I typed it in there earlier, but Kid Rock announced his Senate bid today. He's going to run.
Kid Rock?
Mm-hmm. Michigan Senate seat.
Is he pro or anti-gun?
Very pro.
Very pro?
Like,
okay.
ridiculously pro.
Like more than Ted Nugent?
I don't think anybody can be more than Ted Nugent. Pretty close, though. No, I mean, if he honestly takes his job very seriously, he doesn't use his stage name and shit when he runs. Why not?
Well, why wouldn't he use a stage name when he runs? That's how people will know who he is.
I guess. It's just we don't want another Ventura incident, right?
Jesse Ventura?
Mm-hmm.
What incident did he have?
No, I'm just running off of his fame or whatever. Like, just put your name on the ballot and be done with it.
Well, if they're pro-gun,
I hope he takes the job seriously. That'd be cool.
Well, if Squib and Dusty show up on my next show, they're both from Michigan. I'll ask them what they think about it.
Watch Eminem run against him. Wasn't Alice Cooper from Detroit too?
I have no idea where Alice Cooper
Originally?
was from.
I don't think he lives there anymore, but
It's like the seal is off camera again. Must have crawled up out of picture frame. He's under the net. I can't see him at all. Because he can't shoot straight down. You're not allowed to approach them. I mean, if they approach you, it's okay, but you're not allowed to, like, it's like very stiff federal fine if you walk up to him on seal.
what if it gets stuck under his house? Then he has to go get it, right?
No, you have to call the Hawaiian Marine. I think it says what the organization is in the video description.
That's ridiculous.
HMAR, Hawaii Marine Animal Response Team.
Ooh,
Well, they don't want every tourist running up to the seal with a camera, and they won't be able to.
He's a resident, though, right?
It doesn't matter. They don't want anybody running up. If everybody runs up to the seal and go, "Oh, how cute he is," and they just won't be able to. They'll just be afraid, and they'll be stressed, totally stressed out. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if this guy, if he heard that thing, it was stuck under his house or whatever, it's kind of funny that he can't just go and help it out of the predicament and just kind of nudge him along instead of making a fiasco out of it,
Well, they have laws on this. It's an endangered species, the monk seal. So it's endangered because they were fishing its food. The fishing companies were. I think its main food is like a specific kind of rock shrimp or something. I forget what, rock lobster, rock shrimp, something down that the fishing companies were fishing up, and they were basically fished up all the food that the monk seals, their main food source, and so that's when all the population of seals started to drop radically, when all their food disappeared because of overfishing, and so they got endangered species status pretty quick. We get the exact kind of thing the fishing companies were fishing up, but basically destroyed its main food source. So anyway, you aren't allowed to run up to these seals and mess with them. Because mostly, if any sea creature sees you walking up to a human walking up to it, it'll panic, and and try and run for the water, and whatever your intentions are, it'll just stress out the animal. Yeah. Well, I'm sure the seal will get back on camera eventually.
See, they're the opposite of manatees. They come up to people. Like, they'll come check you out. They don't know what you are. They're like, hey, what's going on over here? And supposedly they're very, very intelligent too.
Manatees? That's like a Florida kind of. There's a lot of them in Florida, I think.
Over 6,000 of them now. I don't know. I always said that if I got really, really rich, I'd try to get 2 of them for myself, like a breeding pair.
You want to start a manatee farm?
Yeah. Like, I'm like, you know what? This is my act of conservation. I have a breeding pair that I take care of. I'll never get hit by a boat. And they're like, bring your kids over. They can ride them. A riding pair of manatees would be awesome. Right next to the platypus pond.
Yeah, I like one of those. Like that. Have you seen that show, Insane Pools?
Mm-hmm. Where they make all the custom ones?
Yeah, I like a big pool with, like some endangered seals in it or something.
This is my platypool. Welcome to my platypool. Don't worry, they've all been devenomized. Actually, the females don't have claw. Only the males do, I think. It's either the males have the claw or the females have the claw, but only one of the two have the claw. With the venom.
What kind of venom is this?
It can't, as far as I know, it can't kill you, but it'll make you very uncomfortable. Like, you're gonna wish you were dead. You bought 4 of these? You did buy 4 of these. Go this way. And 10 pounds-ish. Up at $12.25 shipping. Oh, Knives went dark. He disappeared.
Well, so did his pup Seal. It's off camera. Still. Oh well.
As verboten. Maybe I can see it as verboten. He's neat.
All right, let's see if any Bitcoin or Ether has been added to my account today. Oh, they want me to relog in. I am not a robot. Captcha.
Watch pot? No. Oh yeah, I wonder if Tino got any email bad news yet. Maybe that's why he's been quiet all day. Tino. He keeps trying to order a holster that isn't available in most places.
From who?
I think this time is Optics Planet.
As opposed to just a holster company. Oh wow.
It's for a gun that's no longer made. It hasn't been for some time. Oh, man. Alright, Clay, give me a second. I'll try to find you more bands.
French Fragmentation Shotgun Slug. Wicked performance. All right, I'll have to watch that video.
Stop Fledermaus.
Tau Fledermaus.
Fledermaus. Yeah. Yeah, he was on the Daily Gun Show yesterday.
Oh, I missed the gun show
audio
yesterday. Did he talk about this French Fragmentation Slug?
Oh no.
Lead, steel, and a notch. All right, I'll look at his video later. I can't have more than like 10 live streams of going at the same time without my computer crashing. It's just
Are all those people standing there waiting to look at the seal?
Probably, yeah.
Like, oh, come on, come out.
Take some pictures or something. Or they could just go on the internet and put up the camera and look at it, except it's off camera right now.
Yeah. Angry wants to know, do monk seals know kung fu?
If you get close enough to find out, you'll be in violation of federal law. So
You might be met by somebody who knows kung fu. No, I think they would teach you inner peace and tranquility. So there's no...
Great job, NSA.
Oh, yeah? You got LBC.
It's barely 12 here.
Man, what the hell is with these fucking people? Like, Amazon people are getting, like, buyers are getting retarded. They're filing A to Z claims instead of just doing standard returns. So it's like, we have to go through this whole litigation process. And it's like, your fucking buyers are too stupid to know how to do a return. Everyone seems to be buying these damn things lately, too. They're like, I need to encrypt all my data. I don't want you to know that I'm bootlegging movies online. Shit like that.
Bootleg.
Wait, no. Don't say that. Yeah, today's Thursday, dude. Don't give me an extra day of work.
Why not?
We're on the downslope already. $36 old. That's another thing. People are like sending returns really late.
I'll send it tomorrow.
Pretty much.
20 days past.
36 days later, I get it. I'm like, oh, great. Well, at least this one didn't file a claim afterwards. Does this weigh 3 pounds? Yeah.
Welcome to Gunchannels. I'm Downslope.
Yeah. Thursday downslope edition. Things get easier. Actually, I guess we can do that. We can start talking about what we're going to be doing for the weekend. How do we intend to plan our Gunchannels weekend? I, for one, will probably go ahead and host Saturday morning gun tunes. But I don't know which game I'll be streaming and talking about.
Sorry about the other week, man.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I put up a chat.
Oh, that's fine, dude. I don't mind at all. Like, that's my weekend streams. They're not a scheduled thing. I just do it because no one else is doing it at the time.
Dude, I thought you were gonna jump in and start doing your little game thing.
Well, if I see it, if you get there before I do, go ahead and run it, and I'll just do that. It's not a big deal.
All right.
I'll start looking up, like...
Dude, you should be on Twitch doing that, man.
Yeah, but I'm not that good at it. Like, I watch a dude out in California called Splattercat, and he does that. He's really good at it. Like, he's a natural. And what's really cool is he's only like 2 or 3 years younger than me, but I can relate to every single thing he talks about because we both grew up around the same time, so it's pretty cool. He bought his first...
Do you even have to talk?
Yeah, to interact with the audience on Twitch, it's kind of a big deal. I mean, you could just play all day if you wanted to, but it's not.
Still get paid?
Yeah, it's just people will throw money and bitcoins at you a lot more often if you're actually conversing and interacting with them.
Based on that, guys, with the buy Bitcoin sign, I just need to have a buy Bitcoin sign and stand behind somebody important, like a politician. So I think the next time there's a congressman that does a town hall, like in Hawaii, I'll just go up behind them with a stand with a buy Bitcoin sign and hope with an address where to send their donations to my blockchain wallet. Send your Bitcoin here. Buy Bitcoin. You have to stand behind the governor.
Just go on Twitch.
No, I'll go on Steam it because that's where all the cryptocurrency people are. If it gets picked up on Steam it, I'll make Steam it and Bitcoin.
Yeah, Twitch takes Bitcoin. They put this little cup on your stream, and when it gets to a certain point, it overflows in the cup, and it makes like this explosion, like a visual graphic. It's pretty cool.
Just sit down and get paid Bitcoin just for playing games.
Pretty much.
And money.
Damn, that thing's in rough shape.
Well, the IRS hasn't decided whether Bitcoin is money or a commodity yet.
It's too far gone. When the whole radiator turns green, you know it's too far gone. How did you find a fucking car? Oh, no back window. That car's slowly returning to the earth.
Hey, you ever clean out a radiator and just a bunch of sand comes out?
Yeah, but it's usually not sand. It's usually the particulate from like the engine, like rust particulate, or like people who use those crush and grind up little stop leak things in their radiator.
Yeah.
It's usually what it is. Those pellets of that stuff. There's a lot of lines in there.
I remember in technician school, they used to tell us they used to put sawdust in the engines and sawdust in the rear axle.
Yeah, so it would get rid of some of the bearing grinding noise.
Yeah, so you can sell a car easily.
Problem with the sawdust in the engine is it would clog up the screen on the oil pickup. So like it would just survive the test drive, and that's about it. It's shitty.
Somebody vacuuming?
I was gonna say either vacuum or jet's taking off.
Full thrusters?
Yeah. Oh great, that means some woman at the airport's gonna die. Again.
I think I'll have to shoot a video on my shit hit the fan mail from Bud K. Got my Kevlar tripwire cordage, and I have a MacV SOG multi-tool, bottle opener, hex wrench, and all kinds of stuff. Screwdriver. It looks like the MacV SOG. The tool is shaped like the logo for Study and Observations Group.
Shit, give me a second one. Wait, right there.
So I put it on my keychain. So my keychain is like an Uber prepper EDC device now.
Sweet. Getting through these pretty quick today. gonna have some freaking melted guy come plowing out of it after he hits a vat of chemicals. Saturday Night Live just secured the most Emmy nominations in its 4-decade history. It's pretty funny because their ratings keep getting lower and lower and lower. Wonder who runs that panel.
Hawaiian seal is not coming out. That monk seal is somewhere off camera.
Still?
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere. He crawled up away from the water and he's not interested in coming back on camera, it looks like. But all those people are still standing there waiting.
When you got nothing better to do with your day in tropical paradise, just stand around waiting for a seal. That's living.
And there's 38 people watching the stream of nothing, basically. It was just the water on the ocean. Hey, I used to putt around on the beach all day, too. When I was, I'd walk around on the beach all day. It's great therapy.
Wait, I get to test a mouse.
2%. Slowly. My last Steam payout was 4 days ago, and I just yesterday got a conversion request from Steam SBD to Steam dollars to Steam, basically.
Steam, the game sharing platform service?
No, Steam, Steam cryptocurrency. Traded, you get paid in Steam dollars, Steam power, and occasionally in Steam, and which is the one that you can trade for money. But so I traded 0.808 SBD for 0.636 Steam in just a conversion request. They don't guarantee you any conversion rate or that it'll go through if you do it that way. But it was the easiest button to push. Yeah, I don't know. They tell you to go to you could get it right away without any waiting if you go to like the trading platform or something. But I couldn't figure out how to use that because it was too complicated. So I just hit the conversion button and trust to the cryptocurrency gods that I'll get something. Yeah, it worked. But I haven't gotten any Steam payouts in 3 days. So usually it takes a little while after you do a post.
Shit, did I make this not?
Let's click on, see if anything is trending on Steam.
How is this even possible? How did I make this not? Brilliant looking. I don't even know what it's called. It looks awesome. Anybody
Oh, the
know
seal.
cordage?
The seals are back on camera. The mom and the little seal.
Cordage.
Well, I have some Kevlar cordage that I got.
How did I do that? What's that called?
Anyway, this is the monk cam seal. That both seals are back on camera.
If I pull it tight, I can't do it. Hang on, flip the camera.
And the people are all excited on the other side of the net.
It's pretty sturdy.
I'll go run into the other room and get my Kevlar cordage that came in yesterday.
I was
Got
just curious
270.
what the hell kind of knot that was.
Oh, Mama Seal's moving. Mama Seal's making a move for the ocean almost. She started to. Baby Seal is following. As she stopped. Well, they're not in the sun. That's probably the problem. Is they're not. They're in the shade. The sun is like must be behind the condo or something.
There's definitely a size difference there.
Hawaiian Mub Seal putt cam. Oh, Mama's going for the water. It's like she takes about 7 movements towards the water and then stops and waits for the pup to follow. It wasn't on any all-fired hurry.
4, 5, 6, 7.
The pup's like, "Why are you going back in the water?"
I don't want to do this.
Yep, they're back in the water now. At least almost back in the water. The mom's in the water, the seal. The little pup is right behind it. At its tail. They're going to be off camera completely in a minute.
Because it doesn't move the camera enough.
Well, he can't sit there all day on the camera and move it every time they move. Oh, he's moving it. There it is. There they are. Just as I said,
You
he's
shall receive.
the internet gods. There they are in the water.
See, we don't have water that looks like that anywhere near me. It's all churned up and brown. If I go down to like Corpus Christi, it's sort of seafoam green.
Yeah, well, the coral kind of, filters it to a certain extent, but it's a whole nother long story I'm not going to go into right here about coral in Hawaii. There's the seals swimming around in the water. See the little seal behind the mama? She could play-by-play royalty fee.
Yeah, John Madden and Pat Summerall do real-time commentary of 2 seals in Hawaii. Thanks, John.
Bam! Doink.
Here,
Oh, they're in the sunlight now. They got out of the shade finally. Basically, if that pup seal is going to survive, its mother has to teach it how to fish. Otherwise, it won't survive. How to get food. Because it can't just, after a while, the mom just leave it. So, it has to learn how to fish. and not just can't eat mama's milk forever. It's going to get too big soon.
Oh, this button's not programmed. Oh my god, there's a corpse floating in the water now.
There's what floating in the water?
There's a corpse floating in the water.
A corpse? I don't see any corpse.
That's what it looks like in the shadows.
It's 2 seals.
When they're not moving, they're just kind of floating on the top. When they're loitering up there. Let's see. I'll just do one now.
Moved into the shade because it didn't want to get a sunburn.
That is a real thing.
Seal watch.
Always. Oh shit, which one is the mouse? This one. Alright. Why doesn't this freaking piece of hardware work on my laptop that runs on a battery? Why does your thing that runs like, 50,000 milliamp hours require a PC?
Hello.
I don't know. Maybe we should use a real computer instead of doing everything on a crap top. I had a whole box of twist ties somewhere, and now I can't find a damn one of them.
Why don't you buy some from yourself?
I have a shit ton of them here somewhere. Like I take them off of one thing and I reuse them for another.
Let's hit the new button.
No, let's use rubber band. Fuck it. It's a black rubber band. That's not a rubber band. I deal with things on component level repairs too, so it's like, oh, there's a rubber band, and it's not. It's actually a drive band for something else. It has no give whatsoever. This is okay.
Yeah, that hotel's cool.
Oh, you're here.
Yeah, I was just watching. Dude, I don't know what it is. Like, I can't stand listening to these people.
but they do cool stuff. So it's like,
Who?
I linked it in the side.
I'm too busy watching a seal pup stream to upload like another
They were showing
live
off
stream.
this. They were showing off this suite in Dubai that's like half of it is under a like aquarium. So
there's like a hotel where the restaurant is like underwater and there's all the whole aquarium in the center of the restaurant.
We have 2 of those here in Houston.
Yeah, it was neat. Apparently, it's like a $10,000 a night stay.
Yeah, Dubai has in the UAE is a very rich country and stuff costs money over there.
Because everyone there is like trading oil or terrorism.
Pretty much. Like one of these days, people are going to watch.
No,
go,
that's in Qatar. Here. That's Qatar that's dealing from both sides.
People are going to realize there ain't shit there, and it's going to just turn into a derelict desert someday.
No, the Dubai has gone to great lengths to make it promote non-oil economies. I mean, their whole city is like solar powered. Pretty much they've gone big into solar and alternative energy, and also they have like golf tournaments, like their golf tournaments and sporting events, and the travel industry.
Either way, like the people in the video are just really annoying, but they go around Dubai showing off really cool and expensive stuff. And it was neat.
The next generation of lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Well, speaking of which, did you hear the controversy? Did you hear the controversy between the Emirates Air and making an offer to buy American Airlines? And the CEO of Emirates Air said all the American Airlines stewardesses are like grandmothers, and we have like 27-year-old girls as our stewardesses. And the American Airlines CEO said that's like a sexist statement from the CEO of Qatar Air, who made an offer to buy American Airlines. I think it was the Emirates Air.
That has sort of a point, doesn't he?
Yeah, but honestly, would you rather have a grandmother as a stewardess or some hot 27-year-old chick?
Whichever one had the experience of jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. A paratrooper. Or unless you're on one of those flights that Bill Clinton used to be on, you know which one I'm talking about. Then I think I'd go for the 27-year-old.
After he's done, he just stole them off the plane.
Now keep the girl and throw the reporters off the plane. Screaming, "It's fake news! You're fake news!" Throw them off the plane. You're fake news too. Off the plane. Oh, you're just a hot 27-year-old stewardess. You can stay. Oh, looks like the seals have swum off camera.
Hey, baby, you wanna see my cigars?
Honestly, I don't really care who my stewardess is, as long as they're not like a jerk, I guess. As long as they bring me whatever I ask for and like mind their own business, I don't care.
Keep the scotch coming, honey.
Be Corella DeVille, dude. I don't care. But either way, like the tour thing was neat because like the bottom half of the apartment or the suite is like the bedroom and like bathroom area, like the master bedroom, master bathroom, and like it was rad, dude. Because like the window was literally just an aquarium where like some happy-go-lucky stingray was just laughing about. Like, man, that whole thing was rad. I'm absolutely about that.
Well, book yourself a flight to Dubai.
Dude, I have no desire for that. I don't want to go to Dubai. Africa sucks.
It's in Arabia, not Africa. It's in the Arabian Peninsula, not Africa.
Nah, dude. It's touching Africa. Sucks.
Learn geography. There's an entire sea between Africa and Arabia.
It's still too close to Africa, dude. It sucks.
Whatever. So silver didn't move too much today. Down a little bit, not much. Gonna buy any of that. Well, I'm glad this isn't Friday. Be in big trouble if this was Friday. Genesis Mining is a little late this morning, adding more coins to my account. Usually they've already added it by this time.
Oh, my book shipped. Cool.
What'd you get?
I picked up volume 1 and 2 of Larry Vickers' Guide to the AR-15 Coffee Table book.
Haven't you already built a few ARs?
Yeah?
So what do you need a guide for?
It's not a guide on how to build them. It's a guide of where it's come from and where it's going.
Well, so you can take all those corn mags off your coffee table and put this book on instead.
Not really into that thing. And even when I was, I don't think I had ever touched a magazine because we live in the age of the interwebs.
Right. Come on, it's 9:40 a.m. in Hawaii, and where's my Bitcoin at? I want to get my payout today. See how much I get paid today. By my Shaw 5256, my Dash X11, and my Dagger Hashimoto Ether equation algorithm mining contract. Well, it looks like the seals swam off camera and they're not coming back till tomorrow, probably. I don't know, they might come back in a few hours, but I don't even see them anywhere on camera, and it's a wide pan out shot, so it's a paddleboard or paddleboard paddling by. Stand-up paddleboard. Suppose I could walk out to the beach around here, because there's a bar in that general direction too, so.
Yo, Flippy, did you ever find the G19?
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, Sean, have you seen the newest of the meme wars?
The Trump one now?
Yeah, it's great. I posted it in the lobby chat.
Is it better than that Battlefield one?
Yeah, it's a lot better.
It is hot as balls outside. Oh my god.
Yeah, Houston sucks.
I had to go out to my side, and I had to go and grab a couple of things out of it, and it's like 150 in there. It's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know how illegals do it.
Hey, motherfucker.
Seriously, man. Because, like, that just happened. There was a tractor trailer that got pulled over, and there was something like 18 people inside, and it had no ventilation or anything. It was like 140 degrees inside. I'm like, I don't know how they do it.
I don't know, dude, because, like, Mexican... I need to be careful how I say this. They're just more used to the heat than us glorious white people are.
Y'all are just more resilient.
Oh, God. Hey,
No,
Flippy,
but,
by the way.
like, honestly, Mexicans, from my experience, it just seemed to not...
Flippy's views do not represent gun channels.
Hey, Flippy, by the way, that Alex Jones part was pretty funny, though.
Yeah, it was. They put chemicals in the water to make the frogs gay.
What?
That was CNN's
the newest
Braveheart spoof.
The newest of the memes from the meme
Well,
wars.
better than the Battlefield one.
Yeah, I posted it in the lobby chat. It's great.
Yeah, I almost want to tune into CNN to see them complain about it. but I don't want to give double their viewing audience by watching.
Right.
Hey, Sean, guess what I found?
Zero.
A Pontiac Tempest.
The same one went up on page again.
The chemicals that they put in the water to
Yeah.
make the frogs turn gay.
Doesn't make any sense to me, but
it's time to buy it.
It's not 10,000 no more.
More? Oh, that one. Oh, it's wow! It's $100 off now. Yeah, that's the one with the automated gauges. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. It'd be cooler if, like, it had a
air conditioning
Jay-Z swap in an air conditioner.
Air conditioner, definitely.
Man, just imagine how many people you can fit in that trunk.
Oh, it's not that big, dude. Tempest was a mid-size car.
I don't know, dude. This picture makes
still
that
big.
thing look huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's still like a 4-person trunk. If it was a Catalina, that'd be like an 8-person trunk. Big ponchos.
Dude, I love it. Like, CNN's just holding down the Statue of Liberty and licking your face. But good old Trump comes running in and kicks his head off.
Welcome to the InfoWars.
Stabs the sword in the ground that just says the CNN sucks.
Will
Yeah.
you just have that video on a permanent loop?
No, I just watched it again because it's great.
I mean, one time it's okay, but
We gotta support the Trump memes, dude. We gotta win this meme war.
I'm sure the band of B-tards alone could win that war. They don't need the rest of us. Them alone can handle it.
could post it and Steam it if I was really bored.
Ain't my blade, my old blade. Shit. So people are still freaking out about this open carry sword thing that we've got going.
An open carry sword thing?
Like they dropped knife carry restrictions here in Texas.
Oh, cool. Get a rapier.
Sword.
Get a rapier, man.
Oh, did they? So I could carry around switchblades to get, yeah.
Switchblades aren't swords.
Spring-assisted knives.
Yes, you can.
Out the front. Yeah, I was showing earlier today LMAX from
Green thing?
The SOG knife. The LMAX one, yeah. Here, I'll reshare it. The Microtech UTX 85 LMAX steel. Let me hit the screen share button. If it's legal in your state, knock yourself out and get this one.
Yeah,
Every blade's legal in the state now.
that's the third time I watched that meme, dude. So I see every time I see it, I see something new.
Yeah, that meme's great.
So here you go. Try this one. UTX 85 Jedi Master double automatic out the front.
That's for Brandon.
LMAX steel.
Yeah, I don't need to carry a knife, dude. I carry a Glock.
I can start carrying my Bowie knife again. If I wanted to. Kind of heavy.
Get a
We
rapier. Get a
We can't have
rapier.
automatics.
I'd carry my Wakizashi before I carried a rapier.
Rapiers have a longer. If you have rapier versus Wakizashi, the rapier is going to win. They're
The
longer.
rapier versus Glock isn't.
Of course not. But if it's samurai sword versus rapier, rapier wins every time.
Oh yeah, by length.
By length, yeah, it just it'll the guy with probably both people would get killed if there was a fight because
The only thing we have
if
to
you
fear
run
here
the
in
guy
Texas
through-
with this new law.
if you run the guy through with a rapier, he'll die, but not before he'll have trying to chop your head off with his samurai
Yeah.
sword, and then he'll die immediately after. But knife fights are messy.
Well, I think the one thing that people around here are worried about are a bunch of people in ninja outfits wearing or fucking carrying scimitars, screaming Allah Akbar.
How many? Well, they don't wear ninja suits and scream Allah Akbar. That, you know.
It's a joke.
They wear, like, you know, completely different kind of a garb.
I have to start carrying a Smith & Wesson, what was it, the hand eject model? So that way if somebody dressed up in that, quote, garb wants to come swinging a scimitar at me, I can just pop them like Indiana Jones.
What gun did Indiana Jones use in that scene? What revolver did he carry?
It was like a 1907 hand eject or something like that.
I remember that scene when he throws the revolver and on his suitcase and says, "You know what a careful man I am." And what kind of revolver was it? It looked like a 45 or something. Somebody look it up on Internet Firearms Movie Database. Of course, I'd be happy with my 3B100. That's only 357 Magnum. Still enough whoop ass to take out a few ninjas.
I wonder if they're going to put Godzuki in the new Godzilla movies.
Well, the last King Kong movie, at the end of the King Kong movie, they had after all the credits, they had like a little Godzilla versus King Kong soundbite thing, implying that the next movie was going to be King Kong versus Godzilla.
The next movie is, well, I don't know if it's King Kong movie, but the next movie is Rodan versus Godzilla.
I think it's
a Mark II hand eject.
I'm just wondering if they're going to put Godzuki in the movies.
A Mark II hand eject. Okay. And was that a S&W?
Yep.
Or I'm not too familiar with that. What is S&W? Okay.
I'm about to drop kick my computer off this table. It's got fucking autism like you wouldn't believe. Like it needs shock therapy.
All right, before I go, I'm going to Google
in 455
Mark II hand eject. It's S&W and see what comes up.
455 Ely cartridge.
455 what?
455 Ely.
I don't even know what that is.
Ooh, these things are hot. Jesus. Again? Is he bringing them?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know. Make sure it's not all one.
It is. It will be.
Sometimes.
It will be.
No, but the orders are few last time.
Yeah. I doubt the new one.
Blu-ray or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems like older gun writers are forever fawning over the legendary Smith & Wesson triple lock, which incidentally is called hand ejector. First model by collectors. Perhaps it is because besides the very first, being the very first of S&W's end-frame 6 guns, the triple lock was also the introductory vehicle for the 44 S&W Special.
Yeah.
Then there is a hand injector third model named the Model 1926.
No, his is a Mark II.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
His is a Mark II.
Wait, do you have one that you're showing, or?
Nope.
Okay.
I just went to Infidibus. Because I used to mistakenly call it the Victory model, but it wasn't. It's in a British cartridge. Ely, 455 Ely. Which I think is just basically Webley.
Yeah, it looks.
He put down first radical Islamic terrorist.
Weebly-ish. think I'll stick with my GP100.
Can't falter for that. I really want that new one in 44 special, but I can't justify the asking price for it.
How much is it?
It's close to, it's like $850 or something. It's kind of up there. For a Ruger, that's kind of up there.
Oh, if you really want it, you know.
I do, but I mean, if I was going to get a 5-shot 44 for that kind of money, I'd probably just get like a, what do they call it? Bulldog? Because it's not going to be like my main carry. It's just going to be range, fun or whatever. What do they call those? I forgot the name of them. I think they're called Bulldogs. It's like I got the name of it on the tip of my tongue and I just can't spit it out right now. Charter Bulldog. That's what it is. I couldn't spit out Charter. I'm like, what is it called? They make one with like a camo pattern on the frame and cylinder. I'm like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. This is a novelty.
How many revolvers do you already own?
9? 8? I got one out right now because I have a potential buyer, but let's see.
Well, you might have enough revolvers already.
Maybe. Still got to get my outlaw.
I don't know. More than one revolver is too many revolvers.
That's because you're new to this game.
Less than one revolver is the right amount.
Hey, Flippy, you still got that police?
Which, what? My police magnum? Yeah, it's not a revolver,
Yeah.
it's a shotgun.
Oh, you don't have the revolver?
No, the police magnum is the shotgun.
My bad. Confused.
Well, here we are at the top of the hour. This is still a microphone out there on YouTube and anywhere else this is being streamed to Gunchannels.com or it's free to register. If you're joining the conversation. Come in prime time hours and meet some of your favorite YouTube personalities and many of those who host shows here on the nightly. Matter of fact, tonight on Gun Channels we have Daily Gun Show coming at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. I believe that is followed up by this week is Yankee Marshall's Shooting Left to Center, I believe. There's one other one on Thursdays. Tack Daddy. Gun News Daily with Tack Daddy. I believe that comes on at 8 o'clock Eastern. That's Gun Channels tonight. This is the part where Knives forgets to do the phone.
Alright, guys, don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com. We got patches, we got AK bandits for your AK bandits needs. Also, we got hoodies and shirts for gearwebsites.com.
The sooner he runs out of current inventory, the sooner we can get to Gun Channels themed songs and pasties. Make it happen, people.
Are those thingies that spin?
Yeah.
What are those thingies called?
Pasties. Oh,
No,
wait, you're talking about
fidget spinners. Fidget spinner pasties.
Yeah, I know. I can make you one.
No, I'm good.
I don't know how to attach the suction cup on the backside, but I've got like all white fidget spinners that I can just pretty much scribe anything I want on them. Clay seems to be on a van kick these days too. He was talking earlier about wanting a quickly converted E250.
G-Webs was on the lobby last night.
Yeah.
Talking about vans.
It's because he's on the hunt again.
I thought he bought one already. Didn't he buy one?
No, he got robbed by another woman, this time up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Sleeping in
Moon sent in a ringer.
Yeah. Moon and Angry teamed up on him. They started using that Pennsylvania Dutch money.
So G-Webs is still vanless.
Well, I mean, he's got one.
That's one. He just hates it.
It doesn't work, though.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, like I said,
I
he
have
hates
two
it.
BMWs, but one of them doesn't work.
Yo, Sean, how about we just fix the other one, make it a track van?
I thought about it. My friend actually does build race cars, like BMW race cars, and he's got one just like mine. That originally he had it as a track car, and then he converted it to a scraper because he likes to cruise with it.
Asphalt squeegee.
But yeah, we talked about it. Like he and I, we were gonna take an S52 out of I think it was an E36 M3, cram it into my little 535. Thought about it. The thing I really want to do is just stick in a 6-liter LS engine from like an old Silverado.
The 5.L, I think that's what it is.
No, I want the 6-liter one out of the 3/4 ton.
Yeah, it's called the Q something.
Is it?
I think I'm going to bail out. If this is going to turn into a van chat, I think I'll.
Oh no!
I
don't have
all I could stand last
vans.
night.
I have no van. I have no desire for a van. Decommissioned armored car, though. Maybe.
Yeah, I want a war rig. Like USA had Mad Max Fury Road on a couple days ago when I watched it again. So
you want
like,
the truck with the monster truck wheels on it?
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Well, it was like the one with the monster wheels wasn't a truck. It was like a ZZ Top car, whatever that is.
Oh, a 34 Ford.
Yeah.
No, I did like the truck. It was like a 1940 or 41 Chevy, and it was on 6-foot Silverton tires. Yeah.
Well, I like the war rig. I like the war rig.
Those are definitely my speed.
With the like security code and the kill switches, array of kill switches. If you don't know the code, it'll just stop working.
Hey, Sean.
Huh?
I'll trade you Lorenzo Ball for all the libtards in Texas.
For all the what?
All the libtards in Texas.
Okay.
Well, I better
Deal.
get out and get on with my day. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Who?
All the libtards.
Seems like it.
Yeah, I go north.
Isn't that funny? It's like they were all about like sanctuary cities and immigrants' rights. And they were all marching and protesting and making all this noise in Southern California. And then the first thing they do is move the fuck out.
San Diego is being very conservative now.
It's like do as they say, not as they do, right?
It seems they're all going up north.
They
All
are.
the conservatives move west, move east.
Yeah, they're all moving up north because the thing that they allowed to have happen is now supposedly lowering their property values, and now they're all leaving.
Well, if their property, this is the cool thing though. If their property values get so low and they toot and boot, eventually either that state is going to be ruled by immigrants, in which case I don't know what we do with that. Or the other aspect of it is everyone leaves except for the people who can't afford to, and then the real change happens.
So either way we win. Like this, we should just go ahead and let this perpetuate to its end.
Yeah, just let it happen, dude.
I'm down with that.
It's like,
I mean, it's not like we can't stop it anyway. So just fuck it.
It's already happening.
Yeah, if you
I
let
mean,
it
you can't
happen,
stop it. A
unimpeded,
couple of J-dams will stop it, but
it'll reach its end much quicker.
San Diego's starting to change.
Is it for the worse or the better?
Better.
apparently San Diego is becoming conservative.
About time. You mean I might actually be able to go vacation there again? Oh, shit. What an idea that is.
Yeah, I want to go see the Naval Yard.
So the WNBA has really bad ratings, right? Really low turnout. They're losing money constantly.
Wait, why did Shia LaBeouf get arrested?
Drunken disorderly conduct, I think.
Rad.
And then you heard him on camera?
I'm watching the camera thing right now where he's like, I came up to you and asked for a cigarette. I'm not racist. I asked you for a cigarette. You said no. I said word. You arrested me, you dumb whatever.
Yeah. Then he went racist.
Yeah, it's like, what is happening?
That dude's gonna have to be on suicide watch soon, I think. Like, he's really losing his fucking marbles.
Where is his money coming from?
He's
like not in anything anymore.
That's the thing. He hasn't blown it all yet. Like, maybe he invested it. I don't know.
Like, I don't understand, dude. Save all of his Transformers money? Is he still getting royalties? Like, is even Steven still playing?
Still getting that freaking indie money too.
Yeah, dude, he's making like 3 copies of that DV holes.
And he's getting Fury money.
I forgot about Fury. He wasn't Fury.
He was actually pretty good in Fury.
He was really good in Fury.
It's like, I wish he would quit being such a SJW douchebag and fucking just go back to acting.
Yeah.
Some people just can't help it though.
Yeah, like he kind of just lost it one day. Just decided, I'm just going to be a crazy person.
Yeah, I guess, there was like a casting call. Like Hollywood was like, hey, we don't have a nut job anymore. So-and-so killed themselves or so-and-so retired or whatever. And it's like,
yeah.
Oh, I'll do it.
Mel Gibson fell off the radar. We need a new one. A younger, more hip Mel Gibson for today's youth.
Actually, he's coming back, too.
And Shia LaBeouf, looked up and was like, this is for me.
This is my time. This is what I've trained my whole life and body and soul for.
Yeah, he started going off the Goonies speech. He's like, up there's their time. Down here's my time.
Oh, God.
Goonies don't say die. He ran into the room and they're like, you're hired. Here's your monthly supply of Wacky Aid from a clown shoe.
Stand aside, Kaepernick. It's my turn. I got this.
Hold my chocolate.
He really is off the rails, though. Anymore? Like, is that guy quit yet?
Wait, who is videotaping him?
It's a cop's body cam, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess that is. Huh. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah. Like you're hearing less and less accusations of police brutality these days because of those. Like it's doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Proving that most people are fucking liars.
I want to go see Atomic Blonde.
What? You guys didn't do anything for our country. I'm in the Salvation Guard. Like I'm in the National Guard.
Is he?
Is he? Did he just like
fact check that?
Yeah, is Shia LaBeouf in the National Guard?
I don't buy that at all.
I feel like that's weird.
I feel like
it's so weird to just that's something so weird just spout out. I would believe it because it just seems like a weird thing to just randomly shout out while being drunk and angry.
I'm about to find out.
Hey, Sean.
Hmm.
Let me go bum you for a backwood.
Apparently, he told the black police officer that he's going to go to hell because of his skin color.
Knives, it's going to be kind of stale by the time it gets to you.
I think that's what you do. You just tell somebody to bum you for a cigarette. I used to make money when I could sell them.
He described himself as Jewish.
Shalom. I saw the Ninja Turtle movie. I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
Damn you, Michael Bay.
It says nowhere in here that he was in the National Guard. Ever.
You got a charge?
Yeah, never, ever, ever. Like, why would he even make that up? He's trying to blame his alcoholism on his father being an alcoholic himself.
Yeah, I used to live in the hood, too.
Yeah, actually, he grew up pretty poor. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to make excuses. You can't make excuses for the way you act today because of the way you were yesterday. To a certain degree, you have to just take responsibility.
Man, I hate listening to people being arrested. It's the most annoying thing on earth. They just sit there screaming the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's like their brain goes into closed loop mode.
Yeah. Like at this point, the Shia LaBeouf is just sitting there screaming, "Why am I in custody?" and my cuffs are too tight.
Yeah.
When they're like, "How do you spell your last name? Is it LaBeouf?" He's just like, "My cuffs are too tight." Like, that's great, sir. Please stop yelling. How do you spell your last name?
Mama, I love you. P.O.P. Holding it down.
I don't think he's ever been charged with any felonies, though. It's just like, all he is a provocateur of misdemeanors.
Right.
Who would have thought controlling the throttle on this drill would actually wear the battery out faster than just going full speed every time? Be a lot of Pluto. I think I'm gonna buy ice cream on the way home from work today. It's been an urge for a while now, just because of this damn heat.
Yeah. So any word yet whether Shia LaBeouf was National Guard?
No, there's no record of it anywhere.
Hmm.
It's got to be fake. It can't be real.
Stolen Valor Shia LaBeouf.
Pretty much. It's like, just because you played a guy that was in a tank doesn't make you National Guard.
Yeah, just because Brad Pitt punched you in the face a bunch, you're not National Guard now.
Yeah, but if you get kicked in the ribs by fucking what was his name in the movie?
It's not like you're getting jumped in. It's not how it works.
No, if you get kicked in the ribs enough times by Brad Pitt, then you turn out to be the next Punisher. That's actually pretty badass. Stop kicking me! I ain't a dog. He's a really good actor, actually, John Bernthal.
Yeah, John Bernthal is pretty good.
Very versatile.
I mean, not really. He plays the same character in literally everything.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, sort of. I mean, he wasn't particularly a nut job in Fury. He was just more like a rube, you know?
Yeah, we're like Sean and the Punisher, basically the same character.
Punisher's like, Punisher was a pretty honorable guy before, he lost his family or whatever, right?
Yeah. Kind of stayed the same thing, except for all the like weird lust stuff for like some lady who's not that
drove
great.
him nuts. Yeah, lust drove Shane nuts, and the death of his family drove Castle nuts. Castle nuts.
Yeah. Just realized Castle's white.
Yo.
Technically, he's like White Castle. So if he stood next to a black guy with the Castle last name, he would be White Castle, and the other one would be Black Castle, and that's how you would describe him.
Oh, I heard. What's his name? They've named the next Bond for the next movie.
Is it Black Castle?
Nope. Daniel Craig is coming back.
Why?
Don't care. Glad he's doing it.
I want a new Bond. Daniel Craig sucks.
I like him. Like, all he needs to do is one more movie than Connery, and I'll say he's the best Bond. I like Raw Bond better than all the other ones. Like, he's just mean.
I don't care about Raw Bond. I want polished Bond. I want like
refined.
Yeah, refined, polished Bond.
You don't like drunken, angry, vicious Super Bond?
No, because he's James Bond. He's a Brit. He's supposed to be all polite and use stupid sounding words.
I guess. I mean, okay, in that case, the only other logical choice would be Tom Hardy.
I'm still a fan of like the Pierce Brosnan Bond.
Seriously?
Yeah, I really like the Pierce Brosnan Bond. Granted, I grew up with the Pierce Brosnan Bond because that was like during the time of my definitive youth.
Pretty boy blonde. He was. Yeah. He had the look though, for sure. I will admit that wholeheartedly. He definitely looks like a Bond.
Yeah, he looked like Bond. He sounded like Bond. And he acted refined like Bond. Bam, best Bond.
Way better than Dalton. I just call Dalton the gay Bond every time because he got the crappiest movies. Those are all like drugs and ninjas. Like that's
yeah. The best like Connery Bond's great because Connery was literally just drunk all the time.
Yeah, he was the first one. He was like the drunk gambling womanizer, and he still had refinement here and there. And then,
well, no, I mean like as they're filming, he's honestly just drunk the entire time they're filming.
Oh. Oh yeah, like that chick he signed a coconut for.
Yeah.
On set. Signed a coconut for some little girl. She didn't have anything else to sign. He's like, give me that coconut. I'll sign that.
Yeah. Coconut to this day is like a rotting, shriveled husk in that like old lady's house now.
So her, the coconut, and Bond's face all have the same thing in common. Ouch.
It's like mad fragile and old.
Yeah. Well beyond its born on date.
What was Sean Connery's last movie? Because like, wasn't it The Rock?
Never again. Oh, you're talking about just regular movies?
I mean, like any movie, like because I thought he like stopped a while back.
He did retire.
It was straight up just like, yeah, done now.
He's 5 years older than my dad.
The Rock is still one of the coolest movies.
The Hood for Red October is my favorite.
The last movie he did was Sir Billy. The second to last movie he did was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
That's it.
I always thought that was the last one, but
Yeah. I heard that one was the last one because he was like, yeah, this was garbage. I'm done.
Oh, Sir Billy is it's an animated. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so LXG was the last one.
Wow, I read the title of this video like completely wrong.
I remember Medicine Man. That was actually pretty decent.
The video's title is Teaching Your Kids to Shoot.
Okay.
I read it as Teaching to Shoot Kids. I was like, wow, that's weird. Huh.
Yeah, his last Bond movie was Never Say Never Again. That was like that doesn't actually count in the universe of Bond movies because it was like a side project one. I think he was in The Longest Day too. It was a bit part though. Yeah, he was in The Longest Day. Right before he did Dr. No, as a matter of fact.
Ah, Korean girls trying American barbecue.
Oh, I've seen that video.
I don't get why that's special, but okay.
I've seen that one.
It's the difference in flavor. The best one's American girls trying Korean barbecue. That's funny. Depending on which one you get, because like one of them is really sweet and tastes really good. Really hot, like super spicy.
Is that crappy Mexican soda?
Fanta?
No, dude, Fanta's German.
Is it?
Uh-huh. Yeah, Fanta was invented by Hitler.
No.
Yeah, back when Coca-Cola was doing a ban to Germany because Germany was being like dirty people.
Talking about the early 30s?
Yeah, I think it was actually early or late 30s. Coca-Cola stopped sending their product to Germany, and the Coca-Cola plant in Germany was like, well, we're making something else then, and they invented Fanta. And Hitler was like, it's the greatest drink ever. I drink it every day in my Volkswagen Bug.
Because, like, you remember there was, like, this movement in the early 2000s, and it was, like, a bunch of Latina singers always, like, pushing Fanta or whatever? I thought it was, like, a south-of-the-border invention.
No. People like, it sounds south of the border-ish, but no. But you know, that like crappy Mexican soda that has like the weird like oranges on it, and it's like always in a weird shaped bottle.
Oh, yeah.
And it tastes like Sprite and vinegar.
Hey,
Like it tastes like the angriest orange ever was made into a soda.
I'll be right back.
Man, I need to bring the magic of the avocado and like Mexican food to Korea. Go there and like make a burrito house in Korea or something.
Raking in that money.
Yeah, like just go and bring the taste of not crappy Mexico. Let me rephrase that.
Fuck you,
Bring
puppy.
the taste of good Mexican food from Texas to like South Korea and become like a South Korean billionaire.
With all that cilantro.
Yeah, and then go and stay at that like Dubai house thing for like a night to check out the fish. And then marry a Korean pop star. And fly a jet straight into the moon.
What the fuck?
May have gone a little off the rails, but whatever. #1 taco shack in all of Korea, dude. Oh, that reminds me. I need to pick up a brisket for this weekend.
Do.
'Cause I
Nice
need to
try.
make shredded chicken tacos and brisket tacos for my friends.
I'm back. How's it going, Knives?
Up.
Not
Knives is
much.
getting triggered.
Well, he is the most ornery of Gunchannels members. He is Senor Cuchillos.
What the fuck is going on?
Right now, he's being Senor triggered.
What is it, Trigger Ronde?
Said something about like Mexican food is like Mexican food
Racist.
from Mexico is garbage compared to real Mexican food from Texas. The only good place that
Now I'm just
provides
thinking about
Mexican
my
food.
brisket. I want me some brisket tacos.
Dude, it's fantastic. Like, man, I need to get the stuff.
So
Basically, I take it, I soak it in this like specialty brine stuff for like 3 days, and then I slow cook it until it just shreds, and then it's like perfect.
Knives, how would you say triggered in Spanish? Would it be activado? Or would it be what's it? Provocar?
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Provocado.
There we go. And
Maybe
Knives,
$1 first.
and Knives,
Maybe
I'm messing with you, man. I'm just being, asshole Night Strike.
I need my my $1 for teaching you Spanish. I'm expecting it by the mail.
All right, when I get paid, I'll give you $1. Do you accept PayPal?
Nope.
Well, I can't give you $1.
Hey, Flippy, how long you cook that brisket for?
Slow cook it like all day long until it's like
Shit.
perfectly tender. Dude, it gets to the point where it's just like It's fantastic. And then you get in there with some forks and you shred it, and then you just leave it sitting in a crock pot full of its brine. And you just serve that out. Dump that on some rice, some tacos, pour some like salsa onto it.
What? Some salsa?
Yeah, you gotta like coat that brisket in salsa.
Oh, now we have an after lunch strike.
Yeah, I had lunch and then the mailman came, and I got my AR-15 anti-walk triggered walk pin kit. So
His anti-trigger for his AR-15 will no longer be triggered, dude.
Isn't anti-trigger like a can of purple drink?
No, anti-walk pins is what I got. I got my set of anti-walk pins because
dude, anti-trigger is the
bar
view.
between the two.
I had a set of pins that were walking out, and I tried even oversized pins, and they still walked out. So I just got an anti-walk pin kit because it's easier. Plus, I only paid like $10 for it off of eBay, so why the fuck not?
Made in China.
Her name is Sony.
Her name is Sony. Pass the sex box machine.
Yeah, but no, I just actually they came from Vegas of all places.
Well, yeah, it originally came from an importer that sent it to San Francisco that drove it on a truck to Vegas.
Apparently the Korean girls absolutely love like the pork ribs.
Yes, they do. Wait, you can read that wrong. Just be like, Korean girls love pork.
I threw ribs in there, but
unfortunately,
I guess
most of them aren't lookers. Take it from a native. Most of them are not lookers.
But most Korean women?
Yes, most are not lookers. I would say like.
Wait, how can you tell? Don't they all look the same?
Ooh,
no, there's variations, but like the one thing I always notice, the most common thing on Korean women are, I call them big bowling ball heads because like their skulls are shaped perfectly round, and it makes their heads look huge, like their forehead and like the area around above the ears and stuff. They have large diameter crania. It's really obvious to me.
Hold on, Sean. North Korean girls ain't dudes, chicks, or strippers, or hookers.
There are no North Korean strippers.
There are no North Korean hookers or strippers because no one has money for that.
No, actually, you're right.
It's considered obscene, and they'll get put to death.
No, in North Korea, they actually have divisions of what they call comfort women. They really do. It's like federalized prostitution, basically. It's like you will work underneath those officials, and she's like, "Wait, those officials?" Like, yeah, everyone on that building.
Okay.
Like my mom watched an interview of one that actually escaped. She escaped through the northern border into China, then she hopped a boat into South Korea, and she was talking about how there were entire divisions of women that were called like comfort women, which they stole that concept from the Japanese, but back
just like the Koreans.
But hey, if we're North Korean, we do it. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, they copied it because, the Japanese did that. They enslaved Korean women as comfort women for Japanese soldiers or whatever during the war.
The war that neither the South nor the North Koreans have let go.
The other war. The war before.
Oh, what was that dude's name?
World War II. Just in World War II.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the one with... What is his name?
Not the... you're thinking of The Last Samurai? That war? The... what did they call that?
Where the island of Japan decided to roll up on like Korea and be like, "Yo, let us pass to China. We want to take them."
Right.
And then Korea's like, "Is this a joke?" And they're like, "Nope."
That was the Manchurian campaign or something like that, right? What?
I was just thinking when they were trying to overthrow the shogunate or whatever. But anyway, yeah, they've had a whole history of conquered and enslaving Koreans and Chinese. It's happened.
Yeah, but everybody's so pissed off at the Japanese for doing it back in like the 1940s. When the factor is they're so quick to forget that that the Chinese literally stomped over everyone at one point because they were led by the Huns.
Wow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Or
but-
get the cons.
Hey guys,
The cons.
Who do we got there?
So, dog body.
real quick, since I just kind of came in at that an awkward moment. You guys do know how Japan got founded, right? Do you realize they were the Asian Australia?
Wasn't that sword was dipped into the ocean and then pulled out, and the droplets that came from it formed the island of Japan?
Not that story.
They were the Asians' version of Australia. They were a prisoner island of rejects. So the fact that they came out and then kicked ass all over Asia for a long time,
Actually, that wasn't Japan. That wasn't in Japan. That was Okinawa.
wasn't that part of their empire?
At one point, it was its own country.
Yeah, it was like its own deal. But I mean, I see what
Fair
you're
enough.
saying. That's like that would be like Australia taking over all of Europe.
The Shogun.
That'd be like Australia attempting to take over Europe. Let's get that straight here. Japan didn't take over anything.
Well, it's because they're too drunk to do it, right?
Actually,
No,
Japan would have dominated China had we not stepped in. So China kind of owes us a bone for that.
I mean, China would have gotten dominated by Japan several times if various other countries did step
No, you're
in.
right.
No, dog buddy. No, if you listen to all the Maoists, they were fine. They fought off the Japanese themselves.
Sure.
Yeah, that's why they lost their entire coastline.
Yeah, those Soviets, or the communist Chinese said, "Oh no, we fought the Japanese off. That's why they're gone." Yeah, it had nothing to do with the fact that the United States and maybe our allies in the Pacific went and steamrolled the Japanese Navy. It had nothing to do with that.
Not only did we have to steamroll them, we actually had to cut off their world trade to starve out their resources. I mean, it was a nasty mess. But
We took that right out of Hitler's playbook for England.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah, but they attacked us first. So we were in the right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really care about that, though.
Well, there's a lot of debate, actually.
Either way, we stepped in and pacified the Japanese, and now the Japanese are a bunch of weirdos and friendly to all nations. So, thank you, the rest of the world.
They're one of the friendliest nations for American visitors. I got to give them that. They are awesome.
They're one of the friendliest nations for a lot of visitors, dude. Again, thank you, world.
Well, there's a stipulation with that. They don't mind visitors and tourists because it brings in, money for their country and their economy, and it helps that. But, if you want to move there, yeah, no go. They do not like foreigners moving there.
Actually, I'm going to tell you right now, I've got a couple of buddies who went there originally for work who now live in Tokyo permanently. And they said that once they went through the immigration process, there was no longer any issue with it. As long as they agreed that, yep, we're Japanese, we are a part of the Japanese people, all that kind of negativity went away for them. They just don't like it when people from foreign countries come in on visas and work temporarily. But if you actually become a citizen, they're very welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, didn't they do something with the refugees? Start beating the shit out of them on the middle of the street?
All I know is when my mom's aunt moved in the north, that whole place was poor as hell. And by the time she got her farm up and running and she employed 60 people in the area, it became one of the richest provinces in the north. They're cool with them. God damn, all the buttons are broken. Great.
That sounds awesome, Sean.
She
How about those buttons?
She spent $70 million on a freaking revolving. I told you guys this story already, several times. But yeah, she spent $70 million on her dairy farm.
Wait, on her what?
She has a dairy farm in Hokkaido.
Oh, okay.
She's like, green mountain grass makes good milk. I'm like, okay. She's been there for 50 years.
After your father brought her back from.
No. It's my mom's aunt.
Oh, your mom's aunt. Okay.
Yeah, she was there before my mom and dad even met.
All right.
But her son's about my age. Pretty close.
Now, did your dad bring your mom back after the war?
Actually, yeah, he met her after Vietnam.
Oh, different war.
Yeah, the other war, the war after.
The war after. I was thinking the
Isn't that
Korean
funny?
War.
First it was the war before, now it's the war after. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one. All right.
Now it's the war that no one in America knows anything about or even remembers even happened.
Yeah, it's like the Fight Club war. No one talks about it.
Yeah.
No, I remember. Well, I don't remember it, but I remember learning about it in school. It sucked.
People don't learn about the Korean War anymore. It gets overshadowed by Vietnam, and like it's literally World War II, there's the Korean War, and then Vietnam.
Flippy, how old are you again?
I am 27.
Well, it's like everybody thinks
You're a
the
few
TV
years
show-
younger than me. That's why they probably stopped teaching it.
Everybody thinks the TV show MASH took place in Vietnam, but MASH took
No,
place
that's
in
Korea.
Korea. I know that's
It took
supposed to.
place in Korea, but it was actually about Vietnam, though.
Yeah, like the undertones of the story were supposed to be about being against the war in Vietnam. But
Yeah,
you're right. It was in Korea. Actually, to be really specific, it was actually California. But
Well, I mean, my father's a non-vet, so I grew up with the after effects in our house growing up.
I'm gonna make the joke, but Sean, there's so many Asians in California, anyways, that didn't matter at that point.
there's some truth to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they were Chinese, though. They weren't.
Actually, they
they
weren't all
turned the-
Chinese.
But the Japanese
still-
turned the internment camps at Tan Foran into a beautiful mall and shopping center and got every penny back.
True that.
Yeah, the relatives I have in California are on my grandmother's side of the family. My grandmother was half Filipino, so there we go. All her brothers and sisters.
Bye.
Either way, General Yi is the reason why Japan isn't bigger today. And that's the end of story time.
Oh.
On Gunchannels. Thank you for coming to Gunchannels.com.
I just think it's funny that like Japan had this reign of terror since like they decided to stop reign of terroring each other and started to go out across the world.
Actually,
up until the United States came in and taught them to be ashamed of their bodies, and then
Actually-
they became pacified.
the point in which Japan started getting all ballsy is after the Sino-Soviet War. I think that was the 30s.
You see, I think we should have just let that. We should have never intervened when they were going after China for resources. I think instead of being on the PS4, we'd have PS9 by now. We fucked up.
Well, they've already got 12K TV over there.
Yeah, no, they're already like way past us, dude. Like Dell started, what was it, last year, the year before, working on 8K like monitors.
Yeah.
Yeah, they started doing that while, I don't know, Japan started trying to build a robot autonomous whatever colony on the moon. Like they're building robots to specifically ship to the moon to do things.
Hey, you gotta love a group of people that are like, let's just do that, just because.
Yeah, let's do that because why not?
Whoa, well, Flippy, haven't you seen the movie Iron Sky? We have Nazis on the dark side of the moon.
That movie was terrible.
I mean, there's about to be robots on the
The
moon.
sequel was even worse.
Dude, there's about to be
That's
robots
the
on the moon
point.
producing power and shipping the power through like the airways back to Japan.
Sean,
And
they're
they're
bad
dumb,
movies, but the point is, they're so bad they're hilarious.
Is that why we're not going back to the moon? Because like
Look.
we didn't want to like show people Nazis up there.
Right.
I forgave Japan for everything besides the fact that my grandmother was Japanese, so I had no choice. But I forgave them when I discovered Robotech and Gundam. Okay.
There
Okay,
you go.
there we go.
Mecha
Yeah.
saved
Robotech.
humanity.
Now there's like a giant robot Gundam in the middle of like, what is it, a Kaido?
Now I
Dude,
know how you became a regular.
They have the Gundam Museum.
Yeah, they have the Gundam Museum over there.
Well, I mean, like they actually built the giant Gundam out. I think it was Hokkaido was where they
Yeah,
built it. I don't
it is.
remember. And then just like people like, this is rad, and so they're just like, whatever, we'll just leave this. This is just a thing now.
can't remember from what show it was, but they did this gigantic schoolgirl sitting, like straddling a subway tunnel too. And they were like, this is really cool. We'll just leave it here. And they just touch up the paint on it every couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that was from a particular show. That might have, once again, just been that because they did.
Yeah, they're like, let's just do it. Fuck it.
Yeah, they made what was that show that I didn't care about like at all? The one with the giant robot, Evangelion.
Oh yeah.
They made
I
like
was
a
never a fan of
life-size
that one
scene
either.
of that Evangelion, like the beginning of it, where it's like the cockpit chamber or whatever. Just left it. Like, yeah, that's a thing too.
See, Dogbody said the magic word. Now I know why he's a regular on Matt's chat. He said Robotech, and Matt was like, he sprayed the musk.
He's like,
anybody?
he said Robotech, invite him in.
Yeah, that's like the password.
Yeah, the password to get Matt's chat is Robotech.
Now I know why Monday's chat ran 3 hours.
That, or on Wednesday, have people pay to say, "Yo, put this dude in." That helps too.
Oh, dude.
Oh yeah, when they put Flippy in.
Well, Wednesday it went late because someone got that Provocard with sprinkles again.
Oh man.
They got him on the topic of sprinkles, and that's Matt's trigger right there. You know, he's a sprinkle justice warrior.
Oh god.
Yeah.
He hates sprinkles.
What's funny is I'll just whenever I have a free Wednesday, I'll pop in and be like, "Hi," and then I'll see like some super chats popping up being like, "Free the panda," and then I'll get a message from Night Strikes being like, "Here's your link."
No, I never give you a fucking link to any of these chats.
I'm like, okay.
Do not blame me for that shit at all.
Also, the message says like, "Keep on the DL," which I'm like, why would I keep this on a download? This
You know,
is a
he's
message.
totally
Why would I
fucking with you
download it?
guys. I would not give him a link. Hope he can get his own damn links.
Man, I saw this article a little back. It was really funny to me. And this video showing off a Vietnamese tunnel system reminded me of it. Basically, like, there's this part in Vietnam where they were showing off, like, old war stuff and, like, what... Then they had, like, some of the tunnels still operational to where you can, like, look in and see, like, how the dirty Viet Cong did their thing. And, like, they had these little trap boxes where they would where the Viet Cong would have popped out and shot up a bunch of dudes and then popped into their weird wicker baskets. So like there's this Vietnam vet and a bunch of other people like walking around like just looking at this stuff, and the tour guide pops out of the tunnel and starts screaming like, I forgot what it was, like whatever attack in Vietnamese. And like the old Vietnam vet just like put his boot in the middle of his forehead. It was great.
Oh my god, dude. I was like, oh no, Hawaii's monk seals are dead. I was like looking at that stream. They were just like both laying there in a pile of blob, and all of a sudden like the mother one just kind of looked up, snorted, and like laid back down.
They're not dead. They're just really tired or lazy.
Yeah. They're just tired.
Yeah, I saw that College Humor with Batman. They're just sleeping.
Was it one of you guys that posted that comic about the ultimate Batman experience? And it shows like this kid standing in line with his mom and dad to get on the ride, and then it shows them all strapped in, and mom's on one side and dad's on the other, and he's like, "Yay!" And then in the next scene, he's crying because mom and dad were both shot in the chest and dead. Ultimate Batman experience.
And it's shit like that makes me want to own guns.
Great. What do I tell this guy? It's gonna be like, Is there anything wrong with my machine? Be like, it seems to work perfectly fine, dude.
My president is black and my Lambo is blue.
Boondocks.
And if I catch you out on the street, I'm gonna slap you. Man, that scene's fantastic. F your shoes, F that stupid accent of yours, F the queen, F the plane you flew in on, F yo chocolate. This is America. My president is black and my Lambo is blue. You gonna get out of my face. And if I see you on the street, I'm gonna slap you. That's my answer.
Damn it, I hate when my toes go missing. Man, it's like this dude just dumps a bottle of cool water on his machines before he brings them over. Or maybe he's just got that incense and he burns it all the time at the shop. Damn it, man.
Now, anybody know anything about swamp coolers?
What? I was looking at that thing Ping
Say
posted.
swamp coolers?
Yeah,
Yeah, what about them?
I need to buy one.
30-gallon cooler, a couple of bags of ice. Get
Why would
two
I want a
PVC
cooler?
It's like a rudimentary air conditioner. You get a two elbows, two 90-degree elbows that are about 3 inches in diameter, and sawzall or a Dremel tool or something to cut the lid, and like an 8-inch box fan.
I got one.
A shit ton of silicone. That's really it. I mean, there's nothing to it. You just cut three holes in the top. And you point the fan in the middle hole and you seal it with silicone. Then you put the two elbows where you want them, in what direction you want them in. You put silicone on that to seal it. And then you just flip open the lid, fill the whole thing with ice, close the lid, turn on the fan, sit back, and chill.
If you want something else, if you have an old fish tank and a fish pump laying around,
Yeah.
buy yourself a couple pieces of PVC pipe and a cheap fan from Walmart and some meshing for the water to run down. Mounts to the back of the fan. Use the fish tank as your water base and hook up a pump into the updraft of the old fish motor. Make yourself a pretty handy little swamp cooler.
Oh, yeah. Through the water. Damn it.
As I say that while I'm standing at the hardware store and everyone stops to look at me.
I need a oil drum, some fertilizer.
Don't worry
Kerosene.
about it. I'm doing hardware things.
Yeah, kerosene.
Latex rubber gloves,
Nitrile.
nylon rope,
I'll be right back.
and a tarp.
It's a tarp. There it is. I knew if I kept
That's too much effort. Just get me a fucking 55-gallon barrel and a fucking 3 pounds of lye.
I gotta move for this. Make it noisy. Well, that's not going to work. Meanwhile, back at Seal Watch. Stuck anyway. I'm just gonna find something else. They look so dead.
That's quite the picture that somebody put the link to out there. The sexualization of Japanese children.
I didn't do it.
Let's see. I would say
I found that thing I was talking about earlier.
That's quite the picture that somebody put the link to out there. The sexualization of Japanese children. My bad.
A lot of echo.
These damn windows.
Pink did it. Blame Pink.
No, Pink.
I know. I
the
saw
tunnel
the
I was talking about though.
But it's like, could she possibly straddle that thing a little bit more?
Dude, those seals look dead. Now they look dead. Like they're not even breathing. They're just laying there.
Are we looking at the same picture?
No, I put in a link earlier to... it's not posting it. Hang on, let me refresh the page. Oh, there it is. Yeah. HVS's Dead Seal Watch. They were moving around earlier. They got pooped out, I guess, and took a nap.
Yeah. From the title, you would think it was something positive.
Oh, it is. I mean, like, when they're moving around, they look fine. But right
like,
there, when you're watching it, it's like, oh my god, they look like they're dead. They're not even moving. It's just weird.
Yeah. If they're not dead, they're damn close to it.
This dude was talking about how he's been together with his wife for 19 years. They've been married for 14 years. He's like, she doesn't want jewelry, and I already bought all the bullets, but I think I need a little more. And I was like, he went to Barrett. He says, I did upgrade all our range gear already.
Nah, they're both. Those seals are both sleeping. You can see the smaller one is still. You can notice it breathing and whatnot because it's moving around.
Yeah, the baby.
Yeah.
Mom just looks like a freaking fossil right now.
Sleeping with the fishies.
Is it? Because I remember seeing one just like that. I thought that was the same one.
Hold on, let me see. Let me see this.
Huh. Finally got my tracking numbers. Speaking of, is Tino still here? He is. He's been on mute rage all day, though.
Too much Red Bull?
He's just waiting for the bad news from Optics Planet. Oh, look, we woke him up.
I haven't been on my computer. I've been outside because they delivered my tractor this morning.
Your tractor?
What kind of tractor did you get?
It's just a John Deere.
His Manatee Wrangler.
Now, are you talking about a lawnmower or an actual tractor?
No, like a lawnmower tractor, like residential.
It's a lawnmower.
It's a riding lawnmower.
I call it a tractor. What the hell?
It's not.
Either way.
No, it's not a tractor. I've got a real tractor. That's
I
not a
don't
real
care.
tractor.
Call it what you want. Either way, it was a bitch to
A
get out.
lawnmower.
Manatee
Riding
Wrangler.
lawnmower.
They put it in one of those wood crate things, and that was a pain in the ass. But no, Sean, I have not gotten an email from Optics Planet today. So
Have you gotten a tracking number from Optics Planet yet?
let me log in here to see.
What did you order from Optics Planet?
Safari Land holster.
Yeah, pretty much a white elk.
Yeah, well, I didn't know about the reputation before ordering.
Safari Land what?
A Safari Land holster.
You going into security?
Yep. Ah, jeez, where are my scissors at? Oh, lovely. The computer's updating. God only knows what that is.
Are you finally getting that Windows 10 upgrade?
No, I'm already at Windows 10, so it's one of their upgrades, I guess. Yeah, lovely. These scissors won't cut. That's just what I need.
Oh.
What are you laughing at, John?
Oh, I'm not laughing.
Now that's a deal.
I like how this has in 7 languages. Do not let kids write on this. Really? I mean,
Are you sure?
I was going to give it to my 6-year-old later. You know, figured let the kids around the block use it.
Before or after you mount the Iron Pig?
Let's see.
So we have someone in here that I have not chatted with before. The guy with the Never Stop.
Dog Buddy.
It's Dog Buddy.
Yeah. If Dog Buddy, are you available to speak at the moment? Okay.
I think he's still at the hardware store.
He is.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'm just curious how he came up with that name.
Play on words from God Body.
What?
Play on
He
words
did
from
say he
God
was a
Body.
lifter. Apparently, he said that picture is actually of him. So.
Password. There you go.
No, it's that I have to log in first to the computer, then I have to log into my work thing, which is my username and my password. Then I have to log into my email thing. It's just like, okay, this is enough of that. eBay, what's eBay?
Just to find out you got a back order notice.
Yeah, well. Okay, lovely. This guy from eBay, I sent a message to, just sent me like a stock answer, so I'm not buying it.
But, you know, the good thing is you are young, and that's usually when we learn lessons about retailers you should never go back to.
Oh, yeah, no, I won't be buying anything from Optics Planet ever again. The only reason I'm buying it from them this time is because they're the only people that have it. No, nothing from Optics Planet. Well, they sent me a coupon for a Nikon archery optic, but I'm not going to purchase that. But no, Daniel, I had no idea how bad Optics Planet was until after I ordered it, and then Flippy, I believe, was the one who said something that like takes 2 months to get whatever you order, and so I was like, you know.
Well, when you order a white elk, it does take them some time. Basically, when they email you a coupon code,
doesn't mean it's in stock.
When they email you a coupon code, this is like literally them saying, "Hey, we can actually get this out today."
It says order being fulfilled. That's different. That status change for you used to say order placed.
Okay, so things are moving.
I clicked the little question mark. It says your order has been sent to the distributor center for fulfillment. We'll provide a tracking number as soon as possible. I'm kind of feeling good now.
All that means is somebody printed it.
Yep.
Just ruin everything for me.
Charge your credit card.
So right now there's somebody that's, you know, it's 4:12 my time, right? So it's probably 4:12 their time. They're holding this little slip of paper with a part number that they can give a shit less about, and they're just walking up and down the aisles of a warehouse looking for it, and it's like 200 degrees in there, and they're just like, "Oh, it's just not here, okay?" He just walks back out.
It still says in stock though, like nothing's changed.
Well, they don't do real-time inventory. Nobody does. Like,
yeah, but it's been 2 days.
It's like they say they do, but they never do.
I figured after I talked to the 2 people on what was it, Tuesday, that they'd change it by now. I mean, they know it's not there.
Yeah, usually within 48 hours, there's something going on. Like most of my orders here at this shop, they get processed within the same day, and I go through 30,000 a day.
Let me see if Academy has them in stock again. I'll buy it from Academy. That's out of stock still. What I should do is just justify my purchase of another firearm that this has more holster options or more prevalent.
So you'll end up with 2 holsters, and then you can be like, well, guess I got to buy that 3913 to make Ponery even more jelly.
You know, a friend of mine has one that he's looking about selling, and I may actually pick that up.
The Ladysmith one?
No, it's not the Ladysmith. It's a 3913, but it's got the black grips.
Oh, it's the man's version.
Whatever. I mean, it's the same damn thing.
Yeah, it was so popular with men that they wanted a non-Ladysmith version, so they came out with the one with the black grips.
I mean, I could care less if it says Ladysmith, Mansmith, or whatever the hell it wants to say.
Hey, we look on the bright side. If you're holding the Ladysmith, at least no one can say you're holding the male.
Just chilling with my lady.
Estrogen included.
You can unleash your inner Andrea from Walking Dead.
There you go.
I never liked her anyway, so I mean.
Oh, you'd have the perfect line after shooting somebody. I'm sorry, she's on her cycle.
More accurate than a stormtrooper, though, isn't she?
Well, that's not hard to beat.
You know, I always wondered what the hell happened to the stormtroopers, because, like, if you follow the chronology from the first 3 movies, when the stormtroopers get introduced in Clone Wars, they can actually do some shit. What happened between Episode 2 and Episode 4?
They got nerfed. They were OP. Little game jargon there.
Genetically, they were supposed to be identical to that one guy that was
the Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, haven't you seen every science fiction movie in history? They're like every next generation clone is slightly more mutated than the last.
Also, it's like severe inbreeding.
The thing about stormtroopers is they were conscripts. They weren't clones, because after the Clone Wars, they decommissioned the clones and just started recruiting from the galaxy.
That makes sense.
But they only recruited humans because, well, the Emperor had a whole thing of humans being the master race and whatnot.
Well, that
okay,
so
in other words,
suits with extra armholes.
Stormtroopers suck because they don't have a vision plan. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, Jimbo.
Remember what Luke Skywalker said when he put the helmet on? I can't see anything through this helmet.
How are conscripts more reliable than robots?
They use those two.
Because robots get whenever time the robot gets hit with the Force, they short circuit.
Unless you're Darth Vader. In Darth Vader's case, you just have to cut his hand off.
And his helmet.
And his arms. And his legs. Oh, wait, Obi-Wan already did that.
I'm just going to do this and see what happens.
Anyways, but yeah. That's why the stormtroopers weren't as effective as clone troopers. They were all conscripts.
Got it. And their socialist healthcare didn't come with a vision plan. I understand.
No. And they went to the lowest bid contractor that made the armor. That's why their armor wasn't as good as the clone troopers' armor either.
Look, they only did humans because they didn't want to cut extra armholes in the suits.
Fabrication time.
I'll say this: the clone trooper armor was much more effective than the stormtrooper armor was. They lasted a little bit longer.
Oh my god. This has to be from Japan. This has to be from Japan. Hang on.
What is it, Sean?
Something to replace the fidget spinner.
What the hell is that?
Is the text coming in? Stress
Yeah,
relief
it's coming in.
Autism mood.
You know, at first look, I'm like, oh my god, turn that thing off.
Yeah, G-Web's gonna get angry at you.
It is what it is, man.
It's all Flippy's fault.
Newcom Digi.
I don't want one.
I don't either.
Oh, come on. We know you do that shirt.
No.
You invented it, didn't you?
The Japanese come up with some weird shit.
If I had invented that, I would have a lot more money than I have now.
You're in the back pocket of big Newcom Digi or whatever that thing is called.
No, I'm not.
Hey, if it sends you a Barrett, why not?
Well, I didn't go to Barrett, so.
Damn. Yes, the pink gets it. Actually, that whole cloning thing, making the clones go insane after every batch, they covered that in Fallout too, with the Garys. Remember that? Like they got so retarded that the only thing they can say is Gary, and they would run around and try to kill you. They were fucking nuts.
Somehow I missed that.
Fallout was the video game. You know.
Good lord, though. Really good story.
Don't feel bad, Daniel. I never played that either.
Are you
So,
talking about the
I-
cartoon version?
No, it's.
No, it's like an online series of, or it was a series of games or whatever.
Games don't count as far as the history of the
What?
of like well, whether it's the Star Troopers or the robots or any of that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
all they are is extra fluff to make a little extra money.
Right up until it happens. I mean, people in the 50s said the same thing when people were playing with little glass panels in the palm of their hand, you know, watching the first couple episodes of Star Trek or whatever. They said the same thing, and now look where they're at.
Yeah.
In the 50s?
Well,
You mean the
wasn't it the late 50s, or was it just the early 60s?
It is the 60s.
It is the 60s.
Well, there's also the
I don't
point.
remember
The point
like
that
that in the 60s.
I'm buying guns because I'm just waiting for those damn bugs to come from space.
Oh, man, I'm just waiting for the Chinese to invade Anchorage.
District 13.
If the bugs hit what was it, Buenos Aires, then we know that it's on.
I already got my mobile infantry patch.
If we
But we already know District 13, they won't make it.
Look, I'll tell you right now, the day we find life on another planet will be the day mankind will unify together because we'll all have one thing that we don't know about to be afraid of and hate.
And to eradicate.
World
yeah,
leaders
exactly, to eradicate.
Ain't that the damn truth?
World leaders across the world will shake hands with Putin and Trump, and it'll just be one giant, we hate this thing we know nothing about.
Yeah, it's like, you save us, and then we'll hate you afterwards. Ain't that the fucking truth?
That's literally what happened with Starship Troopers. They found bugs that were very hostile, so the world just kind of became what was it called? The Federation?
It was a world government. Imagine that. The one thing that everyone keeps screaming should never happen happened.
I'll be honest, it would be a good idea.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
No, it's not. In no way, shape, or form would that be a good idea.
Well, not how they did it, of course, but it at one point we're gonna have to be unified against, I guess, space, and it's either
you can't have a world government until there's multiple inhabited worlds that we actually know of and can travel to, because as long as we're all confined and we're too different right now. If you had a point where you go, okay, look, we've colonized Mars, we've colonized a few other planets, then you could be like, okay, well, each world could justifiably become its own government. But right now, too many people, too many ideas on one planet, and as long as people are worshiping spaghetti monsters that tell them to kill infidels, we can't do it.
That's not exactly how that works, okay?
Sounds good to me.
Hey, I'm not trying to cause no problems. If you tell me I offended you with that, if you believe in a spaghetti monster, that's your problem. I didn't assume any religion.
I just want to know where the hell you pulled whose ass you pulled that from.
South Park.
Okay.
It was pretty clever to throw it in there at the end.
Oh yeah. Why the fuck does it look like this?
Oh, I just got my mail. I'm either going to be really happy or really pissed off.
Probably pissed off.
Let's hope not, because it's from the sheriff's office.
Oh man. If it starts off if it has a stamp on it that says this is not a bill, be happy.
No, it'll probably be one of those to whom it may concern.
No, I get
I was
this
in
is not a bill
court
thing from
earlier
my
this
hospital all the
week
time.
dealing with the sheriff's office.
What'd you do now?
Oh, I'm a material witness to a crime.
Good job there, Dano.
Thanks.
You have been summoned for dirt.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm finally legal in this state. Fuck yeah.
Congratulations, man.
What state are you in?
Disarray, apparently.
I'm in Nevada.
Okay, what did you get?
Congratulations.
Yeah, well.
My concealed carry permit.
Oh, okay. They do that by the sheriff there. I didn't know that.
So you are legal in that state now. So
yeah, because I had my California one, but still they told me it would take anywhere between 30 to 120 days to get my one for this state.
What was the actual
How
time?
long did yours end up being?
5 weeks.
That's not bad.
Well,
Not bad.
that's kind of in the middle.
Hey,
More than 30.
I'm just glad to have it.
Yep.
It's a big relief.
I know when I turned, I forget it was 52, and I finally got mine after waiting 50 years for the state to change.
Well, you see,
I thought I'd be dead before I'd ever get mine.
See, a problem I have is this actually affects my work.
Oh,
I carry a gun for work. So I was given a temporary work coverage pass, but those expire like quickly.
Whoops.
So now I don't have to worry about my permit expiring and me having to go in and explain to my boss I can't work.
Now, how many years is that good for till you got to renew it?
I believe the ones out here are good for 5 years.
okay. Yeah, it's like awesome.
And all I have to do to renew it is go to the sheriff's office before it expires, pay my $20, and they do a quick thing to make sure that I haven't become, a criminal or done anything since then. And they'll send me another one right away.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I know I was pretty excited when I got mine.
What a name.
Well, it's been sucking too because like whenever I leave my job, work permits don't allow you to carry to and from work. So I have to disarm, lock up my gun, make sure my gun's in a lockbox and everything before I leave work.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, Texas Castle Doctrine is you have the right to protect your home, your work, and your commute. So I could literally just, if you don't have a license, you can take your gun, you can stick it in your bag, you can take it to your car, you can drive it to work, you can have it at work, and you can have it at home.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of blessed in the fact that I am because I'm not in Clark County. I'm outside of Clark County. I can open carry, except when I have to drive through Clark County.
Like you just stop and get out and rearrange everything.
So yeah, basically, so normally when I leave work, if I happen to be working in an area where I know I have to go through Clark County, I just lock it all up before I even start driving.
That is an inconvenience. Answers indeed. Pretty soon I'm going to upgrade this computer to version 500 while it's running.
Hey, Tino, how you doing on that holster?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm talking to them now for a minute.
A dog body right now with a big old smile on his face.
Happy dog body.
Hell yeah, I'm about to go inside my house and whip up some Southern lemonade and have me a party.
That sounds like a plan.
And for those out there who don't know, Southern lemonade is 5 cups of whiskey per every gallon and a half.
Yep.
Damn.
Wow. I was just going to ask you that question. What is Southern lemonade?
You can substitute that with gin sometimes in a pinch, but yeah, it's good.
Sean, I don't know. I'm waiting for Rob to explain it. Okay.
You're still waiting?
Yeah,
Still processing?
There were 6 people in front of me. No, I'm doing a live chat with him. He says, I am showing that we have this item we're having this item being shipped directly from our supplier to you. The order should ship out soon.
Nice.
But they can't give me an ETA on it. They can't give me an ETA on it, so I'm like, I don't know.
Because that dude's still walking around with heat stroke in the warehouse looking for it. It's like one fucking blister pack.
What the hell is dropping over?
One blister pack. He can't find that motherfucker. He's like, fuck it, this shit ain't here. Zero it out of inventory. Give him his money back. What do you mean, bad master? Motherfucker.
Did anybody see in Oregon a truck carrying eels flipped over?
There's like a sexual joke in there somewhere, but I can't find it right now.
I don't know. It's nasty looking at it.
I'm sorry. Did you say a truckload of eels?
Yeah, like
was it going down to California for Jerry Brown's little get together?
That I don't know. I
gotta tell you, man, eels are tasty.
I'm just looking at it. It's nasty looking.
Eels are fucking delicious.
Barbecued with a little bit of teriyaki. I agree.
Yep. Unagi/anago, depending on what kind of water you take it out of.
There's just something about that. I'm not going
me up. That shit is epic. I prefer anago though because it's a little chewier.
Like the road is like all slimy and
See, I used to love it when I traveled because technically my ancestry is Irish, German, and Japanese. So I was raised by an Irish grandfather and a Japanese grandmother.
Awesome.
And my grandfather was a superior redneck from the Appalachians. So between the shit his people eat and the crap my grandmother would eat, I've never been anywhere in the world where they could bring me food and be like, does this disgust you? No.
Oh, there is. Because, I mean, my ancestry is Scottish, Irish, British, Korean, a bunch of other little things.
I would think variations of potatoes would be about your diet.
No, those fucking fermented fish from, like, Finland, the ones where the cans bulge out because they're rotting on the inside.
Yeah.
That will turn your stomach just the sight of it. The smell comes out through the can.
I'll be honest with you. When I was traveling through different parts of Asia, I've had some pickled shit that was pretty fucking gnarly. And by the time I made it up to like Finland and Norway, I'll admit it's nothing that I'm like, ooh, let me order that when I see it on a menu. But by the time they brought it to me, I'm like, hey, at least it's sort of cooked.
Have you tried those Chinese black eggs?
You know, I always tell myself if I go to a place where they actually have them, that I'd order it because I want to try it.
Don't think of the absolute worst decomp in human history and then imagine putting that in your mouth.
Oh, God.
That is what it is because it's like a half.
All right, I have an
feeder.
honest question. How can they not understand what decaying flesh smells like, let alone enjoy it?
You got to remember, we also live in a society of aged beef where they literally just hang the meat on dry hooks until mold grows on it and then shave the mold off.
A steak that's been hanging for 45 days is delicious.
See? We have that too.
Y'all are just going to ruin all types of stuff for me.
Maybe that's why I don't eat aged beef. That and the cost.
Shit, I'm over here thinking about that brisket that Flippy's gonna be making.
What?
I was blessed when I was working as a cook to work in high-end places, so I got to eat a lot of things that are expensive via the cost of the house.
Yeah. This is foie gras. Like, this is unnecessary.
Actually, it's kind of funny. And the only reason I won't eat foie gras is the same reason I won't eat veal. It has nothing against the taste.
Yeah.
I just believe it's absolutely unnecessary to do that to the animal.
It is kind of weird. Creepy.
What is foie gras?
Goose liver.
Yeah.
Well, let's be clear. it's not just goose liver. The goose needs to be force-fed a diet.
Yeah.
And I do mean force-fed. I'm talking about a tube shoved down their mouth into their stomach, force-fed for days. Pretty much a lot of times they will kill the goose by force-feeding it, and that's how they determine when it's ready to be turned into the foie gras.
Yeah.
That sounds totally unethical.
Okay, what are they feeding it as well?
Different places have slightly different variants, but usually it's a mixture of fat and cornmeal.
They're basically trying to make Wagyu goose.
Yeah.
Now,
Except,
Wagyu beef, on the other hand, that's a complete moral opposite.
That's the opposite. Oh, yeah.
That's
There's something there. That's beer and massages for days.
Yeah. Like, that's what we want.
I'll tell you right now, you give me 1 year as life of one of those bulls that just gets to breed, fuck, and have beer and massages all day, you can kill me at the end of that year. I don't care.
Yeah.
Now that's different than Kobe beef, right? Where they just massage it and kill it and don't let it move.
And then the invoice is there. Now, we didn't bill him for this yet.
No, the Kobe beef is that's basically what we're talking about. It's talking about from Kobe.
This?
Now, yeah, but you should talk about the massages and the alcohol and everything. Wagyu is actually the slightly cheaper version of the Kobe. But the whole myth of they're not allowed to move, it's not the same, because that would actually cause stress on the animal, and stress, they believe, causes tense meat. So
kind of like veal.
Not quite like veal. Veal, the animal is actually locked into a stockade and not allowed to move. In the case of Kobe beef, they actually allow those cows They actually allow those cows to move freely. But what they do is this is the reason they use a mixture of high quality oats and grain and alcohol, because they've discovered that if they make it pleasant enough, the cows will stay at the trough almost indefinitely. And they will eat and eat and eat. And the massages, so they don't pen them and lock them in place like they do with like the cruelty of veal, where they kill the cow really young. They're more about enticing the creature to do nothing.
Now, the people that do the massages, do they have like forearms like Popeye or what?
You know what? You should check out some of the documentaries, because it's insane, like seeing the army of masseuses who are there to rub beef shoulders.
I mean, I can't imagine how muscular it must be to massage a cow.
It's mostly little women.
Oh,
Or else they're not.
Half of your icons aren't showing up out in the chat.
I have like 3 Sean Connerys showing on mine.
I can't see yours, and I can't see
Sean's.
the turtle. Knives. That guy.
Yow!
Yow!
Turtles don't sound like that.
This turtle does.
Actually, when they get run over by a car, they still don't make any sound, other than maybe a squish.
I heard more of a crunch when I ran over a tortoise.
I actually saw somebody driving a Mini Cooper, like the original, the 13-inch wheels, and he hit a turtle shell, and it stopped the wheel and spun the car around. That's a weird sound. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this one.
So, Tony, Tino, when do you start your new job?
It'll be later this year, early next year. I'm working with a couple other people on what we want to do exactly.
Aren't you getting your holster a little prematurely?
No. Because it's not going to be late this year. It's probably going to be September, October. So I'm just getting it now because I thought it was going to take 2 months as optics planned.
It
Are you
was
moving to Hawaii? Are you going to buy a Ferrari and move to Hawaii?
No, I am not. No.
Damn it.
Good show, but no, I won't be moving to Hawaii.
Tino, what was the name of the show you and I did? Did we have a name for it?
No, we never had a name for it. We just kind of did it.
It was called Kicking Ass with Dano. Friday nights, or Tuesday nights, or whatever night
it
it
was
is.
Sunday nights, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
That was before naming your show was cool.
That was before Gunchannels was even up.
Any of you ever have one of those moments where you just bought a tool to do a job, and then you go to do the job and find you're about to do it the half-ass way without the tool?
Yep.
All the time.
I just bought a brand new sawhorse. Here I am balancing a board on the back of my truck.
There's no need to use it.
God damn it.
I can't tell you how many times I bought a brand new tool and then discovered I really didn't need it.
Well, I took the kids shooting when they were here, and they shot the hell out of one of my sawhorses with the shotgun. So I had to go buy a replacement. It's the one I just bought is literally sitting in the back of my truck. I'm staring at it as I balance this board on the tailgate.
What are you making or building?
So
a sawhorse.
Actually, I just went and bought. They had for $29. They had 2 husky cheap sawhorses. I'm just cutting the plank board to put between them for me to put cinder bricks and stuff on to shoot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I have a thing. I'm trying to relaunch my YouTube channel, and I got a really cool mount now, so I can videotape the entire thing looking through my scope. And yeah, I'm digging it.
Dano.
Uno.
What was that? What was that card game you used to play? You used to read.
Oh yeah. I just packed it away about a week ago because I'm trying to. Anyway,
I want to buy that. Yeah, Conflicted.
Conflicted, the card game.
Yeah, those chats were the shit. The shit.
And they now have a couple versions of those cards too. There's more than one.
Oh yeah, I'll have to look at them.
I originally got them through a GoFundMe sort of a thing through Southern Prepper One.
So, do they still have them available, or was that just like a one-time thing?
Well, he was actually promoting them for someone else.
No.
So I think they're still available. Just Google Foo conflicted card game.
Yeah, I'll do that when I get home.
I'm going to be out of town like 5 in the morning. Otherwise, I'd say talk to me tomorrow and I'd pull them out for you. But I'm going down to the big time operators only Camden, USA. Woo! Motherfucker!
Are you gonna go there? Are you gonna go there every year, or like every 5 years, or what? Did they do
I'll tell you once this weekend is done.
Okay.
This may be my one and only. I could be there every year. We'll see.
Is DB going? You and DB should go there together. Alumnis.
I asked him a long time ago, and he said no.
I've seen some of the people that go, and I don't know. I don't know if I'd go.
Yeah, that's what's either going to make it or break it right there. And you know, for the most part, I'm not into the late night partying thing. I mean, I'll go for an hour to socialize, then go back to the hotel. I'm much more interested in the seminars.
Yeah, that's cool. He used to put some of them up on YouTube like 2 years ago. He put parts of them at least.
Yeah.
From the alumni weekends. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. Now one thing I did see that they sent is, and I guess to remind people or whatever, but this what goes on in Camden stays in Camden. And I'm like, well, what kind of fucked up behavior they got going on down there that they need to cover up?
It's Camden.
I assume you guys all get naked and then like chase greased pigs.
No.
Do we expect a video of that on your YouTube channel, Dano? Or
well, what it is, he can't have you talking about the orgy him and Yankee have in private.
What the fuck did I come back to?
Now I've been to the inner bowels of the organization. And it was straight up, bounced a quarter off the bed, looked straight forward, nice right angle curves. Everything looked straight, good to go.
I'm out.
yeah, that ain't really my thing. I mean, I got out of high school without doing the freaky stuff. I think I'd like to stay that way.
Yeah, there's tomorrow night is the tactical response. I'll call it a pre-party because it's Saturday and Sunday, and then on Saturday night, SOE has a customer appreciation pig roast. Which I don't know if I'll go to or not, but I can't say I'm particularly interested in going. What you got there, your little project?
Yeah, I'm trying to get some more light on it. Let's see. Yeah, this ought to do. Doesn't have everything on it yet, like doesn't have the 2 liters, and I'm going to put some eggs on top of the bricks.
So are you going to shoot that washer?
I might. Depends on how hard it is for me to fix it. The fella next door to me was moving out, and he said that he thought the timing belt had gone out on it. I haven't gotten to take it apart yet to see. But, yeah, I think this will be nice. It's big enough. I can set that up at 200 yards and start taking shots at it.
So how heavy were those chains you have wrapped around your arms in your picture there?
400 pounds total. That was a long time ago.
They look heavy.
What? Yeah. It's a shipping chain. So in that photo, I'm about 280 pounds. And I was just coming off of a powerlifting season.
How tall are you?
Well, in that photo, I am 6'1", and that was before I crushed the discs in my back.
Ooh.
Yeah. I am currently, depending on what store I walk out of, 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah, the crushed disc thing just does not sound fun to me.
The one thing about a crushed disc, you cannot uncrush them.
No. And I was blessed with the fact, according to my doctor, that it was mostly cartilage that got destroyed and not as many bones. I'm not 100% if he was just trying to make me feel better about the situation or if he was serious. But yeah.
I got a couple pieces of information. I'm not sure which is the good news and which is the bad news, but one, you're 3 inches shorter. 2, you'll never be doing that activity ever again.
I've actually gone and done much worse since then.
Oh.
I got invited to go do an event a couple years ago for amputees and veterans who are freshly back, who are injured. And a buddy of mine who worked for the veterans organized it, and he tried to get other veterans and things and other people from athletes and stuff who have had career-ending injuries to get them to come out and just kind of show that, hey, you know, it's not over unless you give up kind of stuff.
Well, there's a difference between what you just said and exacerbating an injury.
Well, I deadlifted 850 pounds.
Ooh. Yeah, no.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, to basically show. One thing I found, because my powerlifting career ended when I tore my left pec.
There you go.
Yeah. And
one good decision deserves another.
Well, that's what I actually
tore.
Yeah, well, I tore my left pec first. That ended my powerlifting career. And then after that, I went back into cooking and traveled. But while I traveled, I got into an accident / multiple dumb decisions that led to the back injuries and some knee injuries. But I found that the one thing that made my back feel better, and by better, I don't mean like it wasn't painkillers and stuff like that. The one thing that made my back feel better was strengthening the muscles. So 4 days a week. Yeah, 4 days a week, I was doing back workouts, trying to make my back stronger so that way it relieved the pressure on my back.
Let me share a little story with you. I've had spinal surgery. And it was not due to the type of things that you were going through. And the difficulty afterwards in PT that I had for the next just short of 2 years after the surgery is that I could not find any exercise I could do to actually strengthen the exercise that I could tolerate the pain. So I'm curious what kind of exercises you did to strengthen your back, your spinal muscles.
Well, I started off with doing what we used to call Sundays. And I couldn't do it with weight at first. I took a broom handle to mimic the barbell, and I'd put it across my shoulders, and I'd lean forward as far as I could, trying to keep my back straight, and then I'd stand back up. And just I'd do a lot of stuff like that, and eventually I got to the point where I could go back to holding a plate against my chest and bending down and raising myself back up, doing back extensions. And I'm not going to say it didn't hurt, because it hurt like a motherfucker every step of the way. But I couldn't see myself stopping. And
was this under the guidance of a physical therapist?
I was actually going against doctor's orders.
Oh, okay.
The doctor that I had just wanted to cut me up. And,
I get that part.
And I was young enough at the time, because you realize I was still in my very early 20s. And everyone who I went and talked to a lot of guys who had back surgery and things like that, and every last one of them had nothing but nightmares and told me how debilitated they were.
Right.
And I was like, I am too young to I can't just give up. I mean, I'd rather hurt myself and say, fuck it, I have no other option but surgery, because at least I could look myself in the mirror and said I did everything in my power. And there's some things that I can't necessarily go on to, because let's just say that anybody who knows anything about the bodybuilding and powerlifting world, we use a lot of alternative medicine.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now that the stigma about some of those alternative medicines are not true. And our medical professionals in this country should really be allowed to use them more liberally.
I'm talking about this right now. What is an alternative medicine for tendinitis? Is there something that you can change in your diet that like breaks up the calcium on the tendon or whatever?
To be honest, I don't know about that. I mean, I know that people have talked about when you have like calcium deposits and things like that. There are people who talk about increasing the acid level in their diet to try to help with that kind of thing. I don't know much about that. I know about other types of vitamins that make horses run faster.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything that alternative to a narcotic?
It's technically not a narcotic. It does not change your mindset. But like I said, because I was in the powerlifting circuit, we are all pretty well versed in that kind of stuff. And I tell you right now,
behind every pro sport has what I'll call behind the scenes things that are not widely discussed.
Exactly. And I'll tell you right now that I am grateful every day that I can stand up to that. And I wish that they would lose some of the stigma, and they would understand that big pharma is just trying to keep those things because if people had access to those, there's a whole lot of good that can come out of them when they're used properly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's even a study right now.
Companies have a huge vested interest in the status quo.
Well, I'll tell you right now, there's a study that was done, I believe it came out of Germany, and they found that they were able to reverse it showed signs, because they weren't allowed to go bigger with their test group, but they showed signs of being able to reverse diabetes. Okay? Being able to fix someone's insulin problems by giving them the right supplement to help rebuild their body. And it's stuff like that we should be pouring research into, and that the medical field isn't. But it was thanks to some stuff like that I was able to tell myself to dig through the pain, deal with it. And it took me 2 years before I felt like I could get up and just be like, yeah, screw it, it's another day. But in that time period, I still had to support myself. So I was still working a full-time job. And I was dedicating, like I said, 4 days a week to doing nothing but strengthening my back. And it would be almost 8 years later that I would go and do a deadlift expo to try to show guys who've had major injuries that, hey, it's only over when you wave the white flag. I'll never be able to step on a platform and try to be a professional powerlifter. Those days, I have too many injuries, too many things happened. But that didn't mean that I had to give up on life because my thought out plan, went awry. And that's something that a lot of guys, sometimes they need to hear that. Like I can't imagine if I'd put myself in a position where I couldn't get up in the morning and work my dogs, go out and play in the desert and take the kids shooting. I couldn't imagine not being able to do that. Well, y'all heard me preach long enough. Let's go back to something funny.
So you mentioned that you were gonna we're going to start up your YouTube channel again. What is the name, or what was the name that the YouTube channel? Is it Dog Body? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, Dog Body Official. That's also my Instagram and everything else. Everything's connected. They kept it universal.
Okay. Now, is that primarily physical fitness? What are you multiple angles on it? Or
I talk about. I used to have videos talking about those types of alternative medicines. Those videos have been taken down because I was helping for a while. I was working. Well, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, someone's not muted and they have their speakers on.
All right.
Was that it?
Yeah, it was, Dano.
Yeah. Yeah. For a while, I was coaching a lot of guys that were going into bodybuilding, and they were on the younger side. So I made a series of videos for them and talking about that kind of stuff so they could understand the risks and the responsibilities that come into it. But mostly my channel is me ranting a little bit about stupid political crap, talking about dogs. I have a whole segment on dogs that I'm working on to try to help people understand, before you get a dog, understand the type of dog you get and, what's the difference between a house dog and a working dog. Also, doing some prepper videos because everybody always talks about how to prep for them and their families, but nobody preps for their pets. Stuff like that.
When I had my dog, I did.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look on YouTube, there's not any content talking about how to do it or what should be prepared.
Yeah.
So I thought that was just a.
I had whatever my X amount of days out I did for myself, I did the same thing for my dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's also, preparation is one of the reasons I encourage people to try raw diets with their dogs. Because if you find yourself in a situation where you're out in the woods, your dog better be able to have a strong enough stomach to handle raw meat.
Right.
And if your dog has only eaten kibble his entire life, that raw meat will probably make him sick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, will you tell? I'm going to give you an assumption of mine that I've always done. Not always, but when needed, and that's when changing from food A to food B it's a transition. It's never, one day it's food A and the next day it's food B. You have to slowly transition, whether it's yourself or whether it's an animal, over to that new food type so that your innards can adjust properly and get the nutrition out of it and not just get diarrhea and pass it all through.
So what I'm going to say, I say, and this only applies to working dogs. Dogs that still have primitive genes. Some of these miniature poodle breeds and teacups, this does not apply because too much inbreeding is happening.
Well, those aren't dogs.
Yeah, I just want to clarify though, so no one misunderstands what I'm going to say.
I actually feel bad for those dogs because they're a bastardization of what they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, if you have a working dog and you feed that dog a raw diet, you'll learn really quickly about how your dog's stomach acid works. And what a lot of people don't understand is when they feed their dogs these processed meals, your dog actually stops producing a lot of enzymes and they stop producing as much stomach acid. Those are very critical factors as to why a dog has to be transitioned from one manufactured food to another. Because normally, if a working dog stomach was kept healthy, you could change their food dramatically, and only 1 out of 10 dogs would end up getting diarrhea, and even then his diarrhea would clear up after a day. So there's a lot to be said about keeping your dog's stomach healthy and keeping their stomach working. A lot of people, like, for example, my Mastiff eats a whole fryer chicken every night. My American Bulldog gets 2 chicken quarters every night.
2 chicken what?
2 chicken quarters. The leg and the thigh.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and then my bigger dog, he gets an entire chicken. I don't cook that chicken. It's not cooked.
Now,
the bones are not going to hurt the dog.
Just to talk about cost maintenance. I mean, are you just able to afford it? It's not a big deal for you, or
so it's actually
or do you have an alternative source of poultry?
No, it's just cheaper for me to feed them that way.
Hugh Hefner died, everybody.
So
No, he didn't. Really?
a chicken costs me $3. Okay? To get the same nutrition for my dog that he needs to operate on the level that he has to operate is basically demanded out of him daily. I would have to feed him about 5 to 6 pounds of dry premium kibble. A 25-pound bag of premium kibble is almost $60.
Okay, I see how you're getting the equation.
Yeah. Now, again, my dogs are a unique scenario. My dogs are not house pets. Despite the fact that they lounge around my house, they're not house pets. They're active working guard dogs. And every day they have to do drills, and every day they're out in the sun, and every day they're working. My smaller one, my American Bulldog, he goes probably with me 99% of the places I go. And it's not often that he doesn't end up working. So his calorie burn is easily 10 to 12 times what a dog of his breed would require if that dog just hung around the yard.
Now, is he working because of the line of work you're in?
Yes.
Okay.
I grew up with hunting dogs, so again, my background is not in the domestic fluffy who stays in the yard. Growing up, every dog I had hunted and worked, and as I got older and as my career professions changed over the years, and I found myself getting involved in more contract work, it was only natural that my dogs went from being guard dogs of my homes to I just had to tweak their training to bring them into my line of work that I do now.
Now, and again, I'm not trying to dig for details. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. So don't give me more information than I'm asking for. Are you primarily using them for service, or are you also using them as a secondary purpose of possibly breeding the ones that have attributes that are worth bringing forward to another generation?
So I am not against studying my dogs, but it is never my intention.
Okay.
Now, like the American Bulldog I have right now, his name is Atlas, and he's actually, he'll be 4 this year. And I have 3 offers right now to breed him. I've only met 2 of the guys who actually want to have made those offers, and I've had to turn them both down because of the lack of quality of the dogs they bring to the table. I won't work with somebody who's a backyard breeder.
Gotcha.
If you
thank goodness for that, because that's a blight on the whole industry.
Yeah, it's a blight on the industry. It's a blight on the community. And now there's a third guy he's actually going to be out here next week to talk with me. and he's coming all the way from Tennessee. And let's just say
ironically, because I'm going to Tennessee.
Yeah. And let's just say he claims that he has paperwork to show me that he's on the up and up. And I kind of have a lot of faith because he's actually not only flying himself out, but he's flying out with the dog he wants to breed. So if his dog's health records check out and the information he's given me check out about himself, then we'll probably be making a visit down to the vet for a breeding.
Quick question. When dogs fly, do they have to fly in the cargo hold? And is it true that the cargo hold is not pressurized? Nor heated?
First of all, you're not allowed to put a dog on a cargo hold that isn't pressurized.
Okay.
You'll kill that dog.
That's what I would think. And that's where my questions are coming from.
Yeah, which is why not every flight can handle animals.
Okay.
I've only flown with one of my dogs, and this was years ago, and I swore I'd never fly with a dog again. And actually, I can only say limited things because part of the lawsuit that ended, I'm not allowed to name names.
Yep, gotcha.
But let's just say that I ended up in jail for 2 months because I assaulted a baggage handler. They electrocuted my dog.
Wow.
And I went ballistic. So.
Well, let me ask you, like with TSA, granted, that's different than a dog, but you have to have a firearm in a certain TSA-approved container with a pet, I'm assuming, but I want you to correct me. Is there not a TSA-approved container?
It's not determined by TSA. It's determined by the airlines. So every airline has different standards. You need to find out from that airline. And I always encourage people, have them email you a list of approved kennels with approved item numbers. So that way when you show up, they can't give you any runaround about you don't have something on the list.
Right. Because you got the list.
Exactly. Now, in my case, I was unfortunate. Actually, I shouldn't even say I was unfortunate enough. My dog was unfortunate enough that when I had to sign him over and they took him away from me, where I went to go pick him up. Now, he was a 155-pound American. Not American. He was a American Brindle Bull Mastiff. He was a beautiful dog. And when he arrived at the next airport, he was upset. And naturally, he's an animal who just had to go through flight.
Right.
He's not real happy. So when the guy, and this is what they supposedly tell me, and from what we could see on the camera footage, this may or may not be true because there was no sound. The guy says that when he went to pick up the crate, that the dog growled at him. I'm not going to say that that didn't happen. I'm sure he did.
So the dog growled. So what?
Then we saw on the footage the guy start to kick his kennel.
Oh, there we go.
Which then
explains it.
Which then led to somebody else coming into the camera frame, and this is where things get weird because I've actually been at my pickup point where I'm supposed to pick him up, and security has said, we don't see your dog. Here, come back with me. He's probably in waiting. And we come back just in time to see them stick a prong through and they electrocute my dog. And I lost it.
Now, I've never been in that situation, but I have volunteered at county shelters with all sorts of breeds, almost all untrained, which is why they're there. It's usually the owner's fault.
Yep.
And I'm shocked, but unfortunately, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Sort of a thing, because they don't put people back there who actually enjoy doing what they're doing and enjoy dealing with animals.
Yeah.
They put people that back there that view as it's just a box.
Yep. And so like I said, that was the one and only time I flew with a dog, and I'll never do it again. Everywhere I go, I drive. I will never put one of my dogs through that again. And if I can't drive somewhere, they better have a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, then again, I shouldn't say that because over the years, a lot has changed. I mean, now you can bring those, if you have a small service dog, you can bring a small service dog on a plane now.
Yeah.
So who knows? Eventually, maybe working dogs like mine will, even if I have to buy them a seat ticket, I actually think that'd be kind of cool. We could take up a whole row of seats, just us. But yeah, no. So my channel is, like I said, it's a lot about dogs, and I'm trying to get more of that kind of content out.
I look forward to your next video.
I actually kind of felt cheated yesterday when you guys did the hashtag showdown, because it's funny. My the one that I thought would actually do good is up in the most popular category. But for whatever reason, Instagram didn't put it in the. They didn't put it down in the most recent category.
Just resubmit it.
No, I think it's because I got it in too late. I only got it in like 2 hours before the chat, so I think it didn't for whatever reason time in.
He usually doesn't pull it up till it's time to do it, so I'm surprised it didn't show up.
I was surprised. Well, I was surprised too because I saw it up in the most popular category, but they didn't put it in the most recent.
Because you know, some of the aspects that'll suck us in is if there's a pet in the picture.
I know that's how my dog has won twice.
If you redo it, it'll do it from the date you first did it.
Yeah. Another is if there's like Chris Stell, he has a lot of unique backgrounds that are natural.
Yeah.
That really show the grain and the texture of what's back there. And then of course there is the firearm itself in combination with those other things.
Well, like I said, I figure Instagram's being funny because I've noticed a lot of my posts lately because I do other contests with other people as well. And it seems like sometimes if you do because it was a video entry, sometimes the videos don't go into the most recent feed until the next day. For whatever reason.
Mine's the most popular. I have the most popular picture ever on Daily Gun Show.
Yours is the one with that gun up at the corner?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Glock 19.
Yeah.
I just retro added one and it put it back, pushed it back to the rest that were posted on the same date. So, just an FYI, you can edit your picture, and if you forget to put the Daily Gun Show hashtag, you go back, edit it in there, and it'll show up.
Here. Let me grab my tablet real quick and pull this up.
Now, if anybody's listening out in the Gunchannels chat, I'm going to go ahead and post the link to Dog Body's channel if you want to sub them, and I would certainly suggest it. If you're interested in what you've heard in the last half hour or so, I'd give it a shot.
And I apologize. Anybody on Gunchannels, really don't listen to the one that talks about your senator. That's not for you guys. You guys already know how to do that. That's a 30-minute rant of yelling at everybody in all the states who don't know who their senators are.
People apparently they stopped teaching civics classes, so people don't know who their senators are and they don't understand how government works.
Yeah, that was me. I just got pissed off one day because I was talking with one of my nephews and he told me he didn't know who his governor or his senator was, and I just kind of lost my mind.
Jeez.
Got ISIS sniper videos.
If you have an active channel, sooner or later something's going to happen in the real world that's going to irritate the piss out of you, and you're going to put some sort of a rant out there.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like with my Instagram. I went and I put a bunch of CNN logos on 2-liter bottles and shit and started shooting them. Mostly because to be honest, I was kind of hoping they'd put it on their fucking thing and be like, look at this guy calling for violence, shooting our logo. I could be like, good, dox me. I need the fame.
He'll dox you and blackmail you all on the same day.
You can't blackmail me. I'm too poor.
That's true. That's a good point.
Oh. Yeah, my two oldest nephews left this morning, so now my house is all quiet. I'm not used to that. Last 3 weeks, I've had family over nonstop, and it's just been crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. First,
family is nice in small increments. I mean, I do enjoy it in my family, around my family, but just for small periods of time. Because as you get older, you're all adults. You're not just parents and little kids.
I spent the last whole week with him. I'm ready. I need my own vacation.
Help themselves. I mean, my oldest son is 24, and I'm sure there are times I still treat him like he's 15, even though he's 24.
Oh yeah. No,
and I don't mean disrespectful. I just mean remember to do this and remember to do that because I don't want him to get hurt.
Well, yeah. No matter what, you're still his parent. I mean, some habits never go away.
Yeah.
I mean, me and my siblings, we're all adults, and our mother will still call us and say things to us. We have to go, Ma, how old do you think I am? I mean, she saw a video that one of my clients that I do for dogs actually is her neighbor in California. And so they came out here a month ago, and I had my bite sleeve on for the dog and everything, and they've got a video of their dog attacking me. Now, this video is a month old, okay? My mom calls me to see if I'm all right.
No, I lost an arm yesterday. I'm doing too good.
She's like, oh, I saw that A-Bear attacked you, and you guys were trading. Are you okay? Mom, that was a month ago. You've actually seen me since that video was taken.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of fun if you have parents that are a little bit older that don't quite understand timestamps and the internet and things like that.
Well, there's about a 20-year gap between my mom and my dad. So I have my father, who's a non-veteran, who just will randomly say things that I have to crack up and laugh about. Because my father's half Irish, half Japanese. And he looks straight up Mexican. Because apparently that's what that mix creates.
In and of itself.
And so,
well, I mean, I do understand that being having a little bit of Asian in him, that he's going to get some sort of a little bit of tone in his skin, but I wouldn't think it'd be dark enough to pick out.
Yeah, he's half. Like I said, he's half Japanese, half Irish, and we'll go places even to this day. And if somebody starts speaking Spanish to him, and my father's old enough now that when he says racist things, it's just funny. Yeah. We're at that point where he don't mean nothing by it. He just doesn't know any better. And there's nothing funnier to me than taking him to a Denny's where a server starts speaking Spanish to him.
My grandfather got when my grandfather got like that, I kind of assumed it was he finally got to the point where he was sick and tired of being what we now call politically correct. And it was quicker, shorter, and to the point to just call it as it is. If it's a spade, call it a spade.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
If it's a duck, call it a duck.
No doubt about that.
Quick, short, to the point.
No point in beating around the bush.
All these euphemisms.
Well, now it's kind of funny though, because like I said, there is such an age difference between my parents that now my mom is starting to get up there and she's starting to forget time and things. She called me the other day because she couldn't figure out how to make the VCR work.
I'm surprised there's still a working VCR.
Well, I say what baffled me most of all is I was trying to figure out where she got a VCR because I know I bought her a Blu-ray player.
I'm sure that's what she called the VCR.
Well, that's how we figured out the problem. She went to a garage sale and bought a bunch of old VHS movies.
And tried to put them in your Blu-ray?
And she was trying to figure out how to put them in the Blu-ray player.
I don't think there's an adapter for that.
And I'm like, Mom, that's not going to work. Oh, I thought this played videos.
No, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm just at the point now where I tell my mom to call her grandkids.